Thanks, Hazel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After 15 fabulous days of action, this is it. It's time for the big one. So welcome to the 2019 Betfred World Snooker Championship Final. We have two players at the very peak of their powers going toe-to-toe for the sport's ultimate title. This has the makings of an epic confrontation. So without any further ado, let's get the boys on the bays. Please welcome the most exciting player of his generation. 8 years on from his first final, he is back for the biggest match of all. This time, he returns as the complete package at the climax of his best season on tour. Winner of 10 ranking titles, ladies and gents, but make no mistake, this is the one he wants more than all the rest. It's time for him to deliver the biggest performance of his life. He's the ace in the pack. He's Judd Trump. To a man who has been performing at the highest level for more than 2 decades. Without doubt, one of the sport's all-time greats. This, his 8th Crucible final, 21 years after his first. Reduced to tears yesterday after beating Dave Gilbert, making it this far still means everything for the 4-time champion of the world, the pride of Scotland, the Wizard of Wishaw, John Higgins.
We've made it. The first intriguing 8 frames of our final to come right now. And always up for the big occasion too are Alan McManus and John Virgo. What an afternoon. Enjoy it, fellas.
Yes, thank you, Hazel. And, well, with the reception that both players got, then I'm certain this packed Crucible crowd are going to enjoy it too. Both players posing by the trophy. Everybody feels it's unlucky to put your hand on it. And spare a thought for our referee, Leo Scullion. His first ever World Championship final. So he'll be as nervous as anybody. And I think Alan, and there's Leo's family in the audience. Proud moment for them, wife Joyce. And this first session, 8 frames. There'll be 9 frames to play this evening, so 17 frames in this first day, Alan. Very important, I feel, that John Higgins produces and stays close to Judd Trump.
Yes, absolutely. Off we go then. The final of all finals. John Higgins, after that monumental comeback against David Gilbert, he trailed in all of after the first 3 sessions. Judd Trump in this tournament has trailed twice after our session, once against Tip Chai Un Nu and once against Ding after 2 sessions, but here they are. Some tournament stats going through there. High break, as you'd expect. The two highest of the championship.
Yeah, probably the telling one is the pot success. John Higgins at 90%. I always believe he got to be 90% or above. And Judd Trump just below that at 89%. That needs to improve fractionally. There's the total balls potted. Just 9 different. Judd Trump has potted 9 more balls than John Higgins in the tournament so far. And he gets first chance. Close, but not in. And John has got a clear path to the red.
Just to mention, there's no new bedcloth overnight, but the cushions have been redone. See in the first couple of frames how it settles in then. As JV said, first half chance for Judd. Same for John.
One. I think if it wasn't the first frame, I think John Higgins may have played that red and smashed into the back of the pack. But there'll be lots of nerves out there. Had the opportunity. But as I say, first frame, you just want to get your hand on the table, get the cue arm going. We've seen all through this championship how difficult those browns are, and the fact that he's missed it and got position on the red, how costly could that be?
One.
He won't be holding back here. You're just looking to be on one red to carry on. Just about on one.
8.
Could have been easier.
Nine.
Wrong side of the blue then. Are we going to see the first example of the cue power of the Judd or not? In and out of bulk then. Brown to avoid as well. Quite a few in the way of this shot. Needs to run.
Well, holding the blue spot
14.
has worked out. The reason I say that, if it had just stopped and in short, blue went on its spot, it'd have been snookered on all reds.
Judd Trump, 14.
Just a bit wide with this. It's understandable an edgy start. He's got to settle in. Probably occasion at first just takes over. And why wouldn't it? As we look at this magnificent arena. The Crucible in all its glory.
Yeah, 927 patrons sat on the edge of their senses this afternoon. John then considering taking on this long red. It's not a typical John Higgins shot, the long straight one with deep screw, so reneging it. Pushing reds into the open, you'd think, playing this. And boy, did he ever. Needs cover.
Yeah, well, he flicked off the brown, but he still left this red to the left corner, but it's not easy. He'll be very accurate with these when they're just off the cushion. And he's going to have to play it with pace because the black is not available into the opposite corner. But a good pot it was. But no luck.
Blue ball.
Can he get in behind the pink? He's tried it.
Judd trump, 1.
Needs to catch this just right if he's going back to the balk end. And did. Okay, I can forgive him for hitting that a little bit thick because he knew he had to avoid the reds on the right-hand side of the table. Couldn't have done much better than that.
Yeah, it does look like there's a gap through to this red. Taking it on, Judd. Have to get close to the pot, you'd think, if he's going to get the path back. Oh, the kiss on the other red's a bonus, but deserved probably on the strength of a fabulous pot.
Six. 7. Twelve. 13.
Happy at the moment just to play on the blues. But you'd think if he had half a chance, he'd try and get the pink on its own spot. Because there's one or two awkward reds where it might not be that easy to force the cue ball up to the blue area.
18. 19.
Shorter pace. So all he could do was roll it in, leave the mid-distance red. 38 points the lead now.
24.
But still looking for 3 or 4 more reds, and as you can see, they're not that well placed.
25.
Not good on the blue once again. Made easier to come in and out of ball because the brown's not on its spot. But when the cue ball's travelling distances, it's all about line and length.
Yeah, it's not actually the worst lead, this, because he'll probably play for the pink. This depends. I mean, he's got the power to spin round the corners. There you go, playing for the pink.
31.
He's almost guaranteed a nice angle on it. Good recovery again. That's where he's so strong. Any time he has to recycle the cue ball, does it more often than not. Can he find a good positional shot this time?
That was a delightful little rub.
37.
Red colour red, still needed.
$38.
This pink to go 58 points in front, with 59 still remaining. And he could have left himself easier on this red.
44.
But the red is all he needs, and with the others being safe, he probably feels it's worth the risk just to drop this in, give it every chance. This for the first frame. It's there.
45.
And the pink adding that extra insurance, so now 65 ahead, 51 remaining.
51.
No way back to the table now for John Higgins. As Judd attempts the double, but I think we'll get the nod of concession.
51.
And that is the case. So, tentative start from both players, but in the end, that nice break of 51 by Judd Trump was enough to take the first frame.
And welcome to our Crucible Snug. We'll be snugly in here for the next couple of days, enjoying this with you. And it's a ringside seat, which gives us a fantastic opportunity to close up see every expression of these guys' faces and what they're doing. The importance of the start has been talked about, particularly Judd Trump's progress in the Masters, where he established some real runaway successes. He'll be trying to do the same thing here.
Yeah, it's not really been a feature at the Crucible this year with him. He's not played to the same standard he played in the Masters, but there's always a performance in there that may come out, so obviously he'll be looking at it. And if he was thinking there was any sign of John Higgins being a little bit under the weather, maybe concentration-wise, good to stamp your authority on the match early on.
What's your impression of the way you have to start a Crucible final? You've been in your fair share, Steve.
Yeah, and you think, well, does it matter? You know, is it really that important? Is the early part compared to but every frame is like a pint of blood out there to try, especially to try and get it out of the likes of John Higgins. But I'm fascinated by who's going to win this. I haven't got a clue who's going to win it. We had a couple of drinks in the bar last night after play because it was good. Just before the final, and there were two experts standing in the bar with me, and both had opposing views on who was going to win. I won't name their names, but they were one was very strong, one player, one was very strong, the other. One of them needs to get the sack.
I'll say no more.
Off we go then. Frame 2. Good length of cue ball. Judd will be disappointed going back to his chair. This is your typical half ball red. He'll be playing short of the baulk line. Well, at least he's overcut it, so good cue ball. Has he got cover?
Yeah, and the problem is, Judd can't get through to that red, as you could clearly see. He can't really risk playing back to the baulk end, because chances are he'll leave the red to the right middle. So trying to roll in, trusting the table. Didn't let him down.
Yeah, I was out there a few hours before the start of the final. The table fitters were checking every roll on the table, and it is running as true as you want it to be, and it's absolutely perfect. This table, incidentally, Judd won't know this. Hazel mentioned the Masters. This table was used at the Masters and at this season's Tour Championship. What they do, the table fitters, they find a good one and they keep it.
Neither player will be happy to play this tip-tapping, but with that red adjacent to the right middle, this could go on for a fair while. It may be a possible pot to the right middle for Judd, but it's risky and early in the match. You don't want to be gifting your opponent chances. John Higgins did have a look if he left the cue ball in the jaws of the far right corner. That cut to the middle might not be on, but it's in danger of becoming a stalemate.
Pitching ball.
Yeah, there's no hiding place at all in bulk. Even up at that green pocket. Any loose cue ball liable to chance to cut that red in.
Yeah, I thought John there may give Judd a shot at that red near the middle pocket. Won't be guaranteed to play a good safety off it. But he didn't. He's quite happy to keep it tight early on.
Yeah, I know what you mean, John, just to get the frame back to the kind of normality, if you like, but doesn't want to give anything. Just watching John approach the table there was no eyes towards Judd. Looking for re-racks, so continue. And the reason, of course, he didn't look Judd in the eye, he's got the upper hand just a bit here. I wonder if the red to the extreme left, I wonder if Judd might take that on to the yellow pocket. It's a possible. And play it as a shot to nothing. He's not looked at it yet. Back to the black cushion then.
This red's running loose, but stopped by the blue. Now I just wonder if John can get through to this red on the right-hand side of the table. Obviously he can't. I'm sure if he could, he'd play it. There's a little spot of bother here. The red immediately above the black. He can't hit it full in the face. And he's working if he just hits it. Sort of three-quarter ball. Will he leave a shot to the middle? So he's played it with an extra bit of pace to push the cue ball into the cluster. Possible double, maybe? Just get the feeling out, and the both players are quite happy to do this, just to settle the nerves, if you like.
Yeah, it's like stress relief almost, isn't it? Yeah, I agree. I think later on in the match there would be more effort to try and resolve the situation, but so early. So early in the match, you're just loath to give anything away. I don't think so. He's just looking to get back to the cushion. What a bonus that is.
I think he's on the red to the right middle. Yeah, it was a type of shot John played. Okay, there's a thought of the pot, but he thought as long as they get it in the jaws of the pocket, he'll be reasonably safe. As you say, going in was a bonus.
9.
But he played it, so he gets all the credit from me. shot of the championship. What a shot.
Over.
And now it's important that he capitalises on this.
And that shot was lovely. Played to perfection.
14.
And now we can think about building a decent contribution.
$15. $20. $21.
Just got into that a little bit too much. Will he be tempted to play the cannon into the pink? Open the reds? Could play the green and maybe play for the red in the open. But he may consider he won't get a much better chance than this. Needs to hit this pink full in the face. Well, so unlucky, is he? He couldn't have hit that better.
26.
Smack on the pink. And just that red followed the cue ball, and that's what's left it close to the cushion. But for that, he'd have had something easy. He's got a red to the right corner. With pressure, you could do without. So not playing it.
Yeah, the black doesn't go, does it, to the opposite corner? No. You miss this, normally you'd miss it thick. He's missed it thick.
John Higgins, 26.
Well, you've got to consider himself unlucky. He opened the reds absolutely perfect, and a red appeared from nowhere. And as Alan said, the thing is with that, you're playing it into a blind pocket, and invariably, if you miss it, you just catch it a little bit thick.
One of these shots, I mean, the pot's difficult. The harder he hits this, the more difficult it is to get the cue ball up towards blue. He played at medium pace, but it's difficult to get it. Oh, he's eyeing the pink. Does it go? It's tight.
Not for me. If you were straight behind it, you'd probably pinch a bit of the pocket, but not from there. He's going to have to play the straight blue. Test the cueing here. Yeah, you wouldn't play the pink.
Oh, sweet. The cue left on delivery. That was perfect. No hint of nerve there. No hint of any thought of missing it. Nice and firm through the impact. And look at the chance now. We spoke about winning frames in bunches. That's what it's all about in these long matches, semis and final. He managed that a couple of times against Gary Wilson, winning 3-4 in a row. That's going to be the key to this final for Judd Trump, which we know he's capable of.
Nice angle on the blue, as you can see. And a couple of reds just above the black available to the right corner. Not certainly played for the red to the middle. I see no reason why he would. So it's back up for the blue.
30.
Misjudged it, comes straight. It's not too much of a hardship with that red being in the other half of the table. Well, just slight angle. Probably play the red to the middle this time.
18.
He's trying to get on one that he can play position on the black, but he just can't find that positional shot. Shouldn't have any problem getting the right angle on the blue this time.
19.
That's where he's been trying to get to. This time, it's a bullseye.
24. 25.
And just watch him go now that he's in perfect position, picking up the pace.
32. 33.
On this red, didn't want to
Oh.
risk hitting it too hard. So a little bit of work to do with the cue ball. Oh, but he had
41.
a nice angle to go up for the blue, and as I said earlier, being the wrong side of the blue with that red in the other half of the table. Not as important as it normally is. So now, 20 points to the lead. These three reds in the open with colours would put him to snooker's required.
$47.
Yeah, clever dragging the cue ball a bit closer to the side cushion. Meant
52.
he was guaranteed decent on the red. And the other thing worth mentioning here
53.
is how comfortable Judd looks in the surroundings. And taking his time, picking up the pace when he's in close, but when it's required, he takes his time, like now. As John said, frame ball coming up.
Yeah, just a little tap on the table. He knew when he potted that red, he left himself too straight on the pink. Because once the pink's spotted, you can't just stun the pink in and play for the red to the opposite corner, because the pink will block that. Eyeing up the blue. The blue will offer him better position. The blue's missable. The pink isn't. But can he get position off the pink? Coming up to 50 seconds thinking time. That's a long time for Judd. So he's decided to leave himself low on this red. Still needs a red and a colour. Just waiting. But I'm sure he'll be
59.
on it.
$60.
Watch the work on this cue ball. Arcing back towards the red. Can't quite get enough of it. So there'll be a little battle ahead. John
63.
Higgins, as we know, is an expert in this type of position. That's why Judd's considering what shot to play.
Judd Trump, 63.
Well, a little bit careless. To leave John a chance at this red. One snooker. It's not beyond the realms of possibility. 37 there, you see. Behind, 35 remaining. Needs to miss the green for it to be good.
Thank you.
Not quite. But Judd will be careful. Doesn't want to leave this red on. The reason I say that, if John Higgins gets an opportunity to pot this red, you'd think he'd want a pink or above. Pink leaves him at 1 4-point snooker and he could still win. If he plays for the blue, 1 4-point snooker to tie.
One.
Well, he thought the red was admissible if he plays for the blue. But now, 31 points behind, 27 remaining, 1 4-point snooker
6.
to force a respot.
Yeah, but he'll be desperately disappointed with that shot. He wanted off straight yellow to get in behind the green. He can't do that now. Trying to force it as much as he can. Yeah.
8.
Wanted the other side of it. Still a chance, but these are tough to nestle in behind.
Yes, and to make it a telling snooker, he needs to be tight in behind the brown. Got to judge this to perfection. Where's the green ball going?
John Higgins, 8.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. There is a 1 cushion escape, but there's plenty of room round that green.
Yeah, it's one of those shots here. I would quite like to get the rest out and play it up and down off the baulk cushion with a touch of check and give yourself 2 chances of hitting it. But then you can leave the green, so that's why he's going the conventional route. This is about even money, I'd say, to hit this. Well, he didn't play it that way, and he's missed it, and he's left it.
Foul. John Higgins, 4.
And John Higgins, with these 5 colours, can force a respot.
Yep.
Yeah, it slid off the first cushions I mentioned. There have been new cushions put on overnight, so they won't be quite as square as they have been. That was evidence of it.
So this could be the key. Get good position on the brown. It's all about line. Needs to miss the blue.
3. Thank you. Thanks.
So Judd will be thinking there's a chance that John Higgins won't take these 4 remaining colours now. Of course, the brown is possible, but position on the blue is difficult. Looks like he's playing the safety. Got a good length with this brown.
John Higgins, 3.
And he's got the snooker. Or is there just an edge sticking out? Not much of it. None. No edge. The problem is, if Judd tries to hit this gentle, he could knock the brown on. If he hits it hard and misses it, he could leave a free ball. So he's playing the gentle shot. Will it reach? Will it reach?
Foul. John Higgins, 4.
Well, I didn't know until Leo Scullion said foul. I see no reason why John won't have it replaced. Oh, of course, when you can tie, there's no miss going to be called, is there? Sorry, my mistake.
Thank you.
No good. No good. He's left the pot on the brown.
Oh, and what a relief that will be to Judd Trump. Great shot in the brown then. Back to 1 snooker required.
Judd Trump, 4.
But as I said before, the one guy you don't want chasing you in this type of situation is John, so cleverly pushing the blue into balk. This is where John's he's very good in this situation. It's just thin the blue, try and buy himself another shot, a better one than this. Too thin. Ordinarily you'd think just dab the blue over the pocket, but of course the middle pocket is in play. And that's why he played that shot. Clever. That's a good shot actually.
Needs this blue to run safe. It has. If you can't get the snooker, at least get the object ball safe. Then you'll get another chance. You might think that's dangerous, sending this blue ball towards the pink and black, but if you keep distance between cue ball and object ball, it makes it difficult for your opponent to lay a snooker. Once again, chance of a thin cut on the blue, but he won't be playing it, you wouldn't have thought. Too risky. He'd lose control of the cue ball. Sort of tentative attempt at it. There you see it, 1 5-point snooker. And John Higgins can win. This looks like a decent line. What about the length? And the length's pretty good. The length's pretty good. He's got the snooker. I don't see an easy 1 cushion escape, so maybe the swerve is the better option. If he comes off the baulk cushion with the trace aside, it's missable.
Yeah, difficult to judge these. Ah, good hit.
Right in the heart of the blue. Little tap on the table there from John Higgins. I thought the swerve was the safer option, but anyway. Good shot.
Yeah, he's worried about the double kiss with the blue going up and down, so he's going to send it round the corner.
He'll be having a go at cutting this in, because even if you missed it on the way up, you'd hit it off the baulk cushion and no in off on here. Where's this cue ball going to finish? Well, don't know if John can, well, avoid any double kisses. The only way he can try and put distance is come off the baulk cushion first, but is he, well, he's playing cushion first to come off the blue. No guarantee of getting it safe. But he has done. This blue's very close. It's very close. And it's a snooker as well. Got to pot it.
Yeah, the nod from John.
Judd Trump,
Two snookers, too
frame
many.
conceded, frame,
So
Judd
John
Trump.
Trump continues his good start and he leads the final 2-0.
So the younger man takes a 2-0 lead, but when we look at John Higgins' history here, it is incredible. This is his third final in a row and his 8th in total. Only Stephen Hendry's appeared in more, his total 9, with a pretty decent return, you have to say, 7 titles. John sharing that second place in terms of appearances with a certain Steve Davis. And at 43, John attempting to win the title for the 5th time. If he does it, he'll create the longest span of success here, 21 years after he won his first world title. So much riding on this final for John Higgins. But he did have a chance in that last frame, guys, didn't he?
Yeah, he's actually really unlucky here. But he gets in, he puts it obviously a screaming red in the corner, but he ends up on the blue here as the break progresses. Plays an absolutely perfect shot, couldn't hit the pink any better, but that red's come off and kisses the cue ball onto the side cushion. And it put him in the one spot, really, that was no good. And then later on, Steve, in the frame, this is a strange choice, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it was interesting now, as John Virgo said in commentary, he needed to pot a red and then pink or black to only need one snooker. But as it was, he potted the red, got on the blue, which meant that he needed one 4-point snooker to tie. So that was quite an unusual choice of going about it, because sometimes you don't actually get 2 lots of penalty points from your opponent. The best you can hope for is 1. As it turned out, he did get the points, but then stuck up the colour. But it does just show you how hard John Higgins makes you work for every frame. So Judd Trump's tactics at the end of a frame have got to be spot on. Back we go.
Yes, back we go. Frame 3. I agree with JP and Steve. Yeah, he was unlucky, wasn't he, going into the pack. Those type of things should hopefully even themselves out as the final goes on.
Nice safety there from Judd. Now this will give us an idea of what John Higgins' plan will be. He only hit the main bunch of reds. Will he play the thick contact or the thin one? Well, he could just get through to the red by the black, but that tells you he doesn't really want to open the reds up if he can avoid it early on in the frame. Eight years ago it was, wasn't it, when they met in the final, 2011. John Higgins' experience just got the better of this young man then, but he's a lot more measured player now, is Judd Trump. Safety players, come on, leaps and bounds. Red going to the corner. I think John Higgins was worried, but the green has come to his rescue. just looking at those type of shots, a lot of respect for each other out there.
Yeah. This does look like a re-rack could be in the offing. John looks at Judd and he has a nod, yes. It's a common thing these days, isn't it? The re-rack, it happens a lot. There's the trophy. The silver lady awaiting the winner. A little beautiful silver lady on the top of the trophy. 1927 this championship started. Hazel was mentioning about the record span, if John was to win, of 21 years. That would beat the great Joe Davis's record, actually, of 19 years of a span between his first and last.
Yeah, I remember once talking to Fred Davis, and he said, I said, what would Joe have made of the Crucible 2 tables? He said he'd refused to have played.
Yeah, the first championship, actually, 1927, was played in Birmingham.
John Higgins to break.
Camkins Hall. So, take 2, frame 3, off we go.
Well, it's 2 reds for the price of 1 there. Yeah, the first one too thin. That's why he caught the second one, and he's left a red on. There's a path for John to this red, to the left corner. He's got a little bit of work to do with the cue ball. It's one of these, you don't want to hit it too thin if you miss it. And this time the flick on the blue helped nicely. Now there's 1 red that looks to be available just above the black, but perfect angle on the green to go into them, should he so wish.
Oh, what a bonus. Into the cue ball properly. Take that, you see it. Sometimes you just make sure the pot, concentrate on getting deep enough on it. Good result though.
5.
One or 2 reds that are available. Certainly a red into the same pocket as the black, and just going round to see if there's one available into the right corner. He's not got an angle on the black where he can play a cannon, so needs precise position here.
Black ball.
And obviously there is a red that goes. I think it's 3rd in from the right. 3 reds in the line, the right-hand side one. There it is. I think he may just be able to play the run through. He did, played it nicely. Doesn't want to be particularly straight on the black, or as you can see, there's a red on the left side of the cluster that will be available, and may even be available to the right middle, which might be the easier way to get on it. Decided, rather than playing the right middle, he'd play it with pace. Now, I don't think he can get position on the black, so what he's going to have to do, play a deep screw off the main bunch, back up for blue. It will be bringing reds into play. He's looking to see if he can drop it in, cannon 1 red and stay on the black, but this might be a good opportunity to play the deep screw, but he's not doing.
Yeah, the red he's pushing, he's trying to push it below the black. See that? Brilliant shot.
21.
So now he's got to go into the cluster, not the angle on the black to play for the red just below it. Needs this cannon to work out. Has he, oh, he's got one to the middle. Is it still on? Just about. He's having a close look, but from
28.
where I'm sitting, he looks like he's on it.
Yeah, coming back, the glancing blow off the other red helps this shot. See?
29.
It just helps you control the cue ball. It gives you a little buffer rather than a direct screw shot. So, prime position then.
I know it's early days in this match, but this is a very important visit, I feel, for John Higgins.
36.
As he looks to get another 43 points from this visit, which is 6 reds
37.
needed. There's one of them. Black to follow. Red's in the open. Just needs to keep tight control of the cue ball. But in these situations, you need to show to your opponent, you make one mistake, I'm going to win a frame in one visit. This
44.
is his chance. Make Judd think.
$45. $52.
Little shake of the head there from John. It's just a little awkward. And the reason these shots are awkward, it's where you put the rest head. I remember Steve Davis used to have a little implement that he used to put on the top of the rest to make it cueable. He's going to try and reach this without the rest, but he'll be at full stretch. If that cue ball had just bounced off a fraction, it'd have been so much easier. See with the trying to get it in between the it's so difficult.
Yep.
He thinks the way to play it is using the spider. Even more difficult now.
Yeah, using the spider side on like that it isn't really doable these days because there's a little bevel on the side of it. It's not a V.
I think he's going to have to try and stretch here.
Here's Mark Williams when you need him.
He said, where's Mark Williams when you need him?
I think he can get this with the rest. The problem is he's going to have to put the rest head a bit closer to the cue ball.
Yeah.
Which obviously leverage then is more difficult. I think he should be all right here. It's not easy though.
And in the end, just make sure that the red put the kiss on the pink. It's worked out nicely.
Yeah, that little jocular comment that he made, it might just relax him a tad. Obviously helps the fact he played a good shot. Now, natural then, up for the red. Yeah, good shot. So, 60 in front. 2 reds, 2 colours.
60. $61.
This red will put him 67 points in front.
66.
With 67 remaining. So just the red and the colour needed to leave Judd Trump needing a couple of snookers.
67.
Needs the black only, but looking to get on the red. He doesn't want to have a battle with Judd Trump trying to get a couple of snookers. And he's on the red, the insurance red.
74.
There's Pierce on the left, Oliver in the middle, and little Claudia. John's children up on the balcony watching their dad.
75.
And he's got his first frame on the board.
I think the smile say it all. But it was important, and it was an important visit, as I said at the time. And just that little problem
82.
when he had that awkward position with the rest, Ed. But once he'd overcome that little hurdle, he's cued these very well.
83.
All in the heart of the pocket. Good performance.
Don't forget a chance.
$90.
Yeah, he was the first green of the break. John was fortunate, wasn't he? Didn't get deep enough, caught the pink, landed on a red. Thing about that is John, and this is to his credit, by the way, he doesn't feel guilty about it. He gets on with it. This has been superb. Come on, then. Oh, very good.
Okay.
Well controlled.
So are we going to see the first century of the final here? John has already had 8. The record was 86. That was beaten a couple
98.
of days ago. On to century number 89. This would be the 90th.
99.
And it's there for all money now. Wonderful. As we say, a little bit of luck. Ready for turn up! Turn up, we love that!
104. 105.
And queuing really well. Good signs for the rest of the match, and particularly today's play. As I say, the way it will be done, there's 4 sessions. First session, 8 frames, 9 frames tonight.
112.
Tomorrow afternoon, 8 frames, and then a possible 10 to play to the finish. But nothing
114.
makes you feel better than a nice century and striking the ball nicely. Had a couple of
170.
half chances, particularly in the second frame, where he was a bit unlucky. He potted the blue and cannoned the pink and finished near the side cushion. So
121.
that little bit of good fortune when he played the cannon off the green in this frame evens itself out, particularly over these longer matches.
126.
And this has been delightful. Just what the doctor ordered.
$132.
What a wonderful break from John Higgins. First decent chance he had. Okay, a bit of luck at the beginning, but he took them with aplomb and has laid down the marker for Judd Trump. You leave me half a chance, and I can win frames in one visit. 2-1, Judd Trump.
Well, John made a 1-3-9 to force that decider against Dave Gilbert yesterday, and there's another one. His first of the final and his 9th of the championship so far. 2 more than his young opponent thus far. And as John was saying, yep, we have reached the 90 milestone. Look at that. So we are cruising past the previous record here. John, well, when he lost last year to Mark Williams, he made 10 centuries en route. Mark Williams made 12, and of course he's already registered 14 when he won his first title here, so he's well used to doing this. But what a fantastic way to get your campaign in this final underway.
Yeah, and it's set up nicely now. Both players looking great stroke. And you don't always get that even in the final, just because they've got all this way. One player can dominate and the other guy can get on the back foot, but nicely poised now.
Yeah, it wasn't easy, was it? He was having a few troubles with the rest.
Yeah, had problems. That was the hardest. I mean, as soon as it glues on the side cushion, you know he's going to have a problem with it. That little implement you used to have on the rest, I don't know why more players didn't have it, because it's brilliant for that particular shot that you can play with, but he managed to negotiate with the flick off the pink. But that was a lovely break. The cue ball was so tight in there, and fabulous control.
What are we looking for in this opening session? You know, you guys have been there. What do you want to achieve in the opening session? Is it to settle down? Is it to make your mark? How do you play things?
I think sort of, you know, to get a reasonable amount of frames on the board so you feel like you're competing. Yeah, but the possibility is this match is going to be won by, you know, the person who steals frames from each other. You know, the one that gets the most.
OK, last one before the interval, the first of 4 intervals.
Yes, Judd breaks off, and it's a good one. I think he's snookered John in all reds. Now, I think he can maybe just get past the top side of the brown to rest in the right side of the pack. That's what he's looking at. Gonna have to put quite a bit of right-hand side on it.
Yeah, I always think they're slightly dangerous, these shots. There's loose reds on either side of the cluster. 1 loose red at the bottom of the cluster.
Yeah, this is dangerous. The 2 cushions looking for the gap. Too thick.
Maybe okay. Just okay.
Yes, having hit the wrong red there. I think trying to find a little gap. Bit of good fortune. Judd had a little bit the first couple of frames, so as I say, these things do even out.
Well, that's 2 pots from either player into the far corner pockets that have been top draw. Just shows you just fractions of an inch. I mean, we both thought that John had got away with it somewhat.
8.
But Judd spotted that red and thought, well, I can play this with an element of no risk. Perfect split. But is the red
14.
to continue available to be able to pot and get position on the next colour? At first glance, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Playing it dead weight. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. You had to play it like that. The black is not available into the left corner. But it will be now he's played for it.
$22. $23.
What a chance this is. Self-made.
Yeah, this is part of the problem. When you play Judd trump, John played the escape. He would have gone back to his chair thinking, oh, I'm not bad here. 3 minutes later,
31.
Judd's on 30 odd, and the reds are like a cherry tree and looking like scoring heavily.
A little bit careless to run into those reds.
38.
Just fancy missing a pot, maybe position if he can't have a direct line to the black.
39.
Well, just the kiss off the second red, but still a bit tricky, this. Right in the heart of the pocket, but tricky enough that he didn't do much with the cue ball, just made certain of the black.
46.
And if he's straight on either of these reds to the left or right centre, it's not ideal.
$47.
Don't know if the pink's available. But it just showed you that one loose positional shot where he got hampered. He got on the black and now he's wrong side of the blue. Just as a snowball in effect. Don't get me wrong, I don't expect Judd to miss this straight red to the left corner.
52.
But it'd have been unmissable if it had been closer to it.
Yeah, silky.
53.
What was good about that shot, he didn't overplay it. He didn't thunder it in. He just stroked it. That was superb.
Match time, just gone over the hour mark. The snooker aficionados, we can note for a much better start than
60.
this. Had a beautiful break of 139 from John Higgins. It's quality. They both look in good stroke.
61.
Yeah, there you go, both at 94. Top stuff. Long pot, not much to choose. Safety, virtually identical.
Yeah, I think with all those stats, apart from the long pot success, I'm happy with 66%. Just the red and the cover needed in the blink of an eye, and as Alan said, when John Higgins went back to his seat, he must have thought, well,
67.
that's safe enough. And then, as you say, next thing you know, Judd knocks in a tremendous long red, opens the cluster, and there's never been any danger since.
Yeah, it can take the game away from you in a heartbeat. Frame ball.
$74. $75.
Yeah, there you go. 3 blues, 8 blacks off the 11 reds he spotted.
83.
Going for those 3 blues have spoiled the chance of him bettering John Higgins' high break of the tournament, 143. The most he can get here is 141, which he's already had in the tournament. It was the highest break.
90.
So it was beaten by John. A little bit of side, bring it out.
91.
Play to perfection.
$98. $99.
Well, it's punch for punch here. This is unbelievable stuff. Superb. 139 from John Higgins. Turn up! Turn up!
104. $105.
Yeah, what a shame. Total clearance. But a fabulous century from Judd Trump re-establishes superiority so far, and Judd leads 3-1 at the interval.
Take that. We've got a final on, guys.
How'd you like your snooker, Hazel? That was absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? Yeah. Wonderful from John Higgins, and then a great response. I mean, he must have just played, when he played in the side of the pack, he must have been thinking, happy days, that's nice and safe. And then all of a sudden, a few minutes later, you're going off for a cup of tea. It's 3-1.
Might have been better for him as well, huh?
Yeah, you're asking at the top of the show about, you know, the difference now in Judd compared to 8 years ago. And I think he's a more clinical break builder now. His control's better. He doesn't have to pull out so many big shots. He can, he's got those in the locker. But his pace around the table, the way he studies the game, his temperament seems to be far better all round. But amongst the balls, at the moment, and it can always change, he doesn't look like missing once he's amongst them.
You know, it's really interesting when you look at the stats. That's only John Higgins' 29th century of the season and 77 for Judd Trump. I mean, there's a massive gap in their scoring and, in fact, their form this season. So I guess all the more incredible that John is in a third final in a row after the season he's had.
Yes, but I also seem to think that John Higgins, when he gets the distance of ground, as we talked about before, that's when he comes into his own. I think a lot of the best of sevens and best of nines is not really what John's all about, which is a lot of what the tour events are now. He can't really get his teeth into the match. He turns up at the Crucible and it just suits him so much better.
The class of '92, the likes of Ronnie O'Sullivan, Mark Williams and John Higgins have had their little moments when they've gone off the boil, but they've then, when they've decided to reassert themselves or apply themselves more, they've come back to form. So Mark Williams last year, you know, did something about it, you know, changed coaches and got himself right. Ronnie O'Sullivan is always searching for things a little bit outside of the game to make him fresher, you know, perhaps not playing in so many tournaments, but still working hard on the table. John Higgins decides that he's not practicing hard enough because he's lost a bit of love. OK, what does he do? He goes and chats to a few other good pros up there and says, let's try and get ourselves going. Let's create a place to sort of like spar with each other and get ourselves a bit more motivated again. And that looks to be the difference, even though he's had a poor season. Yeah, absolutely. It's only the last month, as you say, he's been practicing with Stephen Maguire, Anthony McGill. They've got themselves a new practice facility and bingo.
You've got to get out the house. I mean, I'm fortunate enough to have one over my garage in the house. You've got to get out. You've got to make it a job. You've got to go somewhere else different. No phones ringing, no dishwasher going off, anything, whatever it is. You've got to go and get your head down. OK, I'll take your word for that. All right. The 1997 champion, Ken Doherty, always has an eagle eye. What have you spied for us so far, Ken?
Well, two of the greatest players in the game at this particular shot. I mean, we saw the break building, and part of the break building is playing this shot very, very well. And John Higgins and Judd Trump both play it excellently. We'll just watch John Higgins playing the blue. We always talk about the importance of hitting the apex ball, which, of course, is the pink. Now, he's a little bit unlucky with the split and the double kiss, but this is a big feature in the game. And, of course, Stephen Hendry, back in the 90s, sort of made this shot his own. I don't like giving him too much credit, but I have to give him credit for that one. Anyway, I'm going to show what happens when you don't hit the pink and what you don't hit the apex ball. So if you hit the side of the reds, just watch what happens to the cue ball. You lose the cue ball completely, like this. And Yes, you're supposed to hit the side of the pack, but as usual, my demonstrations don't work, and that's what happens.
Nice one, Kerry, nice one. All right, it's a very proud day for our finalists. Get back to the action, and it's certainly been dramatic already. We've had 2 centuries, a 139 from Higgins, a 105 from Trump, and it's the younger man as Leo makes his way back out onto the floor. We have another 4 frames this afternoon. We're composing ourselves here, as indeed are our main protagonists out there. Back to Alan and John we go.
Yes, first mid-session into over. I'm certain both players will be pleased with the way they've started this match, particularly
Thank you, frame
Judd Trump.
5. John Higgins to break. There's music somewhere.
Yeah, just a bit of music coming through on the PA. We'll wait for that to stop
Go
before
off.
John breaks off.
Thank you.
Four more frames to be played. It's all about trying to win the session, but if you can't win it, Alan, try not to lose it.
That was wide of the mark, and he's left the red for John. Not a sitter, but half chance. Yeah, don't lose the session, John. I agree with you. John Higgins, actually, the first 2 sessions in his semi-final, he really struggled, but his match play now's got him out. 5-3, 5-3, lost both of them, but it could have been a whole lot worse. You've got to hang in when the going is tough. There's always a certain flavour of these finals, isn't there? And sometimes it's very tense, but it doesn't feel that way. It feels like both men are actually enjoying it so far.
Cue ball needs to run. It needs to run.
Thank you.
Doesn't look as though the green passes a blue.
Thanks.
Well, there you go. Unless he can sneak to the yellow, he's on nothing.
One.
I think he played for the blue. Wanted the blue on its spot.
Green ball. John Higgins 1.
Shouldn't be a problem, this. The only thing you've always got to be wary of, you don't misjudge it and slide past the bottom of the reds. If you do that, you could leave the red to the left of the black, but no mistake from Judd. No advantage. Easy return to the ball end for John. Just had a sly look at that yellow, see if he can tuck the cue ball in behind it. Maybe thought it was a bit too close to the cushion for that. Maybe thought about the blue, but no snooker, and Judd having a look at this. You could have a tentative go at this possible plant. You know the cue ball's going to go back to the ball end, and it is makeable.
Can he find the gap between green and brown? Yes, he can. Great safety.
Lovely touch there from Judd. No touching ball declared by Leo Scullion. We'll have to use the spider if he's trying to clip off the reds to get back to the ball again. Might sound silly this, but you've got to be careful here. Don't want to make this red too thick and wobble in the jaws of the corner pocket. Too experienced to fall for that one, surely.
Thank you, Judd. Oh, yeah.
Decent shot. The fact he's not tight to the ball cushion gives John a little bit more room for manoeuvre. Obviously got to avoid the black at all costs. Pretty good line. And if the brown covers the red on the left-hand side of the table, that's a good safety. Can he just get to the edge of it? That's all he needs to do. Yes. Just shows you those fractions, doesn't it? If he was covered on that red, he'd have been in trouble, but now he's played a safety shot. Better than the one that John Higgins played. I have a feeling Johnny's snookered on all reds. A bit of misjudgment. More with the pace that he played the hit. Surely this one red will go. Not an easy one, but certainly one that will cut.
One.
Good pot and controlled the cue ball beautifully. It's hard to see the black bit. Sorry, Alan, it's hard to see the black spot being available, but going on the blue wouldn't be the worst thing.
Yeah, sorry, John. I was just thinking, I wonder if he might try to on and off the cushion and shift that red on the black spot. He did try it. It's gone wrong. The calculated risk that the payoff would have been big. He's got into the cue ball too much.
Yeah, for me, though, that was just showing a little sign of impatience there. There was a red up near the blue spot where he knew the black was going to go. A couple of open reds, trying to play the perfect shot to get the black into play. Fortunate to have a touching ball.
Judd Trump, 8.
And he's not made the most of it. Possible pot here for John. He's just having a look for the gap to get the cue ball back to the balk end. Now that gap is obviously on. You've got to get close to the pot. If you're wide of the mark, you could kiss into other reds. Good pots. Kissed into other reds as it worked to his advantage. It's not bad. He's looking at the black. Maybe the green's the better option. So you see, he potted the red, didn't find the gap he was looking for. But of course, once the red goes in, doesn't matter. He's looked at the green. The brown's one of those tricky ones. You know you're going to be carrying into reds. He trusts to a little bit of luck at the path of the cue ball. But he prefers it to the green. His choice. Pot the green, there's nothing interfering with the run of the cue ball, but he feels the black is the easier pot. Just needs to have a little bit of luck when he's playing this cannon. Well, that was amazing. To play it at that speed and still have that much spin, that right-hand side on, was remarkable. I thought it was perfect.
Yeah, just thinking the same thing, John. You think the cue ball's running out of gas by this point, and zip, it spins across the other red. Can he recover the situation? These are tough. It's sort of in between a stun and a screw, this. Just missed the left side of the yellow. Ah, he played it sort of a plain ball with drag. He played it beautifully.
Yeah, wonderful shot. You can always be put off, as Alan said. You feel I've got to avoid the kiss on the yellow. But he put all the concentration. Don't know whether he's tempted to play a cannon on the pink. To do that, at least you bring the pink into play. That's okay. Well, yes, I'm thinking exactly the same as John.
16.
Forgot the black will go on the pink spot.
Yeah, it shouldn't make any material difference. Just the pink now will go into the blue spot.
And this, of course, will clear the black spot.
Yeah, it's just a harder shot to play this to finish nice on the pink. He's just the wrong side of straight, so he needs something to left corner.
Ball.
Now we know the pink goes on the highest available, which is the black spot. We know it goes into the right corner. Can he hold for it? Delicate touch required here.
Yeah, the bottom one of the two with a deep drag.
24.
Something else just worth noting, I mentioned that the cushions have been recovered overnight. They look to have settled in beautifully.
30.
See that shot that John played off the red for the pink, it was a nice little soft bounce. When that starts happening, you're going to see a scoring fest.
31.
Because skilled as these guys are, they start putting the cue ball exactly where they need it. Seen already today the scoring's on the highest standard. It's going to continue. No issue here. A little sortie up top.
37.
The baulk colours. Playing for a half ball green.
$38. Yeah.
When the cushions settle, this is quite a nice shot to play as well. Just on and off the cushion, quite firm with just a tracer right. Yeah, he's found his line perfectly.
41. $42.
It's pink. We'll put him 41 points in the lead. So these two reds, just checking the scoreboard. These two reds with two pinks. Just not quite enough. He's going to need one of those four reds that are clustered just below the black to get to Snooker's required.
48.
I think with that picture
49.
there, the bottom one of the four might go to this right corner. See it there? And John, just a glance at it, he seems quite content with it, so I'll assume
55.
that'll pass. This shot will tell us, just drop this in.
56.
Yeah, the red passes. He just lost the cue ball just a hair there. He should be all right here, but he's got to control this.
No, he doesn't like it, does he? The problem is, he's got the perfect angle to play the cannon, but that could go wrong. He wants to play for that one red that would go. Had to play the cannon, played it absolutely inch perfect. Inch perfect, that's exactly what he played. And now, 56 points to lead, 51 remaining. And he'll be pleased to see that scoreline because close to the cushion. Doesn't need a red after this pink, but he'll be making certain of it. That's the insurance he needs. 62 ahead, 51 remaining. That equates to 3 snookers required.
And Higgins, 69.
And a note from Judd Trump, that's enough. So John Higgins once again proving when he gets a good chance, he's got his scoring boots on. Still one behind. 3-2.
Oh, we have ourselves a proper match, and there's a real rhythm, there's a freshness about John Higgins this morning, and I think, well, this afternoon. Guess who's tired? That I guess many people didn't expect there to be after that punishment against Dave Gilbert yesterday.
No, I mean, he had the evening off, and I think he went to the cinema.
Yeah, and he didn't fall asleep apparently in the lecture house as well, so that was an effort.
Yeah, but in terms of the way he's going about things, fine, yes, but shot selection, Judd Trump, was that to be picked upon in this one, guys?
I mean, look at the nth degree here. There's actually a lot of reds that go here, and he's playing to try and move a red off the black. Going to pop the black, move it, try and move the red off the spot. And when he plays it, he hits the back red there and ends up basically on nothing. He could have played in, coming between the gap. The black was going up on the blue spot. He could have got the break developed sort of then. John Higgins did that exactly. He took the black, went up on the blue, and ended up making the break off it.
Yeah, the decisions you make positionally can destroy you sometimes. The decisions that are... if they go right, wonderful, but you've got to sometimes look at the consequences of how much chance they've got of going right. And it wasn't that high a tariff to knock the red off the spot and then develop the black more so, but there were other ways of going about it. There's no defining one way or the other sometimes, but I think in that situation, I think he probably could have just fiddled around a bit more to score a few more points before committing.
It's so high quality so far, isn't it? We've had 2 tons, and every other frame has had at least a half century.
Yeah, the standard so far has been out of this world. Now, John missed this red 2 frames ago, didn't he? Missed it thin. Quietly fancy him to knock this one in. They do have long memories, these players. There you go.
1.
You see, you stay in the memory bank. This is the one I had earlier. Got it thin. Let's just make the adjustment right in the heart of the pocket.
He got into that. Is he going to slow up? Just.
3.
And so far, Alan, you've got to say, he's cueing beautifully.
Yeah, both are. Beware, you let each other in, you're going to sit down for a while. Said before that there's a long pot success there. I mean, that's exceptional for both men. Said before, these finals have some certain flavour sometimes to them. It's almost like they've battled to get here. The shackles are off and let's put on a show.
9.
Boy, are they.
Ten.
Just overdone it. It's the thin blue. It's got a straightish blue to the corner. Just have a look to see whether he can get on a red and maybe pot that red and remove the red that's just to the right of the black. He played for it into the middle, but maybe a bit too thin. But has he got the angle to play it in the corner and run through for that red immediately above the black? So it's back to the thin cut, cannon into the pink. Oh, it's absolutely perfect.
The standard of this shot so far has been immense. They've both played it. They've been unlucky a couple of times. Once again, what a perler.
$16.
One man who will be at home watching this is George Montgomery
21.
from Malta, who has been here for the last 25 years, great friend of John Higgins, his father. And unfortunately, he's not well enough to be here this year, but I know he'll be watching it on the television, rooting for John. Give you our best wishes, George.
$22.
Desperate to see if he can get on a red when he could pot it and just cannon that red away from the black. We won't be doing it off this shot. Just under hit it slightly, but there is a red in the middle of that
27.
cluster that will go. There you see it. So back for the blue.
$28.
He was leaning, trying to force it over, but looks very straight from where we are. Maybe just a slight angle. Yeah, just the right side of the blue line, but can he pinch enough to get down towards the reds? He's played it. Now, if he finds this gap, this could be absolutely inch perfect to pot this red
33.
and move that red away from the black. He couldn't have put it better with his hand.
Yeah, the cannon on the red, he just wants to push the black just a couple of inches. Oh, he didn't get enough
34.
of it. Yeah, that was close. Good effort. That's such a tough shot, that.
Green ball.
Yeah, when we had a look at the replay there, if the red had been level with the black, it'd have been a lot easier.
John Higgins, 34.
Anyway, as I say, if you don't miss an easy ball, you get to play the next shot. But I'm disappointed he didn't get more. Well, might as well have a respray there. Scrape the paint off it. Well, it looks like he can get past the pink to play this red. Problem is, catch it thin, you could send it towards the right corner. Catch it thick, chance you could make contact with the pink, and the worst thing of all, bring the red away from the black. Gotta catch this just right. And he felt that that was the best way to play it. No risk of knocking it over the corner, and he'll be pleased with the outcome. That pink's become a useful blocker.
He's not got a tight cue ball here. John can get rid of these two reds. Can he just hold in behind the black? Somehow get the two reds central on the table. Yeah, he's got it.
Got to touch this very gently. Obviously feels that that leaves it safe enough, but I'm not certain about that. Does the red go to the left middle? Well, I think not. If it could, I think John would be down playing it by now.
Pushing a red safe, he's hoping. Not bad. Dangerous old business though, leaving this red for Judd. Will he be tempted to play it?
Well, he was tempted. And that kiss on the pink has left John Higgins with a comfortable starter, just overcut the red.
One.
And now came to the table with a 34-point lead. What a chance to clinch it.
Let's have a look at John's cue action here. I think when he's in touch, there's 3 feathers, and then he goes. Let's see.
8.
1, 2, just 2 there. But you'll see
9.
in most shots, especially when he's stunning. Let's see this one. I think something I always looked for with him. 1. Yeah, there's the 3rd there.
$16.
2 reds, 2 blacks. And he'll be all
17.
square.
Saying about that cue action, the feathers, how
24.
well drilled these guys are, all the top players. There it is again. There's a 3rd, little short one.
25.
Frame ball then, to restore parity.
$32. $33.
This is the strange thing about snooker. In the 4th frame, Judd made a wonderful break of 105. Since the interval, he's potted a red and a black in the last frame, and nothing in this one.
John Higgins 40.
And his
the
lead's
free.
gone. John Higgins is level at 3 frames all. Looking in great touch as he leaves the arena.
And at the start of this final, we were talking on the floor about the one big question that had to be answered, the freshness levels of John Higgins out there after a really gruelling passage to this final. I think he's answered them.
Yeah, he looks absolutely brilliant, doesn't he, out there? I mean, right from the start of the tournament, it's not been easy for John. He got Mark Davis in the first round, who he beat 10-7, who'd beaten 7 out of the last 8 times he played, which was unbelievable. So he had him. That was a bogey draw from the start. And, of course, he played Neil Robertson, which was just an absolutely classic match there. And the tactical play in that was just astonishing. To stop Neil Robertson playing the way he did in that, it was incredible. Of course, he's gone on, and the match yesterday, 17-16, was just an epic and one of the best matches we've ever seen. So to come back and start the final as well as this, he's done brilliantly well.
Yeah, and he came through that quarter of doom, which there were 5 world champions out of the 8 in that quarter, and he's emerged through here. It's been an extraordinary story.
Yeah, I don't think anybody really gave him too much of a hope, strangely enough, even though he'd been in the last 2 finals, such was his form coming into this event. But those 2 wins, quarter-final, semi-final, big confidence boosters in their different ways, you know. To beat a person that was favourite to beat you and seemed to be firing on all cylinders in Neil Robertson was great. And then to have that close finish probably helped him even more so, to know he still had it. And he dug very deep, so you know, mentally he's in a good shape. And once again, he's come back from 3-1 behind, so he's feeling pretty sharp, I think, out there.
You just can't get away from him, can you?
Yeah, looking good this morning so far. The boys saying John's passage to this final has been a tough one. We're right smack in the middle of the Himalayan climbing season, and John's already had to scale a few mountains to get here. In this final even, they negotiated a few foothills, so he's back level as we await Judd coming back to the arena. 2 more frames to play before they resume this evening at 7 o'clock.
talking about the Himalayas, I remember my wife Rosie once went on a trip, and she was talking to this lady, and she went, "Where are you going?" She said, "Oh, I'm going to the Himalayas." New one on me. I think you say it better. Interesting that Judd Trump left the arena just a little bit after John, and John's having to sit there now and wait. Nothing will ruffle him, of course. I think the most important thing, as you say, Alan, the shackles are off. I think over these long matches, best of 35, you know you're not going to get away with it with your B game. You've got to put yourself to the test and try and produce your best game.
Thank you. Frame 7. John Higgins to break.
Yeah, the best game is what we're getting from both fellas. This final already just bubbling along beautifully. He just hung off the pace there, John. He's overcooked the cue ball in his break-off. There it is again. He's left this red for Judd. Remember, he missed it thin last time round, didn't he? You've seen John adjust to Judd's break-off last frame to something that happened previously. Can Judd do the same? Went back against him. No. Oh, dear me. How close was that? He was on the move, I think he thought, and as we all did, that was going to drop. Look at this.
One.
Had to leave it low, of course. There's two ways of playing this. You can just nudge into the bottom of those three reds just to the right, the cluster hole for the red to the left of the black, or really go into them with pace. Went into them with pace, and it's worked out lovely. It couldn't have worked out much better, to be honest with you.
8.
As I say, it was a choice. You either play it gently or you play it firm. He's got one to the left corner. As we see that ball reacting to the cluster, so
9.
feels as though he could get low enough on it to be on the black. He was right.
Now, will he be tempted one more time to go into the pack? No, I think wisely. He's just going to build this. Is something distracted him? Reset. Part of the reason why he refused going into the pack there was a risk. The red in bulk helps. Remember he played the
16.
half ball green a few frames ago and just got the top side of the pink. That's a possible that you could use that red to leave a half ball green or brown. It's partly the reason why he didn't go into the reds just there. But
17.
that'll keep, possibly for later. Will he raid the cookie jar this time? Winding up, looks like it. That will do.
22.
Once again,
Yeah.
good opening. And he's got a red. He can't play for the black, but just stood nicely up for the blue. And as Alan suggested, if he just gets the wrong side of the blue, he's always got plan B with the red near the baulk cushion.
$23.
Just landed nicely on the blue.
30. $31.
No matter where you sit in the crucible, you get a great view of the action. Maybe just slightly a bit more angle on this black than he would like, but he could just play a little cannon on one of those 3 reds that are lined up. There's no way you'd think it'd go wrong. You'd be very unlucky if it did, and it's not.
38. $39.
Punch without reply, 187 at the minute. John does hold the record at the Crucible. Which was in the year 2000. It was 485 without reply.
Who was the poor player on the end of that drubbing?
Yeah, it was the Sheriff of Pottingham. It was Anthony Hamilton.
If you're watching Anthony, it's just stats. No offence.
52. $53. $60.
Red, black, red would see him over the line in this frame. And since the mid-session interval, it's just been a virtuoso performance here from John Higgins.
61.
And superb. Good cue ball control, good clean potting. Looks at one with himself. So this black to go 69 ahead with just 67 remaining.
John's wife Denise, young Claudia, his mum Josephine there, enjoying this. There they are.
74. $75.
Yeah, they always come every year at the business end. We've had disappointment over the last 2 years when John has had a run to the final. As he tries to bring this red away from the cushion, that's beautifully played. He just wants to pose every ball on the table at the moment.
$81.
Of course, if he was to win the title this year, he'd go level with Ronnie O'Sullivan. 5 titles. 1 behind Steve Davis and Ray Reardon. And 2 behind Stephen Hendry.
87.
But just to be mentioned in the same breath as those giants of the game. But he's a giant of the game. win or lose, but he's come out here playing absolutely magic snooker, it has to be said.
Yeah, it's a long way off tomorrow evening that if John was to win the title. The top 3 in the world rankings would be the class of '92 triumvirate, once again for the first time since 2002. They would be the top 3 at the end of season as we see the pot success. John up to 97, then goes another century.
Turn up! Your arms will be aching the way they're playing.
102. Sorry, 101.
'92 centuries. Oh, the green
John Higgins,
doesn't drop,
101
but that won't matter. For the first time in the final, John Higgins is in front. Classy stuff, and he's 4-3 to the Scot.
Yep, 3 in a row for John Higgins now in his 2nd century of the match, his 10th of the championship. He made 10 in total by the end of last year's World Championship final. And he is, Steve Davis, on a roll right now, isn't he?
He is. He's totally stolen Judd Trump's thunder here. And Judd really looks sharp. So, to do that is even more impressive. But he's also calmly done it. He's not panicked at all. He looked like a different animal to some of the parts we saw against Dave Gilbert, where he was all over the place. It's an amazing transformation. That part of that match against Dave Gilbert, it's a different person. Yeah. It really is. I know it can happen. We've all been there. It has happened. You know you have bad sessions at the World Championship when you feel like everything's falling to pieces. And you can regroup, and you need to be optimistic enough to do it. And John Higgins has got that quality.
But it was falling to pieces in that 2nd session against Dave Gilbert, and arguably at the start of the 3rd as well. I mean, he had no confidence, no rhythm. He just looked lost for times out there, didn't he?
Mentally drained to me in that match. That was the thing. He was making poor decisions, wasn't getting through the ball, all those things that come with being tired. But this is a remarkable turnaround. But this has been relentless match play for the last 3 frames. It's been tough.
Brilliant final so far. Last of the session.
Judd Trump breaks off, and having led at the mid-session interval 3 frames to 1, has hardly anything to go at, just a red and a black in frame 5. And well, we talk about every session, a mini session. You don't want to lose them, you'd like to win them, but it's in the hands of John Higgins now. Last frame of the session. Where's this red ball going? It's in. He's on the green. Worst way. Chance for John Higgins to take this frame and have a 2-frame advantage.
The natural path of this takes him into the blue. He just got to work the cue ball with a bit of stun. Get down. Not ideal.
Four.
This red to middle, the cutback's a bit thinner than appears on your screen. For that reason, he's deciding on red to corner. Big shot this, the way the reds are.
John Higgins, 4.
Couldn't take advantage of his bit of luck. He'll be kicking himself, coming back to his seat. Always tricky when they're into a blind pocket. Just caught that right-hand jaw. Was never going to drop once that happened. And there you go. In the 35th minute, the last time Judd potted a ball, and that's the nature of the game. He's got to find his cue action and his rhythm quickly. Starting to play for the black. That cue ball needs to slow up. He doesn't want to be too close to the cushion. He's played it well. And he's just got a slight angle to stun into the red just above the black. Well, that's what he should have played. Don't know why he would try and play it that way. He looked perfect to the red above the black, just to screw into it. But as I say, you've got to get your cue arm going, your rhythm going. He's been a long time off the table, and that's not a good shot. No way he should have been running into that red. And if he was, you play it with more pace.
Yeah, it's the classic example of closing out your opponent for 2 or 3 frames and keeping him cold. You get the benefit of what you do, but on the back end of it, a lot of times you get the benefit of what your opponent doesn't feel he can do because of that cold arm. Now this blue, oh my goodness, this is so tough. Can he avoid the yellow? No. It's a bit of luck.
$14.
Yeah, still on one. Far from easy. This break is only 15, but it's been full of character already. Can he find good position? Just a little soft cannon on the reds shouldn't be a problem. Beautiful. Well played.
Yes, judged it to perfection.
20.
And I don't think there's any need for any real big cannons. There's 3 reds, well, 5 reds below the pink. Oh, he's playing this middle red now.
21.
Just brought the couple of other reds into play. Knew he'd be nicely on the pink. It's a good chance to end this first session all square. And come back tonight with 9 frames to play in the second session. Another 42 points needed.
27.
6 more of these remaining reds required to get to Snooker's required. Doesn't have to play any cannons. The reds he needs are in the open, but he may just play the little cannon on these 2 reds together here, just to hold the cue ball. Just freeze them up a little bit. Well, I said he'd freeze them up a little bit. One of them has gone touching the other one now, so
35.
could have worked out slightly better.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be playing this with the spider. He's thought about playing it right-handed. He thought again about playing it right. I hate this piece of equipment. I really do. The only advantage, he doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball. Sometimes with those, where you run the cue, when he gets the wider bit of the cue seems to stick in it for some reason.
Yeah, but they do have a V now, don't they? That's the old ones, say V, but yeah, sometimes it was. Now, uncomfortable playing it right-handed. Yeah.
He's going to play it right-handed, though. I mean, it's a gentle stun. If he could reach it with his left hand, it wouldn't be a problem. Can he control the stun? Has he got the same touch, playing it right-handed? Well played. Well played. He didn't like it, but at the end, he decided that was the better option. and using the spider. He's got a nice angle on the blue. Just needs a good positional shot now to make the next pot easy.
$43.
That's okay.
$44.
Hit that with a little bit more pace just to nudge the red towards the left corner, so no problem for position after this black. So 47
51.
points to lead. 3 reds, 3 high-valued colours
52.
would win him the frame. Lovely positional shot, that one. And I agree with you, Alan. These
59.
cushions seem to be playing absolutely beautiful. No bounces so far, thank goodness.
60.
So this red to go 64 points ahead.
67.
59 remaining.
And it goes then. As Judd's balcony look on, and brother Jack there clapping. Looks like it's going to be honours even then, going into tonight's session, which is only 2 hours and 20 minutes away.
73.
Come on, give us another century, Judd.
74.
Now this will be a delicate shot. The slower you play this, the better. You'll be trying to cannon into those 2 reds. Plenty of bottom. Beautiful, beautiful. You can't hit that shot hard because you don't give
81.
time for the backspin to take effect. You've got to hit it smooth and a bit slower. What a standard these 2 players are producing in this
82.
first session.
Yeah, we know about Judd's talents, and extravagant shots are all fine and well and entertaining. But it's the simple things that make my heart leap with joy when I watch snooker, and this has been a clinic in the beautiful
89.
game. A simply outstanding riposte
90.
to the barrage that John Higgins produced earlier. Fabulous session.
John Higgins has made 2 centuries.
97.
This red and the blue. And 2 centuries for Judd.
98.
And he'll be giving this blue full care and attention. There'll be no naughty snooker here. Just make certain of the blue. And give us the tunnels. Where are they? There they are. The 4th one of the session. Remarkable snooker. Well, we have to have a bit of naughty snooker in the end. What a session of snooker that was. Judd Trump led 3-1. John Higgins then won 3 on the spin, took a 4-3 in front. But at the end of the session, well, I'd say it's a fair result. All square, 4 all and 4 centuries.
Wow. If that is the appetizer, I don't know what we're going to get for the main course in this final. Absolutely stunning, stunning session. And 2 world champions in this studio with us today. And let's get their thoughts on what we've seen, Steve.
As good a session as I've ever seen, I think, at the Crucible. The standard. No, I don't think any of the frames went to the colours, did they? Really, more or less, it was just a superb level of play from both players. Very rarely happens. And tough for them to keep that standard up. But we could be seeing a century of centuries at the Crucible this year.
You just never know, actually. But, you know, huge character shown and huge mental resilience there from Judd Trump. He scored, what, 8 points in 45 minutes, something like that, before he hit the deck running there?
Well, we've been saying how well Higgins done to turn 3-1 down into 4-3. That was a brilliant response from Judd Trump. Been totally frozen out, hasn't seen any, had no table time, hadn't potted a ball for over 35 minutes, whatever it was, then comes back and does that. Brilliant session. I agree with Steve. That's as good as an opening session of the final I can ever remember.
It promises a great deal, this final. Who will take more out of it in terms of their performance, do you think, from that session?
They'll both be delighted. Yeah, they know they're in a fight. You know, the way they've got to the final hasn't been as pretty as it could have been, but they've got here, and so now they can shine. And it's set up beautifully. It really is.
I would say, if I'm being honest, I'd think John Higgins has got a bit more out of it. And the reason I'm saying that is Judd now knows John Higgins isn't tired. It's not been, there's no effect been left on him from the other matches. He now knows he's got to play his best if he's going to win this match. So for me, John Higgins has got a slight advantage there. Even though the scoreline's 4 each, he showed them that he's over the exertions he's had to get to the final.
There is a long way to go. We've got another 9 frames to play tonight, and then we've got an afternoon session of 8, and then a possible 10 to play tomorrow evening. So this is only stage 1, but it promises huge amounts for the coming hours, and indeed over the coming 24 hours as well. Now, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back at 7 o'clock. Meanwhile, if you still crave some sport, there is Tri-Series Cricket on the iPlayer and BBC Sport website. But we are just heading for something to eat. Put the kettle on, and we'll see you again here sharp, 7 o'clock. Can't wait. Bye for now. Thanks, guys. So, as ever, our Crucible final is a drama comprised of 4 episodes, another 3 to come, and we are binge-watching it back to back to back between now and tomorrow night. And MC Rob Walker is about to press play.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What an opening session this afternoon. 7 breaks over 50, 4 centuries between them. It's all square and all to play for in a match which is quickly becoming the classic we were hoping for. So sit back, relax and enjoy. Here comes the second instalment of drama in this year's Betfred World Snooker Championship Final. Please welcome the most exciting player of his generation, back in the biggest final of all for the first time in 8 years. He produced a brilliant clearance in the last frame this afternoon to draw level, playing with the class and composure that has taken him to 10 ranking titles so far. But make no mistake, this is the one he wants most of all. So here comes the ace in the pack, Judd Trump. And now, one of the all-time greats. He's been performing at the highest level for more than 2 decades. A superb run of 3 on the spin from 3-1 down. Ladies and gentlemen, he is right back in the match. He has the talent to go all the way, as he's done 4 times before. Here he comes, the pride of Scotland, the Wizard of Wishaw, John Higgins.
So we had 8 frames this afternoon, 9 to play this evening in this best of 35 frames occasion. Stephen Hendry, Dennis Taylor both know what it takes to win it, and we are in excellent hands in the commentary box tonight. Good evening to you both.
Good evening, Hazel. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the second session of the final. And what an
Thank you, ladies
atmosphere,
and gentlemen.
and what a reception both players received, deservedly so, after the snooker they produced this afternoon. Quite outstanding. Looking forward to this one, Stephen.
Yep, more of the same, please. Phenomenal start to this final. And although we talk about John Higgins having the great tactical game, and maybe he'd prefer it to be more tactical, I don't think so. I think John Higgins' biggest asset is his scoring. I think he's really enjoying this final against someone that wants to play the same way. Get in early. Oh, he's got the record something.
Well, he had that shot taped. A bit of black tape there. Well, I've never seen that before.
Tape or something?
Now, just have a look to see if we can see it coming down. There it is. Yeah, but how he potted that, because he got up with the shot, seen the little bit of tape and potted it
right in the middle of the pocket.
With the break-off shot these days, Stephen, you can't leave that red out the way the players pot.
No, it has become a very important shot. A shot that you have to give a lot of attention to.
Well, he didn't give that one enough attention, because that was pretty straightforward. Okay, he was screwing back, but he didn't miss any like that in the first session.
This is a more difficult pot. The two reds that John Higgins got the choice of, but it gives the best position.
One.
Any harder, I don't think they're going in. It's the first knuckle here. Yeah, going back to what I was saying, I think John Higgins, he loves to score heavy. He doesn't really... Okay, he's very good at it, but he doesn't really want to be in long tactical frames. Nobody does, really.
Yeah, if you want to mix it with this man, he can certainly do that. Probably one of the best tactical players the game's ever seen.
9.
But yeah, this is his type of game. I mean, he's made 760 centuries, and this Crucible crowd, are they going to see a few more centuries this evening?
$16. Yeah.
Looks to be a little bit straight in this black, but shouldn't be a problem. Screwing back off the cushion, touch a left-hand side, play for the red that's next to the blue. And this time, possibly up for the
24.
green with an angle to open the reds.
$25.
Got that angle on the green now. Doesn't have to go straight into the pink. He could go just right to the pink, but normally he hits the pink full on. Let's see how he goes about it. Well, he just went to the right to the pink, and that's fine.
28.
Just clipped the pink, but didn't want to hit it full ball that time. He looks remarkably fresh because he was absolutely drained and very emotional after his win in the semi-final.
29.
But I suppose going off to the cinema with your family here, that brings you back down to earth and you forget about snooker for a while.
Yeah, a lot gets talked about fatigue, about going through tough matches, but there's a reason why John Higgins has won this 4 times and has been in the last 2 finals. It's because it doesn't affect him. He can shrug it off. That's why it's the biggest test to win here.
Slightly the wrong angle for him, so has to do a little bit more with it, but he's got up and down a few times to make sure that he's got it right in his mind what he wants to play. He's running away from the
44.
high-valued colours now. May have to run up for the yellow or brown here from this position. So a couple of good shots required to get back up to the reds then. Nicely played, and he doesn't have to think about any cannons because there's still at least 3 reds available, and he'll probably have enough points on the board before he has to think about a cannon.
50.
What a costly mistake that's proved to be. Judd trumps green. The way this final's been played, that was a shock for Judd to miss that.
Well, he finished up having to play the cannon there, and it's worked out okay. He's got one to the middle.
57.
Yeah, he can play for black here if he feels. If the angle's a natural angle. And just playing for the ball colour. Just got past the ball line. He's okay now.
Just looking for one more red to make the frame safe, and then
61.
see if he can make another century. He had one in the 7th frame, and Judd had one in the 8th. So this would be 3 centuries in a row if he makes one here.
62.
And it could be his 3rd.
70.
It's been 93 centuries in the World Championship so far already, well past the record. If these two players keep on the way they're going, can we possibly get 100 centuries between tonight and 2 sessions tomorrow?
75. $76.
Well, this is a wonderful start for the 4 times champion John Higgins. Hardly put a foot wrong in this break. He just had one shot where he had to go up
83.
the table and then back down again.
84.
And a few shots ago he developed the pink. He's got such a terrific snooker brain, this man.
$90. $91.
John's already had 10 centuries in this year's Betfred World Championship.
98.
Judd's had 9. Absolutely fantastic. It hasn't taken the Wizard of Wisher long to get that wand, that magic wand waving this evening.
103.
What a start.
$107. $112. $118.
One missed green from Jim Trump, and the Wizard of Wishaw makes a fantastic break of 125, and he takes the lead by 5 frames to 4. What a start.
John Higgins, 11th of this year's championship, and incidentally his 149th in 25 years of playing at the Crucible. Only Ronnie O'Sullivan has made more. He's in the 160s. And Ken and Steve, the 94th of the championship. We've absolutely smashed the record this time, and there's going to be a few more, you sense.
Yes, and yeah, when you say we, yes, you're right. Yeah, we really have, haven't we? We've done such a great job. You've played so well.
Yeah, thank you. You too, you too.
Yes, the players are playing brilliantly on the tables, and even though sometimes they've struggled to sort of control them, they're still knocking the balls in. And it seems at the moment that it's business as usual out there, and anybody shows any sign of weakness, they're going to be torn to pieces by their opponent. It's just astonishing standard John Higgins is starting to put together here.
Yeah. He sure is, and actually after the sticky tape gate, Judd actually spurned the chance to go on and make an impact.
Green, he was, you could see him when he went back to his chair, he was so disappointed, and he just knew, he had a feeling that John Higgins was going to win the frame from that position, but I honestly believe that John Higgins has actually peaked. You know, he's like from that last session against Dave Gilbert, and now he's playing his best snooker at this tournament. And he's been in some really tough struggles. Neil Robertson, Stuart Bingham, and of course Dave Gilbert. And he's playing so within himself. It's just fantastic to watch.
And that is a skill in itself, finding your peak form at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, Judd's got to hope he's peaked too early. There's somewhere down the line he's going to go off the boil. It's tough to keep it up all the time. There's going to be loads of swings, I would imagine.
OK, enjoying it so far. Brilliant quality.
Trump to break.
I think John can get through to the main bunch, but playing the containing safety shot, red up and down the table, cue ball on the black cushion. Just caught it a little bit thin. Judd may be tempted by a red to the right middle.
Be a little bit careful if he just comes off the side cushion and into the left of the reds as we look at it, because of the loose red. And that's why he's gone around a few cushions, and that's a terrific shot. Might not have covered that red to the right of the green. Judd can play safe off that. He weighed the situation up there and thought it was worth the risk. Hasn't come off. Good chance for Judd.
One.
Got a couple of loose reds. John was trying a very delicate little shot there to pot that, and he felt he got very close to what he attempted. Well, let's see how Judd can respond to that one mistake, and then he had to sit in the seat and watch John make 125.
8.
It was
9.
a pretty aggressive shot choice, wasn't it, from John Higgins? He's obviously not going to come out here and wait for chances. He's going to try and make his own. He's just going to go toe-to-toe with his opponent.
Oh, please, Judd.
Leo Scullion, the referee, just said to Judd, just give me a moment. He's got to find a spot in the direct line with the black spot, pink spot, blue spot. And it's a tricky little position there to place that pink. Well spotted, Leo. Great honour, lovely little piece about Leo
15.
doing the final for the first time.
16.
wiped his feet. When you're in a match like this, when it's swapping big breaks, you don't want to be the first one to not win the frame in one visit, the one to show weakness. John's landed his first punch tonight with a century break in the first frame. Judd would have liked to have sent his own message,
24.
but that's a pink off a green off a spot, sorry, and a black off a spot already. John was concentrating so hard. You could see where he's left the cue ball. He was going to pot the black and swing the cue ball into the main bunch to split them, and he took his eye off the pot. If Judd was on the practice table, he'd pot this red and actually go into the bunch of reds, stay on the black. That would be a very aggressive shot to play at this stage. Just a little signs of weakness in the early stages of this session from Judd Trump.
It's catching. It's catching.
They've gone.
Yeah, they've gone. 5 centuries between them in 7 frames, and they've gone.
Thank you. Settle down, please.
That's an amazing miss. Just talking about that 5 centuries between them in 7 frames. Stephen, who's next to me here in the UK Championship, I think it was against Ken Doherty, made 7 in the 10 frames you won. I think it was against the Darling of Dublin, Stephen, if I'm right.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful pot. Beautiful control of the cue ball. His long potting has seen a marked improvement as well in this final from what it has been throughout the championship. 69%. I would say around about that 70% is kind of the target you're after.
8.
You want to kind of be potting 2 out of every 3 long pots. You see, he hasn't been as good throughout the whole tournament. That was a better shot than it looked. Had to really grip the cue ball there to play for this bottom
60.
red.
We get the perfect angle on the blue now.
17.
Because could have done with it a little bit more angle. He may have to. There might still be a red available. Yeah, so he was okay in the next shot. There'll be a few more reds available. if he pots this and gets nicely on a cover. If he screws this back, he's got to be careful. He doesn't screw into the middle pocket there, the left middle pocket. Oh, he stunned it in. I mean, that's a wonderful shot. Normally you see the players screw that type of shot, but he stunned it in and freed the pink. That was a bit special.
Yeah, I think he was wary of what you said, Dennis, going in the left middle pocket. I'm pretty sure this wasn't as played. But it's definitely a bonus landing on the pink like this. Well, there's still enough reds on the table for Judd to make his own century break here. But he'll be concentrating on getting the frame one first. That's the priority. And the way the reds are situated, you wouldn't bet against it, the way these players are scoring.
37.
So black to put him 69 ahead, 67 on. He wants to keep potting, obviously, to stop John coming back to the table, but I don't envisage that being a problem. Wow. Wow. Now, sometimes you look for points in matches that change the momentum. Could that be it right there? Okay, it hasn't left John an easy pot, but what a frame ball to miss. If Judd loses this frame somehow, this could be a massive moment in this final.
If he can go on and win the frame, then he can forget about it. But you can see he's shaking his head there. He can't believe he missed the black frame ball. But if he wins the frame, he'll forget about that miss. But he's still got to win it, and he knows the way the reds are. One mistake, and the form that John Higgins is in, you wouldn't put it past him clearing up.
Well, he's up against, possibly the greatest of all time at clearing up situations like this. Big shot.
Threw everything after that. The only player in the game that could produce that type of shot. He had a bit of safety in mind, but I'll tell you what, that, without doubt, shot of the championship.
I think even John was smiling in his chair with that one in. I mean, that was just a ridiculous pot.
3.
He's at the snooker's acquired stage now, is John. As you can see, 65 behind and only 59 on. Make that 51 now. And who knows what he might play here. He might try and pot this brown and screw off a few cushions up to the reds. Here we go. Well, I was expecting a little too much, but John nods to the referee. And what a way to win a frame. Mr. Black off the spot. And I think out of a little bit of frustration and in a difficult situation, he played the shot of the championship and potting that red. We're all square again at 5 each.
And frankly, Dennis, I don't think we'll ever tire of seeing what is the shot of the championship. He practically jumped up off the shot.
It's almost like Alex Higgins, like the way he used to play. I mean, have a look at this. His whole body goes into it. His head comes off. I mean, it goes against the whole grain and ethos of the coaching manual, and Steve Davis will attest to that. But I mean, you can't legislate for those type of shots.
I mean, you had to generate so much speed, so you had to sort of throw his body into it, and he's the only player in the game, I think, who can now play those types of shots. You know, what is amazing is that he misses a relatively easy black off the spot, and all of a sudden we're saying, you know, is there a crack, you know, appearing? And of course, if he'd have missed the deep screw red, it would have looked to all the world as if his head's completely gone, and then we'd have been criticising him all over the place. But he's an astonishing shot maker, and that's one of his strengths. And when he was under so much pressure with that safety shot, he didn't have a safety shot on, he can pull those shots out. That is his X factor.
I think it's testament to the two of them that we're actually seeing them producing some of their best stuff in this final. And it's just been such an exhibition. But they appear almost unshackled at this point, don't they?
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. And to be able to play shots like that, I mean, I could be there for a month on Sundays and never, ever be able to... I wouldn't get it past the blue spot, you know? So, no, it's just an incredible talent. He's a prodigious talent. He's a great entertainer. But what I would worry about him slightly is the odd miss shot, like the miss green, the miss black. John Higgins hasn't done that so far in this match, and he's not likely to miss as many easy balls as Judd Trump. So if Judd Trump can cut those little errors out, then you know it's going to be very, very tough to call between both of them.
I think we've seen more mistakes in that one frame there than we've seen in the whole match so far. But yeah, you can never keep on at that pace, and sometimes it is catching, isn't it? One misses and then the other one does, but it's still impossible to separate them. I really haven't got a clue. We were having a chat. I forget you were saying that you thought one person was going to win. I think it was Dennis Taylor or Stephen Headley was saying somebody else was going to win, and the views were totally different. I think probably everybody at home's split. You can't, you haven't got a clue how it's going to go. You might make an opinion, but you don't really know for sure.
I don't know how long this final is going to go, but I really hope that it's going to go the distance. And by the way, we've got Alan McManus actually on the demos tonight. Maybe we'll get them to try and go for that Trump shot.
Oh, that'd be a good idea.
I don't think Alan will be trying that shot in the studio. He'll dislocate his shoulder if he tried that.
Foul. John Higgins, 4.
No damage done. So we're going to have another little look here. Watch where his head is when the cue makes contact with the cue ball. The body's already on the move. It's similar to the late great Alex Higgins, the way he used to get power.
Oh, we're playing billiards here now.
Judd Trump, 4.
Not often you see one player going off after another has. They brought a red up. He's got a terrific cue ball. And if John can avoid canning into the pink and reds, he may go for this, but it looks unnatural. He'd have to play it with a little bit of pace if he was going to avoid canning into the pink and reds. But if he takes the pot on and he does cannon the end red, he could still finish on the black here. Because I don't think he can slip past the reds. We'll find out shortly. Well, he could. Chance for Judd Trump. But what I did notice there, both players going in off and the crowd having a good laugh, they didn't lose their focus. Neither of them smiled, so that tells you how focused both these players are for this session.
Four.
Well, he's just got to be a bit careful when he goes into the reds from this one.
Five.
But once again, effortless. Screwing that back there. White stops and then just carries on spinning back. All timing.
Playing 9 frames in the session tonight, and both of these players would just love to have a dominant session. Maybe try and win 7-2 or 6-3, try and get that overnight lead, get that momentum going into the final day. Playing 9 frames. And obviously started 4 each, so someone's going to have a lead overnight. How big is it going to be?
21. $28. $29.
Beautiful shot. Absolutely on a string.
36. $37.
He's just a wonderful player to watch. He really is. He's finished a little straight on the black here, I think. Maybe there's a slight angle. Yep. Just about okay. I mean, there's another fabulous positional shot. Played with a minimum of effort.
45.
He's underhit that by quite a long way.
52. $53.
Looks like if he pots the blue, it may go in the pink spot, so just got to be careful with the cue ball here. Doesn't go too far. He's fine. Yeah. Picked these reds off lovely.
We had a wonderful final last year with John Higgins and Mark Williams. Eventually won one of the best finals I've ever seen at the Crucible Theatre. But I could tell you one thing.
58.
The way these players are playing, this could be right up there with one of the best ever.
$59.
So he's going to have to play this with a little touch of left-hand side if he's playing a cannon. Not sure if anything goes to the right corner pocket. He's aiming low. So playing for the red along the cushion. Now if this is not touching the cushion, he's got to play with a bit of stun. This is definitely missable.
Oh, 67.
And now the perfect angle on the black to open up these last 4 reds. Top one goes.
74.
He's had the cue ball on a string here, Dennis, hasn't he, in this break?
Yeah, it's been an amazing break, and John's already made 3 centuries so far in the final. Judd's on his way to his 3rd century. If he can make it here, it's not going to be straightforward now that those 2 reds are on the cushion.
83.
Look at that shot. Hey, look at that cannon he's just played there.
He'd like an angle on this red to maybe take one of those reds off the cushion. He's bound to be on the black, you would think.
$89.
Tricky black with the white on the cushion, but if the black goes in, we will have another century break. Brilliant. Oh, keep coming. Don't snooker yourself. Whatever you do, don't snooker yourself. Can he see the red?
96.
Just about.
$97.
Well, this is just an amazing final here. That's the 6th century in this year's final. Turn up all around the crucible.
103.
That's the 2nd best shot in this year's championship.
I tell you, Alan McManus has got his work cut out for him in that demo room.
$108. 110.
Look at the smiles on everyone's faces.
I mean, you're watching a player who missed 2 blocks off the spot in the previous frame.
Now this might land in the back row.
$122. $128.
This is actually quite a difficult game, Snooker. Mark
Everybody's smiling. to black, and his parents there, they love that. He now leads John Higgins by 6-5.
Well, I think I've picked the wrong time to do a demo, guys. What do you reckon? I was going to talk about what happened earlier in the session today. Let's forget for a minute those shoulder shots, because me and Kenny can't play them. Anyway, John had a shot earlier on. He played a little green, just going into the pack. Now, he's not putting any deep screw on it. It's just a kind of force and stun. But in the first session today, both players actually played this modern shot. Stephen Hendry thinks he invented it, but I don't say so. It's the blue into the face of the pink. Try and get the cue ball either holding or coming back that way on and off the cushion. We know the standard the lads are playing at. If you get them open, you know what's going to happen. Let's have a try at it. So deep screw. And there you go. The white comes back out. I've not landed in a red as per usual. Maybe next time.
All right, Alan, we're going to leave you to work on your backhand after what we've just seen there. That was the 6th century of this final so far, and we've only played 11 frames. The record is 8, 2002, Hendry against Ebden. It looks like we're going to beat that one as well. This is an extraordinary sight, isn't it?
It's an astonishing opening to the final. It really is. I mean, you very rarely get two players playing well at the same time. When it happens, it's worth savouring. It really is.
And your impression of the way he took those last few colours?
Fantastic. I mean, it's great that he can express himself in that way and play all those shots. Great for the crowd, even great for us and people watching at home as well. As I said, he's such a prodigious talent.
It's ton count.
Another break off that hasn't covered the red to the corner pocket. It's the kind of shot that these guys would expect to get 7, 8 times out of 10. Oh, as he left the red, needs the blue for cover. He's not got it.
Now, we'll show you this miss again, but I think it's finished absolutely straight. It's come across the table, and I don't think he can hold for the black. Well, he's got a slight angle. The red to the right of the black is just in the way. Pink's out of commission. Just come back round and check if it's a possible place to put the cue ball where he could pot the black, but it looks very, very tight there. If it is, then we might just see another JT special coming up. Well, he got over the other side of the black. It looks almost straight, but the power that he generates, that's quite amazing.
Yeah.
And the mid-session interval coming up after this frame, and we've already had 125 break by John Higgins and 135 by Judd Trump. What a standard.
8. Nine.
Now he's got 3 fairly easy reds before he needs to get an angle to go into the pink, you would feel, but you just never know with Judd. Well, he's come up a bit short. That wasn't his best positional
14.
shot that he's ever played. Nothing goes there, and the one to the middle is at least a half ball contact required. Might be able to hold for the black here. No. It was the previous
Judd
shot.
Trump, 14.
He definitely didn't get the cue ball any near where he wanted to. What has he spotted here? There is one to the right of the black he could take on and get round the back of the black. And that's the one he's now looking at. Placed it with the right hand side, he won't cannon the black. It's come up a long way short there. That's certainly not where he wanted the cue ball, but he did hit the pot on the thickish side. And now this one, this will require good cueing. This is a bit of a test for John here. And there you see, 32 minutes and counting.
One.
This is awkward now, having to bridge over that red. It's so easy to get a little bit of unwanted side, especially if you've got to play it at pace, which he needs to.
Eight. Nine.
You could see from that
16.
camera position, striking just below center to play the stun shot. You're cueing right down on the bottom of the white when it's a screw shot.
Seventeen.
Even Stevens, ball spotted.
24.
Just checking the blue spot area if he pots the red and plays for the blue. I think he'll be okay. It won't be tied up.
$25.
In fact, he'd probably be able to just nudge the red away slightly and make that spot available. That didn't have to bother with the cannon because, as I say, even if the spot's occupied, it'll go as near as possible and both red and blue will still be available, you would feel. mustn't be touching the red, so they should both still be possible.
Thank you. 30. $31.
Have to nudge the red this time, but that shouldn't be a problem.
Really is top drawer snooker we're watching here.
36.
Neither player, when they get in, look like they're going to miss until there's no more balls on the table. As I said before, you don't want to be the first one to show any
37.
weakness. You'll be the one that won't take their chances.
Has he got a slight angle on the pink? Judd will know if he has that he'll bring those 5 reds into play, and he has got the angle. So if this opens out nicely when he cannons the reds, it could be a frame winning chance. It doesn't look as if he's playing to him. So he's gonna surprise there.
$43.
Well, you've seen the reaction there. He's overscrewed by about 8 inches there. He played for the red that was out from the cushion.
Yeah, you felt it would be better to go into the reds from the black, but if he's finished straight on the black, can't do that. He's going to have to look at a more difficult shot than the one he had previously on the pink, to put the pink and split them. Now this is more difficult. He did play for the black there, but went a bit too far. He's got away with it.
John Higgins, 44.
I think just a couple of shots ago when he had the perfect angle, I mean, he's one of the greatest break builders of all time, but decided not to move the reds from the easy pink. This was much more difficult.
This final could come down to the winner of this final. It could come down to who can win the most frames, the ones they're not supposed to win, the ones where they're 40 or 50 points behind. That could be the difference at the end of the 4 sessions. Taking this on. Unfortunately for John, just got a little cannon on the black on the way up the table. Just spoiled the position. Great cueing from under the baulk cushion. Just didn't want this little brush in the black. It would have been frame over otherwise.
Green ball.
Green safe on the right hand side cushion. Cue ball in behind the brown.
John Higgins, 1.
Not quite got the snooker.
Got to be careful though. If he plays back down the table with a little swerve shot there, he could cannon into the black. That's why he's looking at an alternate. Oh, this is a bit pacey. Just depends. He's left a possible red up past the pink into the corner or into the middle. Both shots risky. He's got a 31-point advantage, so not bothering about the pot. Just trying to get that red near the side cushion there. But this is a shot that Judd will take on. Shot to nothing if it goes in. He'd be on the brown. Well, that's the tournament balls potted after 2 weeks, believe it or not. That's amazing stat, that. What's too thick? Is he going to get away with it? If the red passes the yellow, and it does, as you can see, it's not a straightforward pot though because of the angle he's faced with here. So it's Judd Trump who's won the tactical battle there against probably the greatest tactician the game's ever had.
Just a noise in the auditorium put him off, so got back up to the right thing.
Six.
Now, being a left-hander, just wondering if he's got the angle to drop on the black here without just sort of, well, he might kiss the black, so it wasn't a natural to do that. But that's second best. Perfect on the blue. And if he gets on that red to the left of the black spot, he then might play for the black. Wants to miss these. Oh, it's okay, it hasn't affected it. Because it's much easier to get to the last two reds from the black. And that's what he's played for.
took a risk there. It was a calculated risk because it was such a big target. He was hoping to take both reds off the cushion in one shot. Playing to take the green off the cushion now.
Judd Trump.
That's a good shot. I don't know if John can take this red on to the right corner and miss the cannon on the black.
Yeah, I'm right behind the shot, and I think he can just about manage that, Stephen. Don't know if the white's going to go near the left middle pocket, but... Oh, we hit it all wrong. Well, look at this. He hit it so thick. He's more or less handed the frame to Judd there. And Judd's shot when he brought the green into play after John had put it on the side cushion could win him this frame. Because that was a clever shot when he played the safety and he took the green off the side cushion and has left them all in the open here.
And he doesn't need to bother about the awkward pink either. So, great opportunity to open up a 2-frame gap again.
9.
Just could have done on that cue ball bouncing a little bit more. You can see the disappointment. That pink, they can't really play the brown because the pink's in the way. Think the yellow goes in the green bag, so he's just, this green is actually a thinner cut than it looks on your screen. That was a little bit careless there from Judd. He had so much room at that part of the table to put the cue ball. It's all gone wrong. He'll be absolutely furious inside Judd Trump at the moment.
Well, I'm sure John was getting himself ready to head off to the dressing room, thinking he'd lost the mini session 3 frames to 1. It's not the case just yet.
It's amazing because if Judd Trump was on clearing up in a century, he just cut the yellow into its own pocket, check side, stun round the back of the green. But that's with no pressure whatsoever.
He's now looking at that shot that you said, Stephen, and he's back looking at the safety.
Yeah.
So he'll already have made his mind up how he's going to play this, and it's a tricky cut back and to get around the back of the green. Stephen said very difficult. No, he's keeping things tight, trying to get the yellow safe and the white safe.
Judd Trump 13.
Could have played it a little better though. I don't know, there might be enough room. That was careless. That yellow should have been in behind the black.
Well, what a twist this would be. John gifted Judd Trump a chance to win this frame. I fancy him to get this. It's just what he does. Oh, a long way off. Normally John Higgins can sense when there's a time to really upset his opponent, really put pressure on his opponent. So this frame is, as Steve said at the top of the show, Dennis, not many frames have even gone to the colours. So a bit of pressure on this frame now. And
plenty of excitement. I mean, The crowd loves a close-fought frame just as much as the frames being won with one visit. There's nowhere like the Crucible Theatre when you get down to the one table. You could hear a pin drop, and then all of a sudden, if someone plays a terrific shot, the place erupts. Clever shot. Excellent shot. Might be a snooker. Not quite. A wonderful trophy there just to the right of John. That's what it's all about. Not as intended, but well, this is just off straight. And I mean, we talk about the power that Judd Trump has. What has he got in his mind here? Well, he's putting plenty of chalk on that tip, so.
Well, he's just having a good look. If there is a slightest bit angle, he'll be able to play it with top spin. Surely he's not going to pot this with deep screw for the green.
You know, he was going to play it there. He got down and he addressed the cue ball right down on the bottom. I think John would be thinking, well, have a go at it.
It's one of these situations where the safety shot is just as difficult as a pot. You may just decide just to pot the yellow and stun the cue ball. Leave it there. Done pretty well. Couldn't really get the cue ball back to the ball cushion. Well, the priority was getting the yellow safe, and he's done that.
You know, that shot when Judd was thinking for a long time on the yellow, it just took me right back to 2011 when Judd was 3 frames up and he had a blue into the same pocket, and he took nearly 2 minutes to think about it, and in the end had a go at it, and it turned the whole match around. Instead of going 4 frames up, it turned that final right around. And he's played a cracking shot here. Advantage, John Higgins. I think he's going to have to swerve this. He's pretty good at this type of shot, as Judd. And see him raise the butt of the cue, and you've got a perfect picture there to see him bend around the brown. In an ideal world, he'd love to hit cushion first and send the yellow back up the table. And that's exactly what he's done.
Longest frame of this final so far. Just over the half-hour mark now. Needs to get full ball contact on this yellow off the cushion, and he hasn't done. May have left something now for John Higgins.
I think he's got an angle, you know, to pot this and miss the blue and miss the black. Well, just playing ball might take him into the black with the cue ball, but if he plays with a little bit of stun, he could pot this and get on the green, as long as he avoids the black. Dear. Seemed to hit that much harder than he needed, and it's a tricky little cut back here.
Yeah, how John would have wished for a bit of Judd Trump's cue power there. This yellow is on. Play it with this a flick of right hand side just to take the cue ball back up the left hand side of the table as we look for the green to its own pocket.
Wonderful shot there.
Five.
And he had to hit it hard to make that angle. That was a much better shot than it looked. So one good positional shot here. And he's got a 2-frame advantage.
9.
He'd love to pot the pink because that black's in a decent position for lane snookers. Well, he probably drop the pink in or over the yellow pocket, but you like to keep as much distance as possible between cue ball and object ball.
Judd Trump, 14.
And barring that snooker, he's got a 2-frame advantage. But as Stephen said, if anyone can get a snooker, it's this man. Couldn't send the white around that time. The pink's coming up a little short. He's just got to be a little wary. If he tries to cut the pink and he cannons the black, just got to be a little bit wary of what happens.
Very well played. Look at that. The white was heading towards the corner pocket. The longest frame of this final so far. Judd Trump has taken it, and he goes to the mid-session interval, leading 7 frames to 5.
Well, we've had it all from Judd Trump in the last couple of frames, haven't we, guys? We saw that the cue power and the crash bang wallop in the penultimate frame, if I can get it out. But then a little bit of canniness coming to the fore there, Steve.
Yes, it was a poor safety shot from John Higgins. There was a couple of clever shots from Judd Trump. He knocked the green out, gave himself a chance. And then when he didn't actually get position on the yellow, and we thought perhaps he'd be tempted for it, he chose the safety option. And then there was another shot, the yellow down the rail as well, the similar type of thing.
Yeah, I think, like, if you go back maybe a couple of years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, Judd Trump wouldn't have won frames like that against John Higgins. He would have lost a little bit of his patience and maybe gone for, you know, a couple of those yellows that he had a chance at. Where this is what we were talking about a little bit earlier, with the maturity of him over the last couple of seasons. He's a little bit more rounded, a little bit more patient, and a little bit more sort of cuter in the safety area, you know, and being able to battle against probably the greatest tactician after this man here that's ever played the game. You know, to be able to do that, you know, it shows you how far he's come.
Actually, John did talk about the difference between Judd Trump when the final they played in 2011 and the Judd Trump of now, and clearly it's that all-round element of his game that he's managed to polish off.
That's right, yeah, and yeah, in a way, it's the right way you should go about playing the game. You know, knock them in from everywhere and then hone the tactical part, because you can learn the tactical part of the game by taking it on the chin a few times and learning the hard way. You know, that's probably where we're up to with Judd Trump now. He's far more rounded player, and as we said also, his B game that he didn't really have in place, which I think you do need to have to win the World Championship. He's got one now.
Exactly, and that has been the big difference. And we saw at the Masters, obviously, when he came through in such startling fashion, but he was very conscious about his safety play and was extremely proud of the progress that he'd made of it too.
Yeah, it's very evident, you know, you could see it, and it makes him much more of an animal as well. And John Higgins will be aware of that. And particularly after a good start from John tonight, you know, Judd Trump has rallied, so it's yeah, very, very good.
Good mini session from him. All right, but it is amazing to think that when John Higgins was turning professional 27 years ago, his opponent was turning 3 years of age, and that is how long he's been a force in this game. And it is also amazing to think that if he does go on to win this world title tomorrow night, he will create something of a record, because it will be the longest span of world championship success ever, not just in the Crucible era, but at any time. Because if he wins it, it'll be 21 years since his first title in '98 and a possible 5th tomorrow night. Well, he's still only 29, doesn't turn 30 until the summertime, and he's trying to become the first player in his 20s since Neil Robertson in 2010 to win this title, which is amazing, really. It just shows you how the demographic has increased over the years. In fact, he would become only the 5th player this century in his 20s to do it, because obviously we have a 43-year-old in John Higgins. We had a 43-year-old winning it last year with Mark Williams. So 5 frames to go for the end of our second session, and we'll return you to Dennis and Steve.
Thank you, Hazel. That was a nice interview with Steve Davis there from Judd Trump. And I think he would have enjoyed his interval, Judd, to outdo one of the best tactical players the game's ever seen. In that last frame, to open up a 2-frame advantage was quite a good confidence boost, you'd have to say. Again, he started with a long pot. Oh, the white's in. Oh, well, it was going to drop. I think he's got away with this. He's been fortunate. be an early re-rack here. Mind you, touching ball might help.
Touching ball.
Yeah, so that should solve the little bit of a stalemate.
How aggressive is Judd Trump going to be here? Is he going to play off the main bunch or the red next to the black? Just playing the red that's not going to open anything up. Could have played an aggressive safety there. So a good cue ball though. I think shown a lot of respect to his opponent there on that shot. A real early chance in this final for Judd Trump to try and open up. As I said earlier, a nice lead going into tomorrow. He's already 7-5 up. If he can win this little mini session 3-2, have a nice 3-frame advantage overnight.
There is a red that's potable, but there's no color available, so he's back looking at the pot, but he's got a straightforward safety, and I think patience plays such a big part in any sport, and Judd is now starting to show that and playing the percentages. And that's another good safety shot. Got John in a spot of bother here. Can't see an escape route back down the table for John. And of course he can't come off the side cushion and just land in the reds because they have been moved. That's what he's looking at. And he can't see anything as we come round there. No way down that side of the table. So it's a 2 cushion and hopefully a flick off the reds near the pink.
Foul, a miss. Judd Trump, 4.
He's having a good
free ball.
Oh, didn't look to be a free ball, but the referee has decided that he can't see all the reds. You have to be able to see both sides of them.
Brown ball, thank you.
That's made quite a difference, that free ball there. In fact, the next shot, if he pots the blue and cannons into the pink and black, he could bring both the high-valued colours into play here.
Six.
Black's not available, but natural angle to just drop in the pink and that red. And the pink will be available to right middle and left corner. So not a bad opening this for Judd Trump.
14. $20. $21.
Most of these reds are all covering each other into the two corner pockets. There is one that will go into the right corner, but the others are all sort of blocking one another. Yeah, there's just the one red there that'll go into the right corner, but not a lot available over into the opposite corner. As you can see, just that one lone red that will pop.
May have to screw back for the blue here. Just with the angle that's on this red. No, it's played it really well.
29.
Beautiful. I would suggest a cannon into the four reds to the right of the pink. But favour the right-hand side of them as we look. Because if he hits the left-hand side, he could lose the cue ball down to this black cushion.
That's what Stephen suggested. It's okay, I think.
34.
Yeah, not as played this was, but you know, gladly take it.
35.
Is he on the red? An anxious look.
42.
Just about. I think he's okay.
$43.
Next shot's not the easiest. There is a red towards the right of the table. Will go to this right corner, but he's not got the best angle and he's a little bit hampered as well. You can see a long bridge, although there's a lot of cue there. Did well.
It's a different kind of break, this. He's having to work so hard, and precision is playing such a part in this effort.
51.
Yeah, I don't know if Judd senses that this is his time in this match to stamp his authority on it. That's no good. Played for a red to right corner. Hasn't screwed back far
57.
enough.
He's very good with his opposite hand, and he's playing this with his right hand.
58.
White is on the pink. The reds block the path for the black, but, well, has it? That's a bit tight. I think the pink might be a better choice rather than risking that. He's only a couple of pots away from securing a 3-frame advantage. I think if he wasn't hampered with the 2 reds, he may take the black on, but he's back looking at the black.
Yeah, pink's got to be the shot. Black's horrible bridging over those 2 reds. So big shot, frame ball, you would think.
And now that he's secured the frame, there's a possible chance of another century break. We've already had 6-3 from either player. There's the second shot that he's played with his right hand. Yeah, he needs, what is he, 68 in front. Yeah, he still needs a couple more pots.
Yeah, I thought once he potted the pink in the middle, he was going to be plain sailing. That's why I said it was virtually frame ball, but he's just left himself a bit awkward here.
Going to use his cue power here.
$65.
That type of shot as well. He times it so well.
68. $69.
It's been a wonderful effort, this, because the balls were quite awkward.
76. $77. $82. $83.
Yeah, wonderful shot there to bring those 2 reds into play.
$90. $91. $98.
This black will equal
99.
John's 11 centuries in this year's Betfred World Championship. This is sheer brilliant stuff from Judd Trump here. Turn up again.
106.
That's 96 centuries this year.
107.
And Judd's 4th in this final. What a standard. Little bit of naughty snooker now. Look at this for a positional shot. If it misses the yellow.
114.
Wouldn't have played it that way had he have needed them. Here we go. Don't try this at home, children, because you'll miss the yellow every
Judd
time.
Trump, 114.
Wonderful, fabulous century break from Judd Trump, and he extends his lead to 3 frames. It's now 8-5.
Wow, 7 centuries in this match so far. We're inching close to the record in a final. It's been done twice, of course, 8 centuries. Now, pick your favourite out of quite a few there.
All of them. It was a very clinical break. He really does look in control. That was nearly a 16 red total clearance. Don't get many of those. But there were so many good shots, wasn't there, to pick out. Early on, he had to sort of wheedle his way around, and he was slightly out of position here, Ken.
Yeah, slightly out of position, but this is a great advantage. I mean, you see Rodney O'Sullivan play left-handed, but, I mean, you can't explain how difficult that shot is, just even if he was right-handed himself. But the fact that he's left-handed, he can switch hands. It's such a difficult shot. And then the pink to follow into the middle, which was virtually frame ball, was a pressure shot as well. And he looks very, very calm and calculated and cool.
He does, and he's suddenly had a 4-frame burst. And funnily enough, we were talking at the start of the final with John about whether there was a peak performance just waiting to burst out of him tonight against an opponent that he really respects, because he seems to have struggled against the lesser named, with the greatest of respect to them, but the lesser named opponents.
Well, I think the levels of expectation are different. You know, you're supposed to beat the player that's lower ranked than you, but when you're playing the likes of a John Higgins, you can just play. You don't fear losing. You just accept it's going to be a great challenge.
And suddenly we have a 3-frame gap.
Once again, John has been left this red to the left corner pocket. Black's tied up, which none of these players would have been happy to see. You see, almost 40 minutes since his last pot, John Higgins, so he needs to get something going. That's a good way to start. Now, will he go right into the pink from the blue? He's got a little bit more acute angle than would be absolutely ideal. It is possible, but he's going to play. He's got a choice of reds either side of the pink. Here we go. How's your luck? Hit them perfectly. Okay, he's got a red. He's got a choice of reds of both colours, but corner pockets, but still the pink and black are out of commission. To screw back for the blue, but played that shot to perfection.
Thank you. 7.
Slightly the wrong side of the blue, but he can play it with top spin. Reds either side of the bunch there available, but no colour, no pink or black available. So it's far from easy, this chance. Doesn't look good. Oh, hang on. Might have left it straight up into the corner. Looked as if he was going to land on the blue. He played to leave it in the middle pocket.
19.
Just managed to
24.
hold on to position. Played that nicely. It's just been such an awkward break, this, with the pink and black being out of commission.
And it's getting more difficult now to be able to get on a red to get back to the blue, because he's picked them all off. This is not the contact he wanted. He wanted a full ball contact on that red, and there was a chance he could have flicked the black into play there. That's what he was hoping for. That smile tells you it all went wrong.
John Higgins, 30.
And look at that, Judd Trump ahead in the safety department. Who would have thought that? Oh, that's really opened things up, bringing that black into play. And Judd being 30 points behind was after that. Well, let's cut in. If he takes the cut in, he'll be hoping to find the gap, but if he doesn't catch it right, he could cannon into a red, but there is a gap if he hits it correctly.
The thing you worry about in these thin cuts is if you miss it, you leave it over the pocket sometimes. He did, but I think he's got away with it. He's very fortunate because the red is stuck on the cushion in the knuckle of the pocket. It's because when it's such a thin cut, the red is not going at a lot of pace.
Well, as Stephen predicted, if he didn't pot it, it was going to stay close to the pocket. But just as it nestled across, well, it wobbled 3 or 4 times, but it's such a precise shot, this, to clip that red in from where it is. It's much more difficult than it looks, this one.
Well, it looked like he overhit that, but I think the reason he hit it so hard, he wanted it to come away from the pocket if he'd missed it, which it has done. But he has left a pot to the right corner.
I think there's a goalkeeper in that pocket. That's a couple that's wobbled, but this is a terrific chance now for Judd Trump.
1.
Short of position. Ideal position on the blue, but obviously that red over the corner pocket means it's not too much of a problem. Big moment in this match now.
Yeah, I was just thinking, and John will be thinking, I could be going 4 behind here. Okay, there's a lot of balls to be potted, but the way Judd Trump's been playing, you wouldn't put it past him.
This is an awkward little shot when the red's so close to the pocket to get ideal position. It's not easy. Yeah, he's lost the cue ball. He's actually been a little bit unlucky not to get a cannon on any of them reds there. He'd have been ideal in the black if he did.
Well, this next shot, as we show you, I'm just missing the cannon, which would have been perfect. This is a bit of a tester. He's looking good out there.
Yeah, as I said in the previous frame, I think Judd can sense that this is his time to make a move in this match. Sometimes when you're out there, you can just sense a bit of weakness from your opponent. And that's when it's time to pounce.
Just when he pots the black, it's just going to be a little awkward with the red that's just to the right of the black spot. I think he'll still be okay.
I wonder whether he'll risk trying to move one of these 2 reds near the right cushion here. No, felt it was too much of a risk. If he'd left the cue ball there, he'd have not been in a colour, but he's not played that very well. Now, for mere mortals, you'd say he's too straight in the blue to do anything, but it'll be no problem for Judd Trump to send this cue ball in and out of bulk.
Yeah, the green's off its spot, and it might just come into play if he forces it, or it might help if he can get enough stun on it and go over the green spot area, which is what he's done. He's virtually gone over the green spot there.
The problem in potting this red, he may be just nudging the other one towards that right cushion.
$27.
It's not getting any easier, this break.
Well, that's a pretty good effort, I'll tell you. And if he's finished with an angle on this red, he can get on the black.
29.
And he has the angle. What a shot that was on the yellow to get the cue ball into this position.
$30.
Not the best angle now. See, it's a bit difficult from there. Further across the table, would have been no problem getting on the red. A lot easier than it will be.
$37.
Yeah, well played.
38.
And once again, he just can't get the other side of the blue.
Well, what a shot this could be if he takes the brown off 2 cushions to get on that right-hand side cushion, round about where those 2 reds are.
Brown ball.
This needs good cueing. That's wonderful. Okay, didn't get as wide an angle, but if he gets a full ball kiss in his red,
42.
it's a brilliant pot. He's looking safe on the table at the moment.
He is pulling pots out from everywhere here, and he's faced with a tough brown, and to get back to the 2 reds, he'd have to miss
Brown ball.
the blue. Didn't manage to miss the blue, and the blue is blocked the path for a potential red into the corner.
And there's a chance of a safety shot of 4 cushions in behind the green, right hand side. Just going to be careful where the red goes. He may just decide to drop the cue ball in the black cushion.
Judd Trump, 47.
Judd played his safety shot deliberately to tie the black up, and then John deliberately trying to take the pink off the cushion with his safety shot.
Oh, delightful shot there. He's waited his time, and he's gained the advantage.
Foul and a miss. Judd Trump, 4. Yeah.
Yeah, Stephen picked a shot out that Judd could have played around the angles in behind the green. He didn't. And he waited for another chance and then played that snooker. So the one we put up there, he could have possibly left a red on.
Yeah, he's got his opponent on the rack at the moment, Judd Trump. He wants to keep him there. Doesn't want to risk giving John an easy pot to get in. 21 points is a nice little lead with both reds safe. John's got to be the aggressor in this safety battle. He's got to try and get the reds into position where he can possibly make a winning clearance. I wonder if that's red passes the pink to the far right corner. Maybe tempted to play it. Chances are he's going to block it with pink and green if he misses.
Yeah, might be a good choice, that, Stephen. And now you can see it just passes the pink, but it would be a sort of a shot to nothing. Wonderful shot. Wonderful putt. Didn't play to get on a colour. He knew if that red went in, he could put John in all sorts of trouble, and he will do.
Yeah, I certainly didn't think he was going to pot it at that pace. Absolutely phenomenal pot again by Judd Trump.
And this is not easy to hit because he's blocked the escape route off the left side cushion to come over past the yellow and hit the red. That's not available. And this is quite a swerve needed here. As you can see, you're right down the queue. It's going over the corner though. It's going over the corner pocket. So Judd Trump's excellent pot and snooker in behind the blue could certainly pay dividends.
One.
Just the yellow needed when it respotted, and that's a couple of frames where he has outdone John Higgins in the safety department.
5.
He's made 4 centuries in this final. His safety success rate is higher than John's. It's going to be a tough ask for the 4 times champion, the way Judd's playing at the moment. Doesn't matter about the blue not going in. John puts his cue down. He's going to leave the arena. Judd Trump wins another tactical frame and extends his lead. It's now 4 frames at 9-5.
Well, John won the opening frame of the evening on 1-2-5, and it's been one-way traffic since then. And this is 5 in a row now for Judd Trump.
Yeah, and you know, the potting machine that he is, you could probably make a Christmas DVD with all the shots he just in that frame alone, and particularly in the match. But I mean, have a look at this shot down the rail. Like Stephen was calling it, like he played at a slower pace. So if he missed it, he'd block it with the pink. But just the way he plays it, and the pace, the cue power. Incredible exhibition of potting.
And it's actually kind of thrust and parry, because he's playing with such freedom at one point, and then he's backing it up with some tactical acumen. I mean, particularly just keeping those 2 reds safe on the side cushion as well, just putting John under a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, it's what he's been talking about when we've been interviewed him, that he feels like he's a more complete player. Getting that balance right of attacking and defending is not easy. Not every player who's tried to do it has successfully achieved the exact balance you need, because the more you try to do it, sometimes it goes wrong. You just outthink yourself. But it just seems like Judd's calmer and thinking clearer as well. Sometimes we've criticised him for sort of having the occasional headshot, you know, and all of a sudden, what was he thinking there? It doesn't seem to be happening at the moment.
No, exactly.
And also, sorry, Hayes, but also what it does to John Higgins is he's probably saying to himself, well, where am I going to hide the white to stop this guy from potting? Because it puts extra pressure on John Higgins every single safety shot, and particularly when he sees him so freely moving around the table and looking so confidently, it sort of unnerves you slightly. So John Higgins really has to stop the rot of this run of frames very, very quickly.
Because he's taking on exceptional shots, but not through desperation. Yeah. If your opponent is playing and looks desperate, you're quite happy for them to go for them. But amazing what's happening at the moment.
I was only going to mention the fact that actually up to the quarterfinals, Judd was the man saying that he was probably playing the poorest of all of the quarterfinals. And we talk about timing your run. Wow, to save this kind of form for the final is exceptional. And actually, it's what we were saying earlier on. He made 4 in a row against Tip Chaya. He's had runs of 6 in a row, 6 in a row, and 4 in a row against Ding Maguire and Gary Wilson. And now he's really beginning to turn it on.
Yeah, but he's got to keep the pressure up because he knows full well that John Higgins is just as likely to reel frames off and has dug deep before in this tournament.
OK, there's still 3 frames to go, but how does John Higgins change the momentum? What does he do if it were your...
He just has to wait for his chance, you know. It's not... you know, he just has to try and keep him as tight as possible and wait for his chance and score the way Judd has been scoring. But it's not easy when your opponent is playing at the level he's playing at the moment.
He's running free at the moment. Back we go.
Poor break-off from John Higgins, but has he been lucky? I think Judd can get to this red, to the left middle. So certainly not the start John wanted in this frame. Playing the more aggressive safety shot, trying to open the reds up, but hasn't got a good cue ball. This red beside the blue, I think, goes to the right corner, and Judd can get his hand on the table. Now, how brave does he want to be with the cue ball? Does he want to play for the black? Wow, turned it down. He's played a great safety shot, but I'm a little bit surprised.
Excellent return from John Higgins here. No easy escape route back down the table from this position. This is tough off that. Oh, it might be close to the corner. That was a thin one. And John Higgins is going to need a similar type shot.
No, those 2 shots were magnificent, because those are the hardest safety shots you can play when you're the full length of the table and you're coming across the red to get a thin contact. Excellent safety shots, those 2.
this time I don't think he has a thin shot to play. Nothing there. Possibly the one just to the right of the pink there, but that would have to be quite thin as well. Close to the in-off if he takes that. Well, can he see that one to the left? Chance for John Higgins, but where's that cue ball going to finish up? He's going to need a little bit of good fortune, because he's going to see what he can cannon into, but whatever it is, you're not guaranteed to drop on a colour, but make sure you pot the red. Now he had to make sure of the pot there. And that's worrying signs for John there. He's been frozen out. He's lost 5 frames in a row. Lost a little bit of rhythm, which is quite understandable. And now the first chance in this frame falls to John's opponent.
I just love these long matches at the Crucible, multi-session matches. And one player gets a bit of momentum going, as has Judd Trump. That was an fairly easy pot John Higgins had there, but when you're 9-5 behind, you've lost 5 frames in a row, the difficulty just gets magnified, the pressure just ramps up. Something only these long matches can provide, this kind of pressure.
9.
Judd Trump's really got to concentrate now, because he's got a real opportunity to put some distance between himself and his opponent. Even in the second session of a 4-session match, he can do a lot of damage in these last 3 frames.
Yeah, 9 frames to be played this evening in this second session. He's being very measured, making sure he doesn't rush into things, but at the same time play his natural game.
$15.
I mean, he's got that white on a 6pence there. I mean, he had to get close to the blue, but look where he's left the cue ball. That was perfection there. No margin for error.
I think I'd be tempted to put the cue ball on the black cushion here to get rid of that red that's blocking the black to the right corner pocket. Yeah, that's what he's playing. Has he hit it though? Or does this red beside the black go? I don't think so.
20.
I think, no, maybe just.
Well, he knows if he removes this red, the game is wide open then. Makes such a difference. Oh, he's cueing wonderfully well at the moment.
Yeah, he put so much effort into the pot that he forgot about the position. Top spin of 3 cushions. Got to miss the yellow.
It's just wonderful to watch. That type of shot is so difficult to play.
26.
I was watching John Higgins there. He actually tapped his fingers on his thigh in appreciation of that. He knows what a shot that was.
27.
And he's just been outgunned at the moment, John Higgins.
Well, he's so focused, Judd Trump, at the moment.
34.
You can tell by just looking at his face how focused he is.
35.
Yeah, his average shot time is 22 seconds, which is for him, is a couple of seconds slower than he normally is. Sure, he played a cannon on the red above the black there.
42.
Maybe a slight deceleration. He's okay though.
43.
Well, this is why this game is such a tough sport to play, because when your opponent's doing this, you can't do anything about it. You just got to sit and watch.
51.
He's lost the last 5 frames, but can't do anything about this. He's done it so many times to opponents, but Judd Trump is just showing a terrific amount of class out there. So he's not sure if the pink will go back on its spot.
Yeah, he's actually got an awkward little shot here. He's not going to play a cannon on the red next to the pink. Yeah, he's worked that out well. In the end, it looks pretty straightforward. But he thought of all
57.
the permutations, all the options he had before playing the shot. Putting
58.
everything in to this visit to the table, as he should be.
94% there. In the last 4 frames he's played. Just wonderful control of the cue ball here. Just needs the one more red
65.
to make it 6 in a row. It's the first little slip up, but John is at the snooker's required stage, so. Not going to be easy to
71.
continue the break now. He's at 71. There was another potential century there. He's going to have to pull off something special. This is a thin cut. No, that was difficult. And he flicked the other one over the corner pocket, so had he have pulled that off, he would have got a century. John coming to the table. I don't blame him. There's a couple more frames to be played. Very little chance of winning this, but he needs to get a bit of table time and pot a few balls.
1.
You leave the red to the right of the pink to last, and then play a snooker from that one.
8. Thank you. 9.
Is he on the pot here?
16.
It's a bit tight.
Needs
a good angle on the final red to get a snooker. And yeah, if he could run
24.
tight up against the pink, he could make it a difficult one to escape from. Well, might be changing the plan slightly here now. He's thinking of screwing back behind the black. No. No, he did stun in behind the pink.
John Higgins, 24.
I expect Judd to hit this, but if he comes off a couple of cushions and misses it, he could leave a free ball. He played it at a pace that he wasn't going to leave a free ball, but he may be snookered again behind the brown, so all of a sudden there's quite a bit of snooker left in this frame. And if he goes close to the black, well played. At the moment, it's 2 4-point snookers required, and that would be to tie the frame. Chance to put the frame away here. A cut into the right corner or a cut into the left corner. He could play a snooker if he didn't fancy taking the pot on, but why not take the pot on when you play like this, man? And a little Judd Trump wizardry.
Four. Six. Nine. 13.
No naughty snookers, just a straightforward clearance of the colours.
18.
Play this right-handed. He played it with running side. He's not going to bother with the black, but it was a great shot. It was the earlier break of 71 that did all the damage. And the juggernaut, well, he's still just playing out of this world at the moment. 10-5 now.
Yeah, watched by his parents, Georgina and Steve, and there were some absolutely jaw-dropping moments of power. You're shaking your head there. I mean, your chin was hitting your chest.
It's frightening what he can do with the ball. It really is. I mean, this is a masterclass of a level of a different type. Look at this blue. He's just drilled in at power of it. I mean,
it's incredible the amount of. We talk about cue power, and his cue power comes in a couple of forms. You can screw the ball the length of the table back, but the top spin he can generate going forward, like from that shot there, not many players in the game can play that particular shot and generate that amount of pace in the cue ball to get it back for the Reds below the pink. It's incredible.
at the moment, I don't know what John Higgins can really do. I mean, like, it's not like he's really done too much badly. He's just got to sit and wait until he gets until Judd goes off the boil, which he may well do. You can't keep on doing it. But that's the last part of the jigsaw for Judd Trump to win this World Championship this year. He looks, as we speak, world champion in the making. Yeah. What he's got to do, he's got to put another couple of nails, bang them in, keep the pressure on, and then he's broken it. But that's the hardest pass, the last pass of the jigsaw puzzle.
It's interesting you mentioned this because I remember a certain Neil Robertson was described as unplayable in the early part of this championship until he came up against a certain John Higgins. So it's not all over yet, fellas, but clearly he's got a major problem.
Absolutely, and he has to dig in. These couple of frames, we've got 2 more frames before the end of the session. It's huge frames for John Higgins just to close the gap.
He's got to dig in, Ken, you're absolutely right.
Right, this long cut in to get him off and running. It's not too bad, this, but it was so important that John Higgins potted that. Make no mistake, this man could win the last 2 frames with 2 high breaks.
Six. Seven.
Doesn't want to be straight on this red down the left cushion. Tell by John's reaction that he has, because in order to get on a colour to split the reds, he's got to get that cue ball away from the cushion. Maybe be go for a bulk colour here.
Yeah, 15.
Well, he got a terrible kick there. You could see, well, the white nearly jumped off the table there.
Cue didn't go through in a straight line though, did it? You could see it was kind of deviated as it went forward, which says to me it was a slight deceleration. Wasn't the most positive deliveries of the cue.
John Higgins, 20. 1.
Well, when it rains, it pours for John Higgins at the moment.
It was a terrific shot from Judd, though. Look where he had the cue ball. Fluke was a bonus. And that's another
Judd
bonus.
Trump, 1.
If he's got the snooker. He had a quick look to see if he'd left the red, the right side of the table. Yeah, useful fluke, but I don't think he's quite got the snooker, as you can see there. Well, I'm not sure what John was playing there, but I wasn't expecting a DDK. That was a dreaded double kiss for sure.
One.
I mean, he could play a gentle little cannon, the 2 reds beside the black. If he went through virtually the middle of those, he could move one to the right corner, open the black up. Played the power shot, but at first glance, he's on nothing.
6.
Maybe the one to the left of the pink. Cuts to left corner.
See, you don't see this very often. Judd's down there taking his time, trying to find a difficult position for the cue ball, and now he might even try the shot that you mentioned with safety in mind. There's the thin cut, and there's the pot.
7.
And once again, look where he had the cue ball. And he's going to play another snooker.
Judd Trump, 7.
Looking at the 2 cushion escape, the red to the right, the black, trying to just flick off that, bring the cue ball back to bulk. Or is he just trying to lay on the red? Dead weight. This is risky.
Foul and a miss. Judd Trump, 4.
It looks very thin, the one he's looking at. Now, what does he spot into the left corner? Does that one just to the left of the black go as we come around? It's very, very tight. And once again, if he cuts this in and doesn't get in the colour, he'll snooker John again. This time he may be on the colour.
1.
He's played that beautifully. He is on the colour. Well, you said, Stephen, that John had to be careful with that escape shot. He left that thin cut on. And Judd in with another good chance here.
4. 5.
And another beautiful positional shot. Absolutely perfect on the blue. Just a follow through of the cushion. Now if he likes, he can play for pink to right middle.
10.
At the moment, it's just utter domination by one player over the other.
11.
And when you're playing well, those are the sort of little flicks that you get. Okay, it's the wrong side of the blue, but that cannon left him nicely on it. And once again with that topspin, very little effort to get all the way around the table.
16.
As he got the slightest of angles, because he let a bit of a groan out when he played the shot. He thought he hadn't hit it hard enough. But as you can see, he's just left of the blue line so he can get to his next red.
$22. $23.
Again, absolutely perfect, just to nudge the red out the way. Leave himself on the other one.
$29. $30.
Is he on the red that's next to the black?
35.
Maybe not, but the other one is no problem.
36.
Well, what a session of snooker he's producing here. Still needs a colour with this red.
41.
To leave John needing a snooker.
$42.
No problem getting on a colour for this player. That looked awkward. And once again, you can't do anything sitting in your seat. He's taken this match by the scruff of the neck at the moment.
$49.
This red to keep John Higgins in his seat. Looks good to me.
50.
Time for the cue ball to go on a few journeys now.
56. 58.
His position was useless there. What about a double? What about a double?
Judd Trump, 58. Anderson.
Well, amazing, another 58 break. And Judd Trump is getting better by the frame. That's 7 in a row, and he now leads John Higgins by 11 frames to 5.
It really is one-way traffic, and there does not seem to be a shred of self-doubt about this man's performance tonight, Steve.
This is like a controlled annihilation of a great player we've seen, and I don't think anybody could have... At the start of this match this evening, John Higgins wins the first frame. Like, nothing could have predicted that this was going to happen afterwards.
Incredible array of shots as well. You know, shot making, keeping that break going, up and down with the blue, in and out of balk a few times, wrong side of the blue, no problem. It's the cue ball is on a string, and it's very hard to see someone as good as John Higgins, as well as he's playing, has been as Steve said, completely dominated.
He's making a lot of very difficult shots seem so easy.
Routine. Yeah.
And that, you know, they're not. He hasn't had easy breaks. They've been problematic breaks, and he's just pulled shot after shot out of the bag that another player would be on sort of foot to the floor to play that shot, and he's not. He's nowhere. He's just in second gear. The cue power he's got is obviously a bonus, but with that cue power comes the risk of missing the ball, because there's obviously, you know, when a ball hits the cushions around the jaws, it can wobble and come out. But he's just so confident. It's like he's making the ball give in as it gets to the pocket.
He's not just overpowering John at the moment, because he is aligning that to great thought as well. So he's out thinking him at times too.
And he's keeping the pressure on because he knows what a fighter John Higgins is. He's keeping his foot on the pedal. He's not letting up at all. And, you know, if anybody could come back from a situation like this, it's John Higgins. But at the moment, it's so hard for him, you know, because he's not getting a chance.
Exactly. Let's have a quick look at this, because this frame here is going to be, from John's point of view, to be trailing by 5 or 7. Yeah, this is huge.
12-5 is horrible for John.
Yeah. And when he thinks about this, he's been in the last 2 finals, and he's been in both situations. He led Mark Selby. And, of course, he was 10-4 up against Mark Selby, and Selby came back. But, of course, he was trailing against Mark Williams 5-1 and 14-7 down. Got it back to 15-all, yes. So he knows that both situations are possible to try and retrieve overall. But this is a really difficult ask against a man whose tail is well up here.
Yeah, and this session will come to a good end for John Higgins at this time, because if it goes on. And that's why this last frame is so crucial for John Higgins.
We've seen players in the past win the last of the session to give themselves a foothold in the last couple of sessions. Will that be the case for John Higgins?
Well, first of all, he needs a good break-off. And that's a good break-off. If he can somehow win this frame. Okay, he's lost the session 7-2, but he's so experienced, he knows in the third session he could turn it right around. The thing is, he's not doing a great deal wrong, John. He's just being outplayed at the moment.
Yeah, and he's playing against someone who's obviously at the top of his powers, but someone who's doesn't lose many finals that he plays in, Judd Trump. So, very good strike rate. He's already taken apart Ronnie O'Sullivan in the final of the Masters this year, and at the moment he's doing the same to John Higgins.
his safety and tactical game has improved so much over the last couple of seasons. He really is the real deal now. And there you see 11% ahead of one of the best tactical players of all time. And well, that tells you the story. He's 82% for the whole tournament with his safety success rate. That's brilliant. That's what's needed to become world champion. Wherever he looks, you can see a problem. Can't just roll up to the bunch of reds there, because there's the one that is to the left of the pink. As you look at it there, it will go in the middle pocket, so that's not available to him. Safety shot was so good. John Higgins has been thinking for a minute and a half. And he's found a gap there. What a gap he's found. Judd tapping the table. In fact, he's tapped it a few times. He thought, how did he find that gap? And once again, a brilliant safety shot. Oh. He's had a look, and there may be a path through to the one for the left corner, but what a big shot this would be for John Higgins to take on. He's got a slight angle, he can get up towards the blue and pink, but oh, what a test this is. Now, how are they going to finish here? Wow. At first glance, I thought he's got away with this, and then that red hit the pink, and he hasn't.
Very difficult for John Higgins now to stay positive in his own mind about this final, the way it's going.
One.
And that's something to be positive about. He knows that he's going to get the next shot at the table. But yeah, he's lost 2 finals in a row, and this one, well, it's slipping away. If he loses this frame, very difficult to stay positive, as I said, in these circumstances.
Pink ball. Judd Trump, 1.
John Higgins needs an easy starter just to get going, but his opponent is not leaving anything for him. If he plays off the side of the bunch, it will certainly open things up. Might be a potential shot to nothing here for John. There's There's a red to the left of the 5 reds. It'll go in the left corner, and there's a gap between the reds. Just got to be careful he doesn't catch the red over the right side of the table. He could do with potting this. He's got a good cue ball though. Good effort.
That almost sounded like a
Well,
miscue.
and a miss. John Higgins, 4.
Yeah, I think that was half a miscue there. He wouldn't get anywhere near the red he was playing for.
Yeah.
So is this the opportunity that John Higgins has been waiting for? Not the easiest opener. Nothing's easy at the moment. He's got to summon something from somewhere. Good shot.
One.
That was a much better shot than it looked. He's giving himself a chance.
Just puffing his cheeks there. He'll give this last frame of the session is all here. The Wizard of Wishaw could do with a little bit of magic at the moment.
8. Nine.
Has he gone too far for the blue? It's tight. Very tight. Just about. He's unlucky. He's very unlucky.
14. Foul. John Higgins, 14.
Well,
Judd Trump,
it was
4.
a foul. I think he was a bit disappointed where the cue ball finished and tried something very, very difficult there, Stephen.
Yeah, there's a large hint of desperation about that shot. Desperate to make something happen.
1.
That's the last thing that Judd wanted to see.
6.
The white landing on top of the red there. In fact, I don't think he can take a pot on now because of where he's finished. Not a bad idea. The plant, he would have a bit of safety in mind also. Just picking the spot where he's going to knock the first red onto the cushion. When he gets the potting angle, he'll pick the spot on the cushion where he's going to hit the first red too.
Judd Trump, 6.
Yeah, I thought it was worth the risk because he wasn't leaving John right in amongst them. The brown is on, but it's tough, so it's the snooker.
Oh, I miss.
It's amazing. He had to get tight to the green because of the reds either side of the table, and when you want to just reach the ball, it's so easy to do that.
He barely got halfway. He's gone at the moment, John Higgins.
He's going to have to battle in this final frame of this session. Tried to screw the white back to the balk area, but the timing wasn't quite there.
One.
Not a straightforward chance, this. Bit awkward around the black spot area, but he could soon alter that in a few shots' time.
Four.
He was a fraction away from being perfect there on the red above the black to pot it, cannon the red to the left of the black. That's if the black goes in to the right corner past the red. Not sure if it's available. See, it was a bit tight, but now that he's removed that red, that clears the black to the right corner, but once again he's hampered slightly. I think this time he's okay. He can just cue to the side of the pink. A little bit of a distraction.
Ten. $11. $18. 19.
Well, he's not going to need the two reds. on the left-hand side cushion. If it takes these 4 that are round, they're very potable.
27.
I think he's got this Crucible crowd mesmerised. He lost the opening frame and he's on his way to winning 8 in a row. Who would have thought that when they shared the first session, 4 frames all?
32. He
just stopped in these tracks there, but he's okay. He's got an angle on the blue.
Looks like he's come dead straight on this red, so probably screw back for the blue. In fact, he's going to drop it in for the black and be leaving the cue ball quite close to the left-hand side cushion. Nothing to do with the cue ball. Just concentrate and putting the black, automatically drop on the red below it.
And just drop the red in. He'd be 43 in front with 43 remaining, but 46. He'd be perfect on the black if this goes in. What a session 47. Of snooker Judd Trump has played here, Stephen.
Yep, phenomenal session. He looks like winning at 8-1 as he broke the back of this final.
54. 55. 62. 63.
It's a masterclass that the younger player is giving us here.
5 cushions for the yellow.
Well, I think maybe 6.
It's going to get the 5th.
This 70. Is no disrespect to John Higgins. This is just what he does. Doesn't matter about that. John Higgins comes forward to shake the hand of a player that has played out of his skin this evening. What a session he has played, and he now leads John Higgins by 12 frames to 5. Who would have thought?
Wow, what an evening, what a performance. Day 1 of this final has produced an absolutely awesome display of power and confidence from the Masters champion, Judd Trump. He has overpowered the 4 times world champion by 8 frames to 1 this evening. He's 7 ahead. He needs 6 more to win his first world title. And as Stephen Hendry has said, Ken and Steve, has he broken the back of the job here?
I think he has. It's going to take a monumental effort from John Higgins. He got a standing ovation at the end there, Judd, and he fully deserved it. I've seen some astonishing snooker in here. A lot of it we've seen from Ronnie O'Sullivan, but that was a different type of astonishing. I mean, a little bit in shock.
Yeah.
That was horrible. I'd hate to have been sitting where John Higgins was.
Yeah, but he didn't do much wrong. And actually, you talk about shock. The crowd is actually a bit stunned.
Yeah, I mean, it's not often at the end of a session that you'd see the whole crowd stand up and give him a standing applause. It was amazing. What does John Higgins have to do tomorrow? 6-2 at least, win the session. Otherwise, anything less than that, and the final is over, basically.
He's got to stay positive, and he's got to surely hope that that peak performance is exactly that, a peak, and that it's downhill for Judd.
Yeah, OK. every session's different. Judd's got to sleep on the lead. He's got to sleep on the fact he could be world champion. I was 12 up on Jimmy White once, 12-4 up on Jimmy White once. Only just got over the line. It can happen, but tonight, John Higgins has been incredible. Yeah. Somebody's actually done that on him.
Yeah.
If he can get on a bit of a roll tomorrow, you know, sometimes that can snowball as well for your opponent as well as yourself. If John can get on a little bit of a roll and make a sort of a comeback, Judd Trump will say, OK, you know, we might tighten up, but the way he's playing at the moment, and particularly the confidence that he has, it's very hard to see anything.
Well, he got on that roll against Mark Williams, coming back from 7-14 to 15 all. But you've got to say, Judd Trump's, the foundation of that, Stephen Hendry talked an awful lot about his long putting and how relatively poor it had been throughout the championship. He was actually operating at 56% for his long putting, 70%. There's the difference in that session already.
It was the control as well. We can all go around, we can all walk around the table and relax, play and knock the balls in, but he was taking time working them out. It was clinical as well as brilliant.
Never tentative either.
No,
never seemed to be any doubt at all. He was out there completely in the moment. It was fascinating to watch.
He was actually matching, you know, even in the safety department, he was matching John. If not probably better, it's probably safety percentage is probably up on John Higgins as well. So in every single department, he was top quality.
It's one of the most incredible performances I've seen here in one session. It was just. I think the crowd were a bit overawed by it as well. Yeah. We all were. You don't often see this. You don't often see that level of play in match play.
OK. Guys, I think we should take a deep breath. John Higgins is certainly going to have to do that. You never, ever write off the wizard, but he's going to have to conjure up something extremely special if he's to get himself back in here in what is a third final in a row. He doesn't want to lose a third one. But Judd Trump looks like he's well on the way. We've got 2 further sessions to come potentially tomorrow, 8 frames tomorrow afternoon, and a possible 10 to complete in tomorrow evening from 7 o'clock. May bank holiday weekend is made for it. Never mind H. Who's going to get the W tomorrow night? Judd or John? Catch you soon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Another chapter of sporting history is about to be written at the Crucible. By the end of today, one of the 2 men waiting at the top of the stairs will be crowned 2019 Betfred World Snooker Champion, walking away with the ultimate title and a cheque for £500,000. At long last, it's the climax of the season, so it's showtime in Sheffield. Please welcome the most exciting player of his generation, and he is thriving on the biggest stage of all. From 5-4 down last night, he produced an astonishing session of snooker and is now just 6 frames away from the title he craves so desperately. It would be the realisation of a dream for him and his family. So give it up for the ace in the pack, Judd Trump. And now, please welcome one of the all-time greats. This, remember, is his 8th Crucible final. Only Hendry has been in more. Under pressure after last night, but so often he proves to be the master of mental strength and major comebacks, and he will give it absolutely everything this afternoon. 4 times a champion of the world, the Wizard of Wishaw, John Higgins.
changed his walk-on music today. Let's hear it for the boy. Let's hear whether he can come back into this final. Possible 8 frames to play this afternoon and a deciding session tonight. Will we have a new king of the Crucible today, or will the veteran champion yet have his say? Ken and John Virgo, let's find out.
Thank you, Hazel. There's nothing like the final.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Of the World Championship
Game
here
18.
at the Crucible.
Judd Trump to break.
And Judd Trump, who produced one of the most outstanding performances seen here in a session last evening, has given him this big lead. John Higgins, well, he's just got to play frame for frame, Ken, and hope that he wins this session. Nothing less will do, I fear.
Yeah, of course. Big session here, and of course he needs a fast start, doesn't he, John? Needs a very fast start, and just that session last night, I mean, it was the most incredible session of snooker I've seen. I've witnessed in the final here, the World Championship. Judd Trump was putting them off the lampshade, as they say. Fantastic array of shots and shot making, John.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I've had a few people on the phone to me saying it reminded them of Alex Higgins at his very best, some of the shots he played. And that is some compliment. But he has got his own style of snooker, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, he certainly has. I think if anybody could make a comeback, it's certainly this man. 4 times, of course, he's lifted the World Championship. And he's got all the experience, and it'll be interesting to see how well Judd can play, how well he can follow it up as well. It's never easy to follow up a session like that.
Yes, and in a way, I think that's what John will be hoping for. I don't think he can get right back in this match without a little bit of help from his opponent.
I do like the way Judd Trump is, as well as his break building and potting, John, but his safety game, he's become a lot more mature over the last couple of seasons. And it's made him such a stronger player. He's had a wonderful season already this year. Played it as a shot to nothing there, John. Again, Judd Trump trying to get up behind yellow and brown here. Doesn't want to leave a possible pot for John into this bottom right-hand corner pocket. Just having a look at these 2 reds. Is it possible? There's his view. Just wants to make sure that when he plays a safety shot that there isn't a red going near this bottom right-hand corner pocket.
Too thick. So first chance, John Higgins. This red to the right corner, the black is available to the opposite corner. But he's going to have to cue this nicely to hole for the black.
Wonderful shot. And as you said, Johnny,
You have to cue that superbly well. Just to hold the cue ball. Excellent opener.
Eight. Nine.
Decided to go into the red. It's just come a little bit awkward.
16.
If he's got a natural path for the cue ball, no problem, but he's having to stun around the back of the black, I feel. Beautifully played. Hampered like that.
This would be an interesting shot. Will he go up for blue or try and come back for the black? He's back
25.
for the black, and that will tell you a little story in itself. Could have easily gone up for blue, but this will be 4 reds, 4 blacks when this goes in. He's okay. He's played that cannon nicely. Held for this red into the bottom right-hand corner pocket. He can play a little cannon when potting this. Just on the red to the right of it.
$33.
Oh, he's played that really nicely. Yeah, good shot. Purposely playing the cannon. And John, we said he's going to need a fast start. You think? 5 reds, 5 blacks?
Well, the fact that he could have played a red and run through for the blue and screwed back for the black, as you noticed, it tells me he's got maximum in mind.
$41.
Not the best angle on this black. Could screw black a little bit for a red to the left center pocket. Got a little angle. He could stun it out. Yeah, played for just for the red to the left center. So again, these are very tough pots into
38.
These middle pockets. Would he be screwing back for black, as you can see? Excellent shot. And a lovely angle on the black as well. They're getting excited, his family. Oh, beautiful.
Could not approach any better.
56.
He's knocked another red near the side cushion, but a couple more reds and blacks. The frame will be safe. So
57.
all eyes will be on the maximum. £50,000 for the maximum break, plus a £10,000 bonus for the high break. So £60,000 in all.
$64. 65.
After this black, just one more red to secure the frame.
Yeah, and once this red goes in, he can relax.
72.
Frame will be over. And just as you said, John, the two reds on the right-hand side, close to the right-hand side cushion, there'll be problems. Plenty of room with the one that's closest to the right centre pocket. There's plenty of room to get in behind that, but the one that's very close to the right-hand side cushion, that may be the most difficult.
72.
This has been a wonderful break so far.
Just a little bit tweaks in between. But he should be able to control it. Position on the black.
81.
Little grimace, obviously come just off straight the wrong side, or over there you see it. So run round off two cushions, need to judge the pace of this well. Kiss on the pink could help, a little flick. Not quite.
88.
Yeah, I think that's what he was hoping for. Nice kiss on the pink there. He was on red to the right centre. Just have a look at the cue ball here. Just missed the pink. So he's got to judge this maybe off one cushion. It's there now, and he's held for the black. Maybe a bit straight, but excellent pot. That was beautiful control, John.
He never ceases to amaze me, this man. Unbelievable. Bang up against it as he is. You wouldn't think so. Now then. If he runs past that red, he won't mind. Well, he'll have to play one down the cushion. He's going to have to play it sometime. And he's got a nice angle on it.
96.
Pot for the cheeks tells you it's not easy.
I suppose the only good thing here, John, he just has to play it as a nice pace. Doesn't have to hit this too hard. Just
One of the tricky reds out of the
97.
way. Black for the century. But he's hoping for more than that. His 12th century of the Betfred World Snooker Championship. Another ton up.
104.
97 now, Ken.
That's incredible, yeah. Could have 100 centuries before this match is finished. Now, John came around. Quick look at the, not this red, the second red. One that's close to the cushion. Gets a nice angle on this black. And needs to slow up. Slow up. Oh, just ran off a little bit.
This is going to be a little bit awkward. If the brown was on its spot, I don't think you'd have any problem missing it and dropping in behind this red, but he's got to miss the cannon on the brown. Of course, pot the tricky black. Gotta miss the brown! It was just in the line.
112.
Okay, Wizard, show us something.
Well, what way does he play this? Having a little joke with his opponent, that's nice to see. Judd Trump will be willing John Higgins to make this as well. No doubt about that. He's going to play the double, or is he going to play it into the corner? He's going to play it. Get in! Oh, what a shot! What a shot!
Unbelievable! We'd say he's one of the best doublers in the professional game. Just taking a deep breath. He has finished absolutely inch perfect on the black.
Quietly, please. John Higgins, 113.
Well, a standing ovation anyway, but what a shame. But you can understand the crowd getting excited when he played the double, but it might have just knocked him out of his rhythm. But what a start. John Higgins still trails, but what a frame he played there.
It also happens to be his 150th century at the Crucible, and it was so nearly our first maximum since your one, actually, 7 years ago. You think he's given up here?
Is this final going to give us anything else? I mean, we've had the start was brilliant. Last night was unbelievable, and that. In fact, he's actually done himself because he's played an unbelievable shot on the last red, and everyone's got euphoric about it, and he's lost a slight bit of concentration. This is an incredible pot. I mean, he's just decided. We know he's good at doubling, but across from over there, I mean, and the perfect angle.
He was so close, Stephen. How do you assess that challenge to get one?
It was just, I mean, it was magnificent, the break, all the way through. From the very first red down the cushion, just to drop on the black. It was just, it looked like that's what he wanted to do, because he played a red screwed back for the black early on, where he could have easily played for the blue, but phenomenal.
It just changes the whole dynamic of this final, doesn't it? Having been so down last night.
The only thing that happened, and I hope it hasn't inspired his opponent too much.
We shall see. But whatever happens from here on in, it's already been a brilliant final.
So John Higgins breaks off in this second frame, telling the crowd they were far too loud and got us all excited. But what a magnificent attempt. And we said he needed a fast start. That was certainly one way to start, John.
It was absolutely magnificent, and what a pity he didn't complete the job. You always feel a little bit aggrieved as a player, because you feel your opponent is trying to find the baulk cushion, not the baulk line. You could say that the green has come to Judd's rescue here. And there's Judd talking to the crowd, and yeah, so that's how relaxed he is, and he was enjoying the attempt at the maximum just as much as everybody.
Yeah, just put a little line up there, John. Just he might just trickle into the park there. He's got to hit this full ball. Doesn't want to slide off it. He's okay. He got lucky. Yeah, it was nice for Judd to having a little chat with Ben Sizer there. He's been here all 17 days. Loves the snooker. What I saw was really nice. Judd Trump, he was clapping in his chair, John.
Yeah.
In his, for John Higgins. He was willing them on.
And I think probably the first time ever when John Higgins broke off in this frame, he had a smile on his face.
Yeah.
You don't often see that. But we know what a great competitor John Higgins is. And, you know, that first frame, okay, he didn't make the maximum, making a century. He's had his hand on the table, he's got his cue arm going. But he's got to produce his best, and he knows it.
Yeah, that was his 150th Crucible century, would you believe? Incredible. His 12th of this year's championships. shot.
Yeah, and the Reds have opened up. So you feel whoever wins this tactical exchange will have a good scoring opportunity.
Yeah, you'd like to get this cue ball over behind the yellow this time. Just trying to block the path down this right-hand side. He hasn't managed to achieve that and may have left the red. Not straightforward though to get back out. Just got to find the gap when potting this. Back up for blue or ball colour. Yeah, it wasn't straightforward. Had to straighten the cue ball up. Didn't manage to do that, so he's not on the pink. But trying again. You're not on a colour, you take your medicine. You've got to make sure you keep your opponent on that ball cushion. Somewhere behind the yellow, off the brown.
Yellow ball.
Well, he's taking the yellow, but he really wants to be on the left-hand side here. Tight to that ball cushion, and he's managed to achieve that. Excellent shot.
Great line, but he's knocked a red to the corner. Does he get the cover with the brown? He doesn't. It was a great effort. There's a lot of trouble there. Got the cue ball back to balk, but as you see, left a pot on.
One. Yeah.
Well, there you see the pot. Didn't want that kiss on the red, but does this blue pot past the yellow? He's getting the cue ball clean, so it must do. It's pretty straight. Doesn't have to do much with the cue ball. All the way. This was where Judd Trump really has got to keep the concentration.
7.
Make the most of this opportunity. Doesn't want John Higgins dictating and setting the pace in this last penultimate session.
12.
Pink and black will both pot into the left corner pocket, but you can't get on them just now. Back up for blue.
13.
A little bit short, but I think if he screws back and leaves himself straight on the red to the right of the black, then he can pot the black and get the black on its spot. Well, he's running through, so he must have a slight angle. He forced it. But that's not perfect. He's got the red to the left
18.
middle, but it's a very precise positional shot he's going to have to play.
Well, let's see, can he find this little gap here? No, decide to go around.
19.
Out of position. That's not good. And the break.
Yellow ball. Judd Trump, 19.
Well, it doesn't get any better than that. Pure theatre. Now, John Higgins now needs a good safety shot to try and gain the initiative. Once again, he's knocking a red to the corner. Does it go in this time? No, it does.
One.
Well, last night he tried to roll up to a green and was well short.
Brown ball.
He's playing the brown this time. It's not a roll up. He's going to try and get the cue ball back to the ball cushion. Well, decided to roll in behind the green this time.
John Higgins, 1.
But he didn't want the little roll up behind the brown. We saw it yesterday. He was quite a bit short behind the green. But it's not a good shot.
One.
Well, we say this game is all about fractions. Another roll, and he'd have had Judd snookered behind the green, but he didn't, and he left a possible pot. And the form that this man's in, it's a dangerous thing to do.
I'd like to get on that red left of the pink into the right corner pocket. Not quite sure of the angle. Maybe having a look at potting the brown and maybe cannon into the pink and black. It's a big target. Could hold for a red into this left corner pocket. He's going for the cannon on the black. Needed a fuller contact, but could have been on
5.
red into this corner, or this red that he's going to attempt into the left centre.
Judd Trump, 5.
Well, I said the way the balls were situated, the one who gets the first chance could be a good scoring opportunity. That's 3 chances now Judd's had, and not made the most of them. Can John Higgins just play a safety, get his man in trouble, and get a chance himself?
Once again from John Higgins, not close enough to this ball cushion. Possible red. Left corner pocket. He's got that red there. He's also got the red down this left-hand side of the table. We've seen so many shots over this championship, but particularly in that session last night, where he's able to take these reds on and screw back the ball. Blessed with so much cue power. He's taking it on.
One.
Well, John, when you're not close to the ball cushion and this
Young man can get his hand on the table. This is what he can produce. What a pot.
Yeah, right in the heart of the pocket. Just shows you with the power, the way the balls leave the bed of the table.
5.
He didn't want the flick on the blue. Must have left him very straight. Nice angle on the blue. He'd have been able to play into the black and the 3 reds. He feels that he can't get any angle on the blue, so just having to roll it in. Force it down as much as he could. Now this is the type of shot, if you hit it too hard, then less chance of you potting it, but this is where he's very good. You can cue it smooth, get so much action without having to hit it too hard. But he wasn't accurate enough. Now where's the red going? Half a chance for John Higgins, his first of the frame, as we watch Judd missing his 4th opportunity.
One.
Leaving himself a nice angle on this blue. Go into the black and reds, try and bring them into play. Oh, didn't hit it hard enough. Is he on this red into the right corner?
Well, I always look at a player's body language, and he doesn't look too disappointed, so I assume he can get past the black, and this red is on. There you see it.
Seven.
And we know, and we've seen it through the years, Ken, there's no one better than this man at stealing frames. What a steal this would be.
Yeah, you would say one slightly difficult red over on the right-hand side of the table, but for a right-hander, if he got behind it, it wouldn't be that difficult. So concentrate,
14.
Try and get that black back on its spot. Take these 2 loose reds on the left-hand side of the table.
As you mentioned, that red on the right-hand side of the table, it's okay for a right-hander. As soon as he gets an angle on a core, he'd drop on it. Tries to play for the pink.
21.
And that looks absolutely perfect, just to drop on the red near the side cushion. Best do it now, while you've got the chance. A little bit straighter than ideal, so may
28.
decide if it's too straight to screw back for the blue. Putting less pace in, play for the pink. Inch perfect once again. And now the points are all level. Quick glance at the scoreboard confirms that. Judd had 4 good chances here. Couldn't make any of them count.
35.
And although it's got to be done, John Higgins now favourite for the frame.
Yeah. Make sure he gets a nice little angle on the yellow when he pots this brown. He's perfect. And what a message this will send out.
49.
Judd will be feeling a bit nervous now, if he wasn't before.
$41. 44.
Brown and blue for the frame.
$48.
Close to the cushion, but he only needs to drop the blue in. Marvellous, marvellous. Boy, has this man got some heart. As I say, Judd Trump had 4 chances. John Higgins got 1. And he took
59
it.
on the
And
frame,
wins the second
John
frame
Higgins.
of this session. He's not going away. I'll promise you that. Judd Trump leads 12-7.
Maximums at the Crucible. 7 years we've not had one. John nearly got it done. Let's have a look at the black that he played. The only thing I would say about it, he's topping it through. Now, at this stage, your arm feels like jelly. You've almost taken leave of your senses. Let's have a little go at what I think he should have played. Now, it's not a criticism because it's easy in here, but if he plays it round 2 cushions with some bottom, I've overcooked the white just a touch. If you follow it up there, you're pretty much guaranteed a shot on it. But as I say, in here it's easy. Out there, it certainly ain't.
You're absolutely right, Alan. I tell you what, making Judd Trump earn the victory. I wonder how much those words would have been in John Higgins' mind this morning.
I think that's his total objective. I think that's what he would have said. Let's go in, try as hard as we possibly can, and let's make him earn the World Championship. That's all you can look at. You've got to ignore the scoreboard the way it is and just play every frame on its merits and make him earn the championship.
And he's done the difficult part, coming out in this first session of the day to get those 2 frames. And at what point does the pressure start to revert back to Mr. Trump?
I don't think he'll be panicking just yet. I mean, he generally played that frame pretty well. I mean, I think it was 4 out of 4 long pots, but he didn't have the cue ball under control. Last night he had the cue ball in a string. He couldn't buy a good positional shot there. But he'll not be panicking yet, but he wouldn't want to get to the interval and not have won a frame.
I tell you what, John, we were always talking about trying to follow up a big performance like he had last night. How difficult is that to do?
Honestly, that was one of the questions to answer today with Judd. It was a peak performance from him last night, as good as he can possibly play. It is very difficult to go back the next day and replicate that. Sometimes you just got to, hang around, play hard snooker, maybe change a few shots or whatever, because it's difficult to follow what he did last night.
OK, the difference is now 5.
Yes, difference now 5 indeed. Well, he'll certainly be looking over his shoulder now, Judd Trump. He knows this man is not going to give up. He's not going to give it to him easy. He's got to make those chances count. As we said, he got 4 opportunities in that last frame. This looks pretty good. Excellent shot from John Higgins here. And if he's covered the red, may not have covered it. Maybe on this red. And he can use the other red here to get back to balk as well. Lots of top spin.
One.
What do you want to give there for a little bump off the middle pocket? As Stephen said in the last frame, OK, he had 4 chances, but it's true he couldn't buy a positional shot. And this yellow is tricky. But right in the heart of the pocket. Wonderful pot.
Well, he showed a lot of character right there with that pot.
3.
Far from easy.
4.
Perfect angle. Pot the black. He's having a look to see if the red directly above the black pots into the right-hand corner pocket. If it does, then he doesn't need to play a little cannon. If it doesn't, he can move it out of the way. He's moved it out away. He's always on this other red.
$11. $12. $19. Thank you. 20.
Yeah, what does he do here? Does he play on the loose red? I think he's going to.
Nice cough. But was able to get up and line the shot up again. Right in the heart of the pocket. And that's something you learn with experience. If something happens to put you off, get up.
27.
41 points needed from this position, so he needs 6 more reds to get to Snooker's required. At the moment I can see maybe 3 after that
28.
one that's in the open, so he's going to have to play a cannon, you would feel, before he gets the winning line.
Yeah. A bit short of pace there. Wanted to be straight on this red.
35.
You see the angle. He's okay. He can go up for blue, but would have loved to just stayed on the black.
36.
Quite cleverly taking up the loose reds, building his lead. He's taken these very nicely indeed. Great opening red. His long putting has been superb in this final.
41.
Have a look at this opener. Used the other red purposely to get back up towards the baulk area. And a wonderful yellow to follow. Just came around, just had a quick look at the red to the right of the bunch. I think that may pot as well into this left-hand corner pocket.
Thank you.
So he's got this black,
42.
he's got the loose red, but I think the red on the right of the bunch underneath the pink does pot into this left corner pocket as well. And he's got a nice angle on this red now. If he wants to pot this, he can maybe just nudge 1 or 2 from the pack. There's the little nudge, and they're all out in the open now. Excellent shot. Good response here, John.
Yes, he's taken these really well. I'm just nudging out the reds that's going to be needed. And he's judged this to perfection.
54.
.54 points the lead, 83 remaining. Two reds, 2 blacks to get him to Snooker's required.
Thank you. 55.
It's been a wonderful break, hasn't it? I mean, under a bit of pressure, particularly after losing that last frame.
Yeah, I think the impressive shot, the opening red, as you say, but the yellow to the middle. No holding back there. Because sometimes when you get in this situation with a big lead, you think, well, try and protect it. As I say,
62.
no holding back. Wonderful shot.
63.
And this black to go 70 points in front with just 67 remaining.
Excellent break from Judd Trump.
70.
He's gone about this break very well indeed. Played a lovely red into the corner pocket, just nudged off the reds underneath the pink. But 4 more reds into play.
76.
And set him up nicely for this break. Possibility of another century in this final. Incredible
77.
standard from both players, it has to be said.
$84. 85.
He's already had 10 centuries in this championship. He's had 11, so this will, if he makes this one, this will be 12. He's equaled what John Higgins
92.
has as well. John Higgins has 12 centuries as well.
93.
Snooker just does not get any better than this. The 98 Tanner, unbelievable standard.
101.
And the 9th century of this final, the most ever in a Crucible final. He's not bothered about the pin. He wants to get on with the next frame. What's the reply from Judd Trump? Having lost the first 2 frames. But John Higgins' safety is just not keeping him at bay at the moment. 13-7, the Juddernaut.
It's official. This is the highest scoring final ever. That's our 9th Crucible century of this final. An extraordinary standard from both men. But I wonder how much character it shows from Judd's point of view to have been frozen out for the first couple of frames and to come back and to do that.
Tremendous focus and concentration, and the job that he's got to do today, just get to 18, whenever that is. He has been hit in the first 2 frames, but he just got down, slotted in the long red, put an incredible yellow, and then as went back to last night's mode, he just never looked like missing when he got in.
John, what do you make of that one?
I mean, that's that's a shot with plenty of pressure on it. You know that you're playing through. It's a natural angle to come to the reds. But if you don't knock that in a very tight middle pocket, you are presenting John Higgins with an opportunity straight in front of him. You've lost the first 2 frames. Tremendous character. That was really that massive break in the context of the match.
Absolutely. So he could still get it done, conceivably, this afternoon. I'm sure John Higgins has other ideas, but clearly both of them are firing, and clearly both of them are serving up something really, really special today.
Thank you.
In this
Frame
championship
21.
final.
He's going to play the double.
John Higgins
He's going to play
break.
it into the corner. He's going to play it. Get in!
What a shot!
Retained one of the best doublers in the professional game.
He left this red to the left centre. It's poor.
Just taking a deep breath. He has finished absolutely inch perfect on the black. As soon as he hit the bottom red, caught it much too
Quietly,
thick.
please. 1. Switch it off, please.
What do you believe it?
John Higgins, 117.
Got the end red, looks too thick, that's right. Well, a standing ovation anyway. But what a shame. But you can understand the crowd getting excited when he played the double, but it might have just knocked him out of his rhythm. But what a start. John Higgins still trails. But what a frame he played there. Is part of that safety battle.
Just looking at the break off, John, as well. A little bit of a heavy contact, maybe. Didn't follow through with the cue ball. Looking at the cue ball now.
A let off for John Higgins. It sounded a little bit heavy, didn't it?
Yeah. But just looking at that break off from John Higgins, normally he breaks off from the other side. He puts the cue ball right up the brown spot.
He's going for this.
Oh,
He's going for this. I thought it was a let up for John Higgins. Is there anything on the table
12.
This man can't pot in the form he's in?
13.
Contemplating going into the pack of reds, particularly on the right-hand side of the bunch. Yeah. Just have a look at this shot Judd Trump played, right-handed.
20.
Oh, wonderful. And control the cue ball off the pack of reds. Man, Brennan with confidence.
21. Yeah.
Looking at John Higgins there in his seat. Got the perfect start, winning the first 2 frames, but just safety play hasn't been tight enough. And he's in such good form. Easy 70% safety success. That's too low, the
20.
standard.
Yeah.
It's quite a remarkable statistic there. Judd Trump's safety success 83%, John. John Higgins 70%. You would have never expected that in the final between these two players.
Just misjudged that slightly.
29.
Just caught the jaw of the pocket. That's why the cue ball hasn't come far enough down the table. A little bit closer to the cushion than he would like. Didn't seem the best contact, that either. But no problem. Of course, when we talk about safety success, with the long pot game that he's brought to this final, it's very hard to have a 90% safety success against potting like this.
37.
May take the opportunity. There is one loose red, but he's got a wonderful angle on this black. He can stun into the, again, to the right-hand side of this bunch of 6 reds. Now, what's he on? Nothing to the right corner, but possibilities to left and right centre pocket.
44.
But it's gone a little bit awkward. And these are tough. This narrow angle to the middles. Didn't take liberties with it, just dropped it in dead weight. Gave it every chance.
$51. 52.
This time, nice angle on the blue. Just the two reds to the right of the pink. Definitely the outside one will pot. Does that one closest to the pink pot? It's very tight. But once he takes the outside one, of course, that will release the second one. And he's going for the outside one first. So there you see it, 57 ahead.
57.
Another two high-valued colours with these reds will be enough.
58.
And he made certain he didn't hit that too hard, so the red to the right, the pink, is still available. On the red, he may not be able to play for the black, but this red and a blue will do.
$66.
This blue will put him 71 points ahead with just 67 remaining. And after losing the first two frames, John Higgins would have had hope then. But Judd Trump producing the goods again. This has been a magnificent performance by this young man.
71.
So there you see it. 1 4-point snooker to tie for John Higgins.
Judd Trump, 71.
Yeah, no harm attempting the double there. John Higgins comes to the table.
And it all came from that break off, of course. Maybe taking this red on, try and screw back for black. Well, maybe play a plant here.
Well, when your opponent needs snookers, you are free to play more shots. Thing is with John Higgins, off these reds, he needs blacks to keep it at 1 4-point snooker to tie. If he potted around and got anything less than the black, 2 snookers would be needed.
Judd Trump just having a quick look at the scores, but he could play one red onto that red over the green pocket and even leave the cue ball tight to this bunch of reds, so he wouldn't be leaving anything. Missed the plant, but he's covered it with the pink. He's okay.
Yeah, he's trying to swerve and pot this. He needs to not leave a pot on for Judd, and he has. Nobody can get through to the one to the middle. That's the one he's eyeing up. If this goes in, no way back for John. Well, this is just incredible. No thought of just dropping that one in.
Yeah, look where the cue ball finished in case he missed it. I don't think John Higgins will come back to the table, will he?
Yeah.
No, he says enough. John Higgins concedes, so he started off very well, won the first 2 frames. Judd came back at him, winning the next 2, and now holds a lead of 14 frames to 7.
And it's as you were at the start of this session, Judd Trump just keeping John Higgins at more than arm's length, John.
Tremendously impressive the last 2 frames. He's basically nursed the lead. He's come out, you know, how many frames he was ahead. He's exactly the same going into the interval. So a very good session the way he's finished off there. And, you know, he's in the form of his life in the most important match of his life. And he really is playing tremendous. And this, to go right-handed with this and flick the black in, shows the confidence that he's got at the moment.
Yeah, you like this one, Stephen?
Yeah, it just shows tremendous self-belief. He doesn't think he's going to lose his final. He knows he's winning his final inside. As I say, all he'll be focused on is 18. But as long as he's I mean, the pockets are just like buckets to Judd at the moment. That last red into the middle, I mean, we thought he'd just drop it in. He just, like, pumped it in that pace. It's just phenomenal.
It has been, and actually he has now picked up where he left off last night. And we were talking about this together. You know that Masters final against Ronnie O'Sullivan back in January, and that was a huge performance to beat him 10-4. In some respects, was that performance last night bettered?
Oh.
Better than that one?
Yeah. And by a long chalk.
And what made it so, John?
It was just completely clinical. I mean, there was no... I mean, the cue ball is king in this game, and if someone's got it and the other bloke sits in the chair... Last night, Judd Trump owned the cue ball. He owned the table, he bullied the balls all around the table into positions he wanted them to be in, and John Higgins could only sit and watch.
I think we could be coming into a new era of dominance in the game from Judd Trump. I think he's targeting, obviously, this new regime. He's dedicating his whole life towards winning titles. He's won the Masters. He looks like winning the World Championship. He's targeting the big events, and yeah, I can see him winning a bunch of these.
And we just felt, John, that there was a performance like this waiting to burst out of him, and I think the difference has been the long potting, perhaps, in this final. That's what's been missing, perhaps, throughout the championship.
Well, that's very much part of it, but I have to be honest with you, he hasn't played well enough in the earlier rounds to be a world champion. I didn't think he was playing well enough. 10-9 with Tepchai could have gone either way. He was behind to Ding Junhui till he made a spurt. Steve Maguire didn't do what he did. Steve Maguire didn't play in that match. He's much better than that. And I'm thinking, well, he's playing all right. But when he's got the final here, he's played another level, and even another level to what he played in the Masters.
So what's flicked the switch then?
He's basically just a big game player, I think. His final strike rate shows it. He just wants to get in finals against the top players and win titles. And it's what's impressed me, I think, almost the most is the fact that he just can do enough to get to these finals. He doesn't seem to be able to play. He can still win matches. The first round was incredible with Tepchai, because if Tepchai gets on a colour, that split the pack, he probably would have beaten him.
Yeah, he was well ahead.
But you can go past in tournaments, loads and loads of tournaments, and you probably had it in your career, and I certainly had it in mine, where you should have gone out in a match, or could easily have gone out in a match, and then you go on and win the thing. So that was probably his turn.
Well, he's striding towards it now. He just made 4 more frames. But, you know, over 115,000 shots, well over actually, have been made in this year's Betfred World Championship, and that includes the qualifying rounds as well. But which of them will make it to the shortlist as the best of the lot? Fantastic. What a wonderful man, I have to say, and he'll be really missed around here for so many reasons.
Absolutely, he's one of my most favourite people that I've met in snooker in my whole life. You'll never meet anyone more genuine. The time I spent with him and coach, he's always honest, always black and will never give you any BS. He's just a wonderful person.
And I tell you what, there was one moment in that where he was talking about the silence with his dad and wanting to help people by talking to them. That's been his magic formula as a coach. So many people trust him so completely in those situations, don't
It's
they?
very difficult. It's very easy, I should say, to listen to somebody who's been in the pit, as they always say, who's been out there, knows everything, all the moves, what it's like mentally, what it's like physically, what the opponents are feeling, what you're feeling. And if you've got him in your corner in your dressing room, I'd like to have had him, to be honest with you, but we sort of played in an era where I actually played him. In fact, the year I managed to win here, I beat Steve Davis and Jimmy White. My hardest match in that championship was Terry Griffiths. Without a shadow, it was the hardest match. His match play was absolutely phenomenal. He had me in the long grass for I don't know how many hours, and he was a tremendous player. We're talking about him as a coach. He was a tremendous player.
Take it easy, Terry. We will see you down the track. And I hope you're enjoying this afternoon. We've got 4 more frames to play this afternoon. If Judd wins them all, he will be champion today. And we have a change of commentary duty now as we say good afternoon to Steve Davis and Dennis Taylor.
Good afternoon, Hazel. And good afternoon, everyone. And Judd Trump just playing snooker from the gods, it has to be said. After John Higgins almost made that maximum break and then took the second frame, he bounced right back with a century and a 70 break. You got to forget about the scoreline, Steve, and just play it frame by frame.
Yeah, that's the road back for John Higgins, should it present itself. But it's tough to envisage, considering how well Judd Trump is playing in general and how he responds to the pressure.
Have a look at that. John was in line with the pocket there. I bet he couldn't believe that pot. There's a shot to nothing the way he played it. He's on the black and wasn't leaving anything if he missed. He's just cueing wonderfully well at the moment, Judd Trump. Really is. And this was a sensational pot and position.
8. Nine.
Needs an angle on a colour to get into the pack. Wouldn't really like to leave it till the last. Doesn't really want to knock that red off the table and then try and play the cannon.
$15.
Looks perfect.
And how well did he hit that? Wow.
20.
It's worth another look at that. There's always a little debate
21.
about who played that shot first. Some say Steve Davis, some say Stephen Hendry, but I can tell you nowadays, most of the top professionals have mastered that particular split.
$28.
I think in general, positional play's just moved on to another level now. What I would say is that Stephen Hendry
29.
pushed the bar up far higher than the 80s as far as trying to win the frames in one visit.
Yeah, I think it was you that pushed the bar in the 80s, Stephen, in the 90s, Steve.
He was still around in the 80s a bit.
$37.
Anyway, it looks as if it's this player's time. He'll draw on that final he played against John Higgins, a wonderful final back in 2011 when this player produced potting at the Crucible that I'd never ever seen before.
He's got a chance, should he so wish, if he's got an angle, to go into the pack again here, but you can never be sure how they're going to open up.
Just depends where the pink goes. I think there's plenty of room, so he can get to the red. Well, he can cut this one back. The one next to the pink doesn't go. But listen, everything's looking so easy
44.
to Judd Trump at the moment. You're watching a player at the peak of his form here.
A lot of players, after losing the first two frames,
46.
would have panicked That's certainly not afflicted Judd Trump here this afternoon.
47.
Yeah, I don't think anything was going to faze him today after that session he played last evening. To see John make a 125
52.
break and take a lead of 5-4. After that, he never gave John Higgins a chance.
53. $60. $61.
Slight mistake, but you'd expect him to roll the blue through and then pop the loose red to clinch the frame. When you can play shots like that to get a bit closer, why not try them? And you can generate such power off a pretty straight blue. And that's the frame.
67.
Well, this is just absolutely terrific snooker we're watching here. It really is something special. He's already had 12 centuries in this year's Betfred World Championship, equaling John Higgins's 12. The record is 16 by Stephen Hendry.
And the amazing thing is, Dennis, it's
82.
been so clinical, his break building, but also breathtaking as well. That's not a mixture you see often.
83.
Some of the shots are astonishing, especially towards the end of the frames. But his control has been wonderful.
He's already made 5 centuries in this final.
90. $91. $98. 99.
Outstanding from Judd Trump. That's century number 99 in this year's Betfred World Championship. Turn up everywhere.
That picture tells a story. How can you play against an opponent that won't let you to the table?
108. 111.
Well, a bit short of pace there, but expect the brown in the corner.
116.
Have a look at the position as well. Never mind the difficult brown. We're seeing everything from this player.
120.
How many cushions will this go off?
Oh, yes, it's in. It's in. 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 cushions, or only the 3. Doesn't matter about the black. Another wonderful break of 126 from Judd Trump, and he extends his lead. It's now 15 frames to 7. He's just 3 away from his first title.
And there it is, the 99th century of this year's championship. Who'd have thought? It's absolutely astonishing stuff out there. It's Judd's 6th of the match, the 10th of the match in total, and that equals the most ever made in any match in the Crucible Theatre. We are chalking up notches and notches of history as we go along here, and the foundation was that fantastic opening red.
I mean, if you're John Higgins and you're sitting in your chair and you see him taking on this opening red, you think to yourself, I'm okay here. This is not too bad. I haven't done anything wrong. But, I mean, he knocks this in, comes around the angles, leaves himself a tricky black. Stephen actually said, didn't he, said, if he clears up for me, I'll never believe it. And look what he's just gone and done. I mean, he is playing. I mean, I was worried a little bit after the peak performance. I didn't need to be worried. He's playing the same standard today that he played yesterday, and it's as good as I've ever seen him play.
It is an extraordinary standard, and now we're starting to think, OK, he's inching towards the finishing line. Now, you, in 1993, beat Jimmy White by a sizable margin with a session to spare, and I wonder if you can recall the thoughts towards the end of this third session in that match.
It does creep into the back of your mind, but he's just in a moment, he's just in that zone where he just feels invincible. He knows he's going to win this now. It's just, it's not if, it's when.
Too good.
At the moment, what can you do? I mean, as I said to you, if you haven't got the cue ball and you can't play a shot, there's nothing you can do about it. You have to sit there and say, well played, mate.
Yes, as John Higgins breaks off on the 23rd frame with a pot success of 91%. He must be wondering how he's getting slaughtered here. It is just the standard of his opponent, so high. But obviously, given the chance amongst the balls, he won't shy away from them.
Well, there's a wonderful lady I met at breakfast here for the 3rd time. She's 95 years young, as bright as a button, from Carmarthen, where Matthew Stevens comes from. She was a delight to chat to. Just to give you that lovely lady's name is Dennis Thomas from Carmarthen. John keeping it tight there. He could have had a go at that, but he's being patient. You've got to wait till you get a better chance, because he knows if he risks anything difficult, it probably would be his last shot in the frame, the way Judd is playing.
the type of frame neither player wants to see, but sometimes that's just how the balls finish up, and it's who is going to take a risk or who can get a telling safety.
Very dangerous to try and play down into the green pocket area with that red over the middle pocket. Judd might try playing one red onto the other here to screw back somehow to stop the red coming back up the table. He's done that successfully. The last resort shot is the roll into the pack. But John can play another screw back. He can get to the bottom of the ball.
Gotta be careful one doesn't spring back towards the left corner pocket here. Now he's got the better of the safety shots. That prevents Judd from getting any screw whatsoever. But can he get through to the one to the right middle pocket? It's tight. I think he can, because he's looking at the potting angle. May cannon into the green here, pink. It's all about the pot. Well, he's got away with it. Well, I say he's got away with it. Steve mentioned the red near the left middle pocket, but where the white is finished, John's got to be careful. This could go into the corner pocket, the white, if he puts this. I think once he missed this, he thought he'd left John right in amongst them. Needs a good starter. It's not on. So the chance falls to John Higgins.
Six. Seven. 12. 13. 18. 19.
He's come up a bit short this time. That was a thinner cut than he wanted to leave himself. And he's going to have to take the pink, but he wanted to be on a nice blue just to drop it in, and now he's got a tricky pink. Two reds either side of the blue he can get on, or if he comes further up the table, they're all available. So this is a key shot in this frame coming up.
he's putting side spin on, it makes it a bit more difficult with the extension on his cue. Changes the characteristics of the cue, just a fraction.
He's played this well. If he hits the red full ball, he's perfect. That'll do nicely. What a good shot that was under the circumstances.
$25. 26. $31. 32. $39. 40. Yeah.
I just spotted something in his eye line on the white there as he was about to queue up, and this is typical of John Higgins, battling away right to the end.
$48.
Inching closer to a century of centuries at the Crucible in this event, and also, not that it will be on John Higgins' mind, guarantee of a session this evening.
A century 54. Of centuries. What a milestone that would be. Well, you could see it jumped, and that's why he's not as nicely on the blue as he would have been. Slight angle. Just about.
$59. 60.
Just needs one more red. As you can see, 67 ahead with possible 67 remaining. This for the frame. Oh! Can
John Higgins,
believe
67.
Didn't see that coming, and maybe John just had at the back of his mind, I just need this red. Surely we couldn't have a respotted black.
He needs all blacks with these 5 reds. It's a tall order.
One. 8. Nine.
This looks good. He's got a nice angle on the red to get back to the black again. Well, that just drifted a little bit.
Trump, 16.
Bit like the way they used to do on the old tables years ago with the nap of the cloth. It looked in when it set off that. Have a look at here. Now there it looks in. And just towards the end it just drifts on the nap of the cloth. Might be able to take this one down the cushion. It's a sort of shot to nothing. Brilliant. And as Steve said, winning this frame has guaranteed an evening session.
6.
Every credit to John Higgins here. He's a sort of player who would just never, ever give up. As I mentioned before, he did absolutely nothing wrong last night. Started with a 1-2-5 break and then had to sit in his seat and watch his opponent play unbelievable snooker.
As you can see from the pot success, he's not doing anything wrong really. But still he's only managed so far in this session to share the frames. That for him unfortunately is not good enough.
John Higgins, 25.
Doesn't matter about the blind. He's done what he had to do, and he won the frame. He's still a long way behind. It's 15-8 to Judd Trump.
Well, we will definitely have an evening session, gentlemen. Far more to enjoy in this Crucible final, potentially. And John, so important for Higgins there to say, I'm still here and I'm still coming back at you.
It's just tremendous mental fortitude, what he's been doing all the way through the championship, you know, from Neil Robertson's matches and the Stuart Bingham game, and particularly the semi-final against Dave Gilbert, where he was 5 frames behind 3 times in that, and he kept coming back and simply wouldn't go away. So another example. I mean, we're talking about how well Judd's playing, and it's as good as he's ever played. 3-3 in the session today. It's amazing what Higgins is producing.
It is. I mean, obviously, John still has eyes on winning the title here for a 5th time, but at the very least, he's got the pride in the performance to have taken it to a final session when the tide was firmly against him here.
Very much so, and he's got a target now. Win these next 2 frames, 15-10, as I say. He's familiar with being 5 frames behind. 15-10, he'll still think he's in with a chance tonight, but anything less than that, 16-9, you would think is too far.
Absolutely, and we think back to last year, only 12 months ago, he was 7 frames to 14 down against Mark Williams, and there we were, late at night, 15 frames apiece.
Yeah, I do think these 2 are monster frames now. I do think he's got to win both of them, really, to have a realistic chance going in, but if he does win them, it is not over.
How would you...
Sorry, I was just going to say, it wouldn't surprise me if Judd just comes back in the arena and just, you know, pumps in another century. You know, it's just the way he's done it in this final.
He does not look under much pressure, doesn't he? He doesn't. I talked about self-doubt last night. There's been absolutely none of it on show here.
I just think he's in his own. I just think he's in his own world out there, concentrating so hard that when an opportunity comes up, he's making the most of it. I think you could ask him what the surroundings were like. He probably couldn't tell you. I think he's just focused on what's in front of him.
But yet he's got to be mindful of the fact that he's been ambushed by John Higgins on many an occasion. You look back and with the Shanghai Masters final, he was 6-1 up and was beaten 10-9. And so the story goes. John's done this to him quite a lot, actually. So he can't take anything for granted here.
Absolutely not. I know all he has to do is look back to the final last year when John Higgins was behind to Mark Williams and Kent just wouldn't let it lie. That's all. If Judd's got any doubt, he can't think back to things. He'll know the reputation that John Higgins has got. But I just think he's so in his own mind. He knows the job he's got to do, and I don't think anything's going to deviate from that.
He's in his own bubble. There's no doubt about it. But you know, John's doing what he's got to do. John, as I said earlier, John is making him earn the right to be world champion. He's coming out, making it as hard as he can, putting as much effort as he can, and if he gets beat, well done, pal, you've earned it. But what he's not going to do is give it him easy.
Absolutely. We've got 2 more frames to play this afternoon. And Stephen and John, you're both great world champions. Do you recognise in this man the demeanour of a champion in waiting?
Very much so. And I think he must, maybe after the championship's over, if he wins it, he might think, I wonder if I'd dedicated myself sooner to the game, how much more I would have won.
Oh, it's taken a long time for the penny to drop, that's for sure. He's 29, nearly 30, but listen, better late than never.
He's waited 8 years for another opportunity in this final. And is he going to take it?
Yes, Hazel, that is the big question. Every player's ambition when they turn professional is to lift that wonderful trophy. And is this Judd Trump's time? A little bit pacey this time with the safety shot. He hasn't done that very often. His safety has been exemplary in this final, well, throughout the whole tournament. His safety game has been top class. You could just see the determination in John Higgins' eyes there. It's dropped on the red. He might just be okay.
8.
He could have done without being hampered. Or maybe he's not touching that red. But the one into the left corner seems to be the one he doesn't have to do anything, just drop it in.
Nine.
Yeah, he's annoyed with himself. That's the first time I've seen John put a quick one in. That wasn't the smooth action that we're used to seeing. Just watch this. Just a little bit of movement. Very rarely does that happen with John. That shows you how much he still wants this title. You know, he was thinking 15-10 in his mind there. And Judd might be able to get onto the black after potting this red, believe it or not.
One.
And he would have been on it without the cannon on the blue, might still be on it. It's a bit tight though. He wanted that black back up onto its spot immediately. He'll have to wait for another chance. Can't quite get to the potting angle.
Yeah, ideally, in potting that black, he'd like to be on the baulk cushion. It's not so easy to guarantee position, even if he can see it. Well, might be a no man's land there. That flick on the blue was quite important.
Oh. Well, he took such a risk there, but what a shot he did play, and to finish on the pink. But, you know, it was just a calculated risk. I'm going to play it with deep screw and hope for the best.
It's not as easy as it looks on our TV screens to knock the pink in the middle and play position. I think you'd expect him to get the pot. It depends how adventurous he wants to be with the positional side of it.
Now, this is a big help. The pink spot's occupied. The pink goes onto the black spot. That makes quite a difference. He still wants that black, but it would go on the blue spot. But look where he's finished here. He's only got the yellow. Judd looks away and anywhere but there.
Yeah, what can happen sometimes does happen. Anything shorter, he's on a baulk colour, and he expected to be on the black regardless, apart from there.
Yellow ball. Judd Trump, 11.
Can he get to the red just to the left of the pink and near the cushion? He'd have to go twice across the table to land on that, but there is a chance. I think he can pass the blue, and if he gets enough side, he can go twice across and hopefully just land in the back of that red. That's a great effort. It's a great shot. Terrific escape there. once again just showing his prowess at the tactical side of the game. He's potted some outstanding balls, and John Higgins has had to sit in his seat and watch some of the balls that he's potted, but throughout the whole championship he hasn't played, I can't remember him playing one reckless shot. If he's pulled off a fantastic pot, he played it as a shot to nothing, but no reckless shots whatsoever.
Chance for Judd Trump here.
I think he's got away with it. Might be able to take a red into the corner or middle pocket, but I expected Judd to knock that in.
I think he'd have preferred to have played that as a stun shot, but he couldn't get the correct position. Excellent shot from John Higgins. Can he get the white back out into open play? It's not going to be easy. It's going to be tough to get it out with topspin if it's too straight. A power stun, it depends on the angle, and that shows you how difficult getting position from the black is. He's choosing the brown.
Rainbow.
Very clever indeed. A lot of players would have tried to power the black in and get position, but John knows he's got the pink on the black spot.
Six.
From John Higgins' perspective, it doesn't matter how he wins these last two frames. It doesn't have to be pretty. He just needs to scramble them to give himself a fighting chance.
Twelve. 13.
You're never sure when you split the reds like that exactly how far the cue ball's going to run. And this time the topspin has taken it near the cushion, and now there's quite an element of difficulty to this next shot. Pink back on its own spot. And he's faced with a tricky pot here to keep things going. There's a choice. There's a red to the middle. There's the one to the right and the two reds and pink up into the corner. You'd think the one up into the corner would be the one, and I think he's choosing that. Well, this is a terrific pot, but has the cannon on the brown spoil things, or can he still get to the black? I think he could still get through to it.
$27.
Some of the pots he's pulling off here is terrific, and another tough one coming up, because as we show you this, he couldn't do much with the cue ball because it was almost dead straight, but this is a big key shot coming up now. He'll automatically finish on the red. Wonderful cueing from John Higgins, and the family enjoyed that one, that's for sure.
35.
Wonderful shot that was.
$36. $42. $43.
Pink and one more red would leave Judd at the snooker's required stage. And what an effort this has been. Didn't look on this break when he came to the table.
49. $50. $57.
How well is John Higgins cueing at the moment? He's potted them from tight on the cushion. He's knocked long ones in. And look at this shot. Have a look at that shot. What a beauty. I'll tell you what, this crowd are really getting behind the Wizard of Wishaw. That wand is certainly producing some magic here.
$70. John Higgins,
that is a magnificent break of 70 that keeps John Higgins in this year's championship. Still a long way to go, but that's another one back.
It's now 15 frames to 9.
Yep, the Higgins family still believes, and so apparently does John Higgins, because he is really turning it on. There was a shot that Judd Trump played earlier, which was in effect the beginning of the end of his break.
Well, this is an interesting situation. John has missed the black off the spot, and he's knocked the black up to the green pocket, and he's desperate to get the black and down the table. But the way it is, he's got to play this dig down, and the blue is always going to be in the way for that shot. You're going to, if you hit that and go and widen the angle, you can go very close to the black itself. I think he should have played for blue first. Just play it in, drop on the blue. There was 2 reds next to it. Screw up the table, guaranteed to be on the black. I just think because the black was there and he wanted to get it back, he should have gone second time, not the first time.
But I tell you what, when Higgins was in, he didn't refuse a chance, did he? Poof.
Magnificent break there by John Higgins. I mean, some of the pots he pulled off, but this one was the one for me. I mean, if he misses this, he's leaving the frame on, because look where the cue ball ends up. But it's just supreme technique cueing to keep your head that still under pressure. Deliver the cue in a straight line. It's magnificent.
I mean, he missed an easier one than that. It wasn't a gimme, but he missed an easier one at the start of the frame where he wiped his cue away. He looked a bit frustrated, but he didn't, as I say, Judd didn't punish him because he sort of, for me, just went about it slightly the wrong way, which is difficult to criticise someone who's potting balls off the lampshade, but such decisions are made.
I tell you what, fellas, what nerve. What nerve to be out there and actually still fighting, still battling.
That will just to not lose. He hates losing. I mean, I can understand he hated it, but he just does not want to lose.
Would you like a big frame, Hazel? Because there's one coming up.
Thank you very much, John.
John Higgins to break.
Yes, we all love a big frame, and this is certainly one of those, and important to get a good break-off shot, and that looks pretty good unless... Yeah, that's a terrific break-off shot. Can't do much with that. It's one of the rare times where the break-off shot has tied the black up. I haven't seen that very much in the final. And straight away, John Higgins wants the black in play. Does this red possibly pot, because he can play it as a shot to nothing? Wow. What a pot that was.
My goodness. Don't think John Higgins considered that option. He did flick the black away from the spot. Perhaps that wasn't what he was intending. But what a shot from Judd Trump. Can he get into the pack? Tough to open them up. Has he got a red into the yellow pocket? It's very tight.
8.
Maybe not. Maybe he'd have to make it with side spin. It's tough to get the power on that cue ball to open up the reds enough. It's very tight, this. He thinks it goes.
And he was right now.
Just might have had to flick a little bit of left-hand side on that when he screwed back, because it looked very tight. He thought for a while before going into
60.
the reds, and he picked out a very delicate little cannon there.
17.
That's a wonderful chance now.
He's so dangerous, Judd Trump. He's made this into a frame-winning chance.
$24. $25. $32.
You can see Judd just hanging back there, thinking that he played that white ball just a little bit too hard. The cue ball's going to be going towards the black, but he can control this. A little slow roll through.
Thank you. 33.
Well, as you can see, that's 5 reds.
40.
And 5 blacks. John Higgins
41.
almost opened this session with a maximum break, potted an unbelievable double, and then missed the black because the crowd were in raptures. There's 1 red. That's going to be very difficult if he does stay on blacks. The main concern here is to clinch the frame and
48.
put himself just 2 away from his first world title.
$49.
Well struck.
56.
Yeah, he's working around the black. He's not risking the frame by doing this. It's the right ball to be working around.
$57.
I know it's a long way in the future for this break, but that red near the green, it's not so bad for a left-hander.
$65.
I think Judd was expecting just a little brush on one of the reds just to open it up there. Yeah, if he just nudges the red slightly. Terrific shot. Had to power that in.
72.
I mean, apart from the fact there's a chance for 147, you could argue this is a match-winning break as well. It means going into the evening session, he'd just need 2 if he could convert this.
Oh, look at this shot. Look at the shot he's played here. He's a little bit unlucky, but he's got the cue power to get back for the black off this red
80.
to the left middle. Make no mistake about that.
Frame certain. Wow.
81.
What a shot this is. Another chance for 147. Oh, he's come up a bit short there. Can he manufacture an angle on the black? Pot it, screw back. He's going to leave himself at distance, maybe. Don't think the run-through's as good. Perhaps he can. No, tough shot.
89.
I think he played the run-through because he's left-handed.
Yeah. Judd smiling. And that's lovely. Judd smiling back at him. Now, he's got two choices. He can try and cut the black in, or he can try and double it up into the corner pocket and screw the white back.
£10,000 for the highest break of the event. 145 seals the deal.
Oh,
146.
that's what Judd's thinking. He could nick my 10 grand here.
How nasty is Judd Trump? See the nasty side of him coming out. No, he's going for the 147. You've got to go for the 147, surely.
Is he going to go for the cut? He is. It's such a thin shot. Come on, Judd, you can do it. He's got it! He's only got it!
96.
There's only one player in the world that will be able to pot this red into the green pocket, knock the other red out and get on the black, and he's at the table now.
That's a nice little shot, Steve, to predict there. Come on, Judd, you can do it. Wow, he's done it! He's done it! Look where the red's gone. Wow! This could be the greatest ever maximum break. And that is 100 centuries now in this year's Betfred World Championship. And he can still get round on the black off this.
He's not come that well on the red, but well, this guy can create anything. This is a match. This is a great chance.
Can he avoid all the colours and get round onto the black? Oh, he's going for the middle, which is even more difficult.
Yeah, but he gets on the black. Guarantees on the black.
Get in, turn, please turn. Keep turning, turn, turn. Wow, what an effort. Unbelievable. What a frame of snooker. And Judd Trump extends his lead to 16 frames to 9.
It doesn't get much better than this. That was an extraordinary session of snooker in an extraordinary match. It's the 100th century of this year's championship. It's a ton of tons. It is Judd's incredible effort here and a record-breaking match so far. That's the 11th century of this match, and that's more than any other match in history at the Crucible Theatre. It has been something very special, John and Stephen.
Well, I've sat here and watched quite a few of these finals, and I have never seen 3 consecutive sessions that good. Honestly, from the first minute these two have started, the 4-4 the opener, Judd dominating last night, and that was just a brilliant, brilliant session of snooker. Both players had chances to get maximums they didn't quite manage to get. Wonderful theatre, people on their feet. If you didn't enjoy that today, you don't like snooker.
He's a complete natural, this man, isn't he?
It's just pure natural talent. The way he cues from where he aims on every shot to bring the cue round on line with a shot to the shots, the pots he gets. I mean, you could argue he's taking the game to another level.
Yeah. How will John reflect on his part in the afternoon? It's been so many twists and turns, but he's still got a huge amount to do if he's to try and turn this around.
I think he can be incredibly proud of himself, the effort he put in there today. I mean, he's just come up against someone playing at the peak of their performance, and he's done everything he could do. He's kept his part of the bargain. It's just Judd Trump's playing to a phenomenal level, a level I actually have not seen him play at. I'm being honest. We all know he's a great player. This is far better than what he produced at the Masters. A lot better. And he won there. And he looks like he's going to win here as well.
I'll tell you what, let's have a look at a couple of those key shots in that 147 attempt, because this was pretty special.
This was magnificent. He knew the cue ball was going into the red, that's why Steve had suggested it, but to get the double kiss off the red to come back for the black was just phenomenal. John and I actually thought the red that he missed in the middle was actually quite a comfortable shot to get in the black. That was, for Judd, that was pretty simple.
But yet, we got to the point where there was a lovely moment out there, and to still have the presence of mind, to have a laugh and a joke there about splitting the proceeds, obviously, the high break.
Listen,
it was
John's on £10,000. No wonder he was having a laugh. But he didn't want him to beat the break now. But it's been played in a fantastic spirit. And John's been round the block enough to know what he's been up against there today. I mean, he's done everything he could do, but he just can't get away from it. And as for Judd, he's nursed the lead. He came in here 7 in front. He still is.
He is indeed.
Yeah, I actually think of John, it's well documented how hurt he's been by losing the last 2 finals. I think this one, he won't be as bad because he knows he's come up against someone. He couldn't do anything about it. And when you're a player, when you've had loads of chances, it hurts. But when you come up against that, you ain't with a chance really in the last 2 sessions. He won't be quite as bad if he loses this.
Well, that's a very interesting point, actually, because we do know that in December, John was so hurt, and I think there was a delayed reaction to it, actually, losing in the last 2 finals. And he was saying in December that he was not at peace with his game at all and was thinking of giving up this summer. Clearly, that must have gone. All of these thoughts have been banished now.
Oh, absolutely. And, of course, along with the other players from Scotland, he's decided to get a table in a room somewhere. They've all gone and practiced. He's put the hours in. And he's got his enthusiasm back. But I think he comes back here and he's a different player at the Crucible. He's a different player over the long distance, playing in these matches that actually, the percentage game that he plays and the level he plays, that suits him so well. There's no coincidence. He's not in 8 finals because he doesn't like the place. It's because his game stands the test of time. And when he comes here, he's a different player.
He's obviously still very much got a thought of trying to turn this around. And we know his match play prowess. It's possible, obviously. But against a guy who seems to be so in control of himself, and that's surely the difference between the Judd now and the Judd of 2011 when he played John Higgins in the first final they squared up in.
Yeah, a lot of players, when John won the first 2 frames in the manner he did this afternoon, might think, oh, this is John Higgins coming back at me, and slight panic. There was none of the sort from Judd. He just moved up a gear, made another century, and he said, no, I don't care what you're doing, I'm going to win this world title. OK, well, it's a record-breaking final so far, and there's still much more of it to come, we hope. And let's just reflect on some of the achievements that have been set here. And as we said, 100 centuries, and we have gone way past the best that was produced in 2015 and 2016. And that is a really significant milestone, guys, isn't it?
Well, it's just been, the standard has been ridiculous all the way through. I mean, the quality, it just shows you how good you've got to be just to even get here and be playing in this. And as I say, I think it's the best quality standard final over 3 sessions I've witnessed here.
And it's also the best quality standard we've seen in any match, because those 11 centuries beats that semi-final between Ding Junhui and Alan McManus, when it was Ding who made 7, Alan made 3 in 2016. And, you know, it's degrees of excellence we're talking about now, and this is just squeaking most. Yep, and Dennis made the point. Every frame, the black's been in the open almost. The balls have broken ice. You need help from the balls to make all these big breaks, but it's been outstanding. OK, predictions for tonight. I think probably there is a mind that Judd Trump will be crowned, but how quickly might he be able to tie this up, and what say do you think John Higgins?
You know what, I don't know. But I'm going to really enjoy it, because and someone will make 100 before it's finished, because the standard's been brilliant.
It has. And for you,
it'll be done and dusted before the first interval.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
OK, so we could be coming back for a coronation tonight, gentlemen. Are we going to get any more centuries? Do you think it's another ton fest tonight?
Absolutely guaranteed. I'll be gobsmacked if there isn't one the way these 2 have played.
OK, all right. Well, I do hope that you're going to join us from 7 o'clock this evening, because it's the last part of our Crucible drama that will be played out in this wonderful little theatre tonight. Judd hasn't played his trump card in this final just yet, but will he lay it down this evening? We'll be back 7 o'clock to find out. Cheers for now. Out to be won. MC Rob Walker, let's get it started. One last time.
Thanks, Hazel. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the climax of an extraordinary match and an extraordinary tournament. As we've just heard, an unprecedented century of centuries over 17 days, and this final has produced the highest number of centuries of any match at any venue anywhere in the world. And the man who's about to be crowned 2019 Betfred World Snooker Champion will walk away not only with the trophy, but with a record-breaking cheque for £500,000. The end of this sporting marathon is upon us. So for the last time this season, let's get the boys on the bays. Please welcome a player delivering the performance of a lifetime. With a magnificent 7 centuries so far, he is 2 frames away from fulfilling a dream and lifting the global crown he has craved for decades. His family are here tonight with him every single step of the way. What a moment for them, what a moment for him. Please welcome the ace in the pack, Judd Trump. And now, here comes one of the all-time greats. What an ambassador he is for his country, his sport and his family. Performing at the highest level for a quarter of a century. The class and determination he has shown in this match has been mirrored throughout his entire career. So come on, Sheffield, raise the roof for the one and only Wizard of Wishaw, John Higgins.
Wonderful ovation for both men, and at 29 years of age, Judd Trump perhaps on the brink of his first world title, but 43-year-old John Higgins hasn't given up in his pursuit of a 5th. So a coronation or a classic Crucible comeback tonight? Let's find out with our commentary team of Alan McManus and Dennis Taylor. Good evening.
Very good evening, Hazel. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the final session of the final here in the Crucible Theatre, and what a reception. Standing ovation for both players. I don't know about you, Alan, that sent a little tingle down my spine when they were introduced there.
It does every time, Den. My goodness me, what an opening. John Higgins then with it all to do. As some of the stats go through there, pot success 92, an indication of the quality.
Well, there's an attacking safety shot from John Higgins, but the surprising stat of them all is that one there, 83% for Judd Trump against 72% for John Higgins. This man has been sensational in all departments. Not the best kiss in the world. In fact, he hasn't got a chance unless surely the black doesn't go between the 2 reds as we show you the pot, but the cannon spoil things. Maybe you can see enough of the pink, possibly.
Pink ball.
And he could. He's now the complete player, Judd Trump. When he lost in the final in 2011, I'd never seen potting like it in my life. It was incredible. and he almost won that final. It was John Higgins who played brilliantly to beat him. Tricky little pink spot for Leo Scullion, who's done a marvellous job in the final here, his first ever final. That needs to pull up or run a bit further. May have an angle on the yellow to get back to the reds.
Yeah, this is the red he wants to play, the one with the rest. That's the best one for plum position.
And it was John that decided to play an attacking safety shot and open the reds up, but against an opponent like Judd, the way he's playing, it might be the only shot you get in the frame. He's done precious little wrong in this final. His opponent has just been outstanding.
19. $26.
You can see with the sidebar there, he now needs 42 more points to take the opening frame of this session, and still in prime position.
$34. $35.
Just about okay. Being left-handed, but he didn't want to leave this angle on the blue, but because of that red there, just away from the bunch, he's okay.
$40. 41. $48.
Yeah, there is a red that'll still go. There, you can see it.
$49.
And the first little tester, the long blue, the red above the pinks available. Just hasn't looked like missing. He's played unbelievable snooker, some incredible pots, but I'll tell you, Alan, I mentioned it this afternoon, not one reckless shot has he played.
55.
Yeah, the last 2 days has been a veritable compendium of power, preposterous potting and no little panache. He's a different player than he was 7 years ago. Mistake, 8 years ago when he played John Higgins here in the final. A completely different player now. He just got the lot. And he's showing it right from the off. There again, beautiful little cannon.
60.
That's a bit of a stretch, but it's the better one to regain position, and he only needs this red and the black to leave John needing a snooker. Turned professional 14 years
61.
ago. And every player's ambition when they turn professional is to lift the World Championship trophy at the Crucible Theatre. He's getting closer and closer to that. That's what it's all about. An amazing trophy. And while we mentioned the trophy, as he gets the applause, that's the frame safe. Mentioning the trophy, World Snooker have kindly made a replica. About 3/4 the size replica for all the world champions we were presented with them. What a great gesture that was. I mean, this is just stunning, the way he's played throughout this final.
76. $77. $83.
Just
84.
that one red that might prevent a century break, the one near his arm there. There's Judd's parents, Steve and Georgina. Seen them in the Champions Lounge. They must be so proud at the moment. He's played to lift that last red. Oh, just missed it.
91.
So maybe no century, but a frame closer to the title.
Green ball.
A Judd Trump special to pot the green and move the red. Oh, what an effort. He might still double the red. He might still pull the double
94.
off. No century break, but what a start for Judd Trump. That was a magnificent break there, and now he's just one frame away from lifting his first title here at the Crucible.
It's supposed to be a difficult game, isn't it, guys? He's not making it look like that.
No, I'm going to buy this pool table after he's finished, because that's what he's making it look like. I mean, he's knocking balls in for fun, and when he's in, it just looks like it's absolutely no miss every time he's there. I mean, there was no doubt. As soon as he got the cue ball under control on that break, they were all going to go.
Steve, this is an extraordinary final. You've been watching it this afternoon. How would you describe what we've been seeing today? I mean, we're running out of superlative, but you've been involved in the history of this game in this venue for a long time.
Well, it's turned into a one-man show, and he's up until this moment, he's still got to win one more frame. He's demolished one of the greatest players who's ever held a cue. It's an astonishing performance, and I don't think anybody could have foreseen it after the first session, where both players played superbly well. That second session was arguably the most violent and shocking session I've ever seen. Hate to have witnessed it from John Higgins' perspective, but what a joy for anybody who was supporting Judd Trump.
You described it last night as controlled annihilation.
It was violent.
Back we go.
27. John Higgins to break.
How does John Higgins get a handle on this fella then? As Dennis said, Judd Trump one frame away now from snooker immortality. He's won the UK, he's won the Masters, one away from the greatest prize of them all.
to phone the police. He's missed one. One thing about John Higgins, he will never give up. He'll fight right to the end. And this is what he's been doing throughout this final. He's had one of the greatest tacticians the game's ever seen in trouble so many times. So much so that that was the only shot available. There was no escape route there.
Yeah, his scoring has been that heavy that 7 centuries in that 90 odd in the last frame. That's basically half the match almost, where John hasn't taken part. That's how dominant now. Double. Kill the cue ball. Not this time. And a half chance now for John.
Yeah, he can't quite reach over it. There's so many awkward reds in the way, having to get the spider, which is unusual from this distance.
Thank you.
Didn't want the cannon on the yellow, obviously, so this brown is a thin cut, but there is a red over the left corner pocket. Now, the fact that he forced it, had he have played for the single red, I expect him to pot that, but forcing it made the pot more difficult.
One.
That might be the end of he couldn't call it a break. He's only potted one red, but he's covered the brown. He's hampered on the blue, so it's just a safety.
Yellow ball. Judd Trump, one.
You mentioned the 11 centuries there, Alan. I think the record before that was yourself. In a semi-final, was there 10 centuries?
Wasn't an awful lot to do with me. Ding done most of it. He got 7. Yeah, that was the record, yeah.
Well, you got 3, Alan, so. I think John is resigned to just having a go at any half chance now. And if this red goes into the middle pocket, it's quite a difficult one. with the angle he has. Looks a little bit easier on the overhead shot. That looks much more difficult.
One.
He's on the brown, and even if he's straight on the brown, we'll see the cue power of this player. It's quite amazing, the backspin that he generates. Well, he had an angle, so he didn't have to screw back. But not an easy chance. The pink tied up, the black near the cushion.
Six.
He's potted some lovely balls with his opposite hand. He used his right hand there. Seems very adept at that, and playing it with side also. Was he just thinking about potting the blue and canning into the pink and reds? Yeah, he's just making his mind up whether to do that or not. Decided against it.
Yeah, you can't blame him.
11.
Just pick them off. There are enough reds in the open for him. And as ever, with that cue power.
12.
Well, just potted that in the wrong half of the pocket. Tester coming up. Probably brown. Yellow a bit tricky for a left-hander. Doesn't have a lot of room for cueing it. Awkward bridging.
Yellow.
Tough shot this. Oh, yes. That's been a feature of his... Well, he's played the whole tournament, and especially this final. Any time he gets a hair out of position, there's the recovery shot.
15.
Still 3 or 4 loose reds available to Judd.
$18. $19.
Still got the choice whether to pot the blue and split the pink and reds, or he can keep picking the reds off. As I say, there's still another 3 or 4 available. In fact, when he pots this one, it'll release a red to the opposite corner.
24.
Yeah, this is the shot, isn't it?
Oh, look at this for a shot. Absolutely perfect. And there's all his friends, and there's his parents. You see Jack there, and Oliver Lyons, one of the professionals, good friend of Judd's. They're all here, and they're all looking very smart. That's the boys there, look like a boy band.
31.
Well, he was involved in one of the greatest finals ever last year against Mark Williams. I know he was so disillusioned after losing the last 2 finals to Mark Selby and Mark Williams, but I don't think he'd be so disappointed, but he won't be disillusioned because his opponent, and John will be the first to congratulate him if he clinches it here, he knows that he's played against a player at the peak of his form. 7 hours, and he's not that far away from his first world title. Needs to pull up a little bit.
42.
Might need another chance if this red doesn't pass into the corner. It's tight.
Yeah, I think there's enough room there. You maybe wouldn't want to risk potting it off the far jaw, but centre of the pocket or left jaw shouldn't be a problem. Almost there.
That's his brother Jack there, who's travelled all over the world with him for the last couple of years. And he looks to the heavens. There's no better feeling in the world when you're potting a few balls that's going to give you your first world championship. Just needs one more colour.
50.
I think John Higgins, playing any other player the way John has played, would have won the title this year. But this man has been awesome.
Choose shots, choose pots. Long red thump. Hail the new king, Judd Trump.
I like that, Alan. Even if the red doesn't go in, I think John Higgins will come forward, puts his cue down to congratulate Judd Trump. Absolutely incredible performance from Judd Trump to win his first World Championship. And he will be crowned the 2019 Betfred World Champion. Congratulations to Judd and all his family.
Quality of snooker we have ever seen in a Crucible final. A record-breaking 2 days. And both of these amazing players have played their part. John, if I can come to you first. What an amazing achievement to make 3 finals in a row. I know it's not the outcome that you had hoped for, but you came up against a man today playing, quite simply, superhuman snooker.
Yeah, I mean, I was a lucky one. I didn't have to pay for a ticket there because honestly, it was just awesome, absolutely awesome. I was lucky to get 9 frames really, so no, brilliant. So good luck to him. I said to him, first of many, I'm sure, because he'll go on and win this many more times. I'm sure producing a standard like that, that's incredible.
I guess, John, that the damage was done last night with that incredible burst of frames from Judd. But how much hope and belief did you come back with this afternoon, especially with the 147 attempt?
Yeah, no, that's what I said. The crowd were clapping that long and it was that loud that I was wanting to go on and play the black, and the pressure was mounting as the clapping was going on. I'm thinking I'm going to miss this black here, and then sure enough I did. But no, listen, I gave it everything, but it was just unplayable. It was unplayable. So
I know every defeat hurts, John, but I wonder if it's numbed the pain being part of one of the best finals of all time, and you have played a wonderfully special part in that too, has he not, ladies and gentlemen? This could take some time, John. This could take some time. What do you think of that response, John?
no, listen, he playing it a third time in a row. Yeah, it's brilliant. I never expected coming here, I would get to the final, but I was delighted to get there. But as I say, just come up against an unstoppable machine, and every credit to him. He was brilliant.
This is the man, ladies and gentlemen, who at Christmas time was saying that he was thinking about giving up this game. He's not, I'm very glad to say clearly. But also, I think everybody who witnessed your run to the final, it's a testament to your tenacity and your grit, John. And everybody who witnessed that semi-final against Dave Gilbert will never, ever forget that comeback today, or your class today as well. Thank you very much, John. Come back again. Judd Trump, world champion at last. How does that sound?
Incredible. I can't put it into words. I've worked so hard for this, and yeah, just for the people around me is so special.
And to win it the way you played in a record-breaking final, I wonder how much pride you take in that performance today, Judd.
Yeah, it was an amazing final. I think the standard from the very first session, the very first ball, John is such a great player. I always seem to raise my game and still don't beat him. Every time I play him, I play amazing, and he beats me every time. So, yeah, that's probably the best I ever played in sort of a major final. And I still didn't feel relaxed coming into the session tonight. I think I've lost some big leads against him in the past, and like the standard he was playing, and I was just, yeah, it was, I don't know, I can't put it into words how well I played, and that's what you've got to do to beat John. And it's amazing to obviously for him to reach 3 finals. But he's won 4. Every time I play him, I just try and learn as much as possible. He's without doubt the top, if not the greatest, one of the greatest to ever play the game. And yeah, I've always looked up to him.
Well said, Judd. But Judd, that incredible peak performance burst out of you with the 8 frames in a row last night. And I just wonder, the Judd Trump of 2011 who was losing to John in this very arena, how much work has it taken for you to be standing here now as champion?
I've had to really sort of go away and rebuild my game. I think I did feel very confident in the final, so I tried to play as similar as I did to the last one, but just with obviously a bit more safety when I needed it. But I think a special thanks to my brother who's moved up with me at the start of this season, and a massive help, obviously, and I think he's one of the reasons why I've done so well this season. And a special mention to my family that have always believed me and always helped me to get here.
It's a great moment for them too, obviously. But I just wonder, Judd, when you were a little boy and you've been a world champion and waiting for a very long time, we've been waiting for this moment on your behalf. What was it that first inspired your desire to be a world champion, and who was it?
My dad. My dad's the biggest snooker fan in the world. He watches every single game every time it's on TV, so it's just inspiring to see his motivation in snooker. And there's been some tough times, some bad losses, but I think just the inspiration to really win it for him is what got me through.
And I tell you what, it's not just the world title, ladies and gentlemen, because Judd tonight becomes the 11th man into the Triple Crown Club, a career Triple Crown, the UK, the Masters, and now the world title itself. I tell you what, you're in very good company, aren't you?
It's an incredible achievement for me from where I was at sort of the start of the season. I think I hadn't been doing that well for the past season or two. My brother came up and been practicing harder than ever, and the results have really paid off this season.
And I tell you what, he's also the first player to cross the £1 million prize money mark this season. Drinks on Judd this evening, is it?
I might get the first round in.
We might hold you to that. Judd, what a pleasure it's been to watch you and to watch John in possibly the greatest final of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, please salute your champion, Mr. Judd Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your presentation party, Mark Stebbings, Managing Director of Betfred, and Barry Hearn, Chairman of World Snooker. The runner-up, receiving the silver medal and a cheque for £200,000. What a champion, what a player, and what a run to yet another final, John Higgins. And the winner, tonight fulfilling a lifelong dream, receiving a cheque for £500,000, the trophy and the title, 2019 Betfred World Snooker Champion, Judd Trump. Your champion, Judd Trump.
And there he is, a new champion for a new generation. The first man in his 20s since a certain Neil Robertson in 2010 to win it in his 20s. It really is a positive for snooker. John and Steve, it could mean a new era for snooker. We were talking about this at the Masters, and I wonder how much of a force for good for the game this man is.
Well, it certainly is, and on that performance, listen, he won the Masters, and I said there in the studio at the time, I said if he plays like that, he could win the World Championships. What he did was usurp that performance at the Masters. That's as good as he can possibly play. I mean, I didn't know he was that good, I'm being honest with you. I had no idea he was that good. What he showed me there was just sensational.
What's it going to do for kids, Steve, watching him try backhanded shots and power his way around the table playing superhuman stuff?
Well, I think, you know, you need to be inspired by somebody who's of the same generation as yourself, and he's possibly the man to do it and to bring it forward. I'm sure there's going to be a number of Chinese players that are going to push him as years go on, but he's got a bit of breathing space. He's such a dangerous opponent. He turned the final into a procession. That was an amazing performance. And as you said, the standard of that final, Hazel, quite rightly, it may have been the greatest standard we've ever seen. It may not have been from both players, it may not have been close, but the actual overall standard was astonishing. And he was the brunt of it.
Yeah, he certainly was, and there he is. There's one for the family album, as we always say. And his manager, Django Fung, on the end there. Georgina and Steve, his mum and dad, and Jack, his brother. He's been a world champion in waiting for a long time, guys, as I said out there. English under-15 champion at 10 years of age. Youngest to make a competitive maximum at 14. Third youngest to appear at the Crucible. It's his 10th campaign to try and win this thing. And I just wonder, in particular, what's he had to change? What's he had to develop over the last 8 years or so in order to fulfil this?
A slight more appreciation of when to play a safety shot. That was all it was. It was all, and he's done that himself. You heard him say his match play's improved. He has got all the talent in the world. I didn't know he had that much, to be honest with you. But he matched John Higgins. I mean, look at the stats tonight. He's actually better than John Higgins in the safety department. He's added that to the natural talent he's got. He's obviously worked harder. He's gone away and grafted more. And now he knows how to win these majors. There'll be a lot more to come.
Well, vibrant new blood in the Triple Crown Club, as we were talking about, the 11th man in history to win the UK Masters and World. But how many more times might he do those again, Steve?
Well, he's very well placed to do this now. He's going to have renewed confidence in his abilities. He's withstood a lot of people saying that maybe he'd never win the World Championship, but he's shown great patience to get there. In another era, I think he may have won the World Championship at a younger age, but he's still got plenty of years left to try and dominate this game.
Well, I suspect he's going to be lapping up the applause, quite rightly, for the next little while. And I tell you what, guys, what a 17 days it has been. We have more or less seen just about everything.